Welcome to PUBG Mobile's Dino Ground. I'm the Dino Explorer who'll be leading you on this adventure. Here, you and your teammates will go on a survival adventure together. Naturally, exhilarating challenges await in this unknown battleground. Let's remain vigilant and open-minded as we embark on our prehistoric exploration. The first stop is the Primal Zone. These protected areas are located all over Erangel and Livik, and are the primary habitats of velociraptors and pterosaurs. But fear not, they won't hurt you. Approach cautiously to tame them, and they'll become your most loyal battle companion. You can also ride them to participate in various challenges and become a Dino Ranger. Unleash your imagination to discover more interesting gameplay. Shh, keep it down. You don't want to scare the baby dinosaurs. Besides large adult dinosaurs, there are also some adorable ones in the Dino Hatchery on the map. Be friendly, and who knows, your loving care might bring unexpected surprises. Next, we have the most perilous and exhilarating Dino Settlement. This is where the T-Rex with extraordinary destructive power is detained, making it a popular area for players to compete for. Be sure to protect yourself. While eliminating enemies, destroy the gate to rescue the T-Rex and make it an exclusive mount for you and your teammates. Use the T-Rex special skills to cooperate with your teammates to force your way out and enter the final play zone. Alright, I believe you now have a good grasp of all the prehistoric survival guide tips. So what are you waiting for? Come and show off your skills in the new PUBG mobile version. PUBG Mobile version 2.6 is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. Welcome to the Dino Ground. Velociraptor, Pterosaur, T-Rex. The three prehistoric legends have arrived at the battleground. Let's see where they can be found. Primal zones are scattered throughout the map. We can find velociraptors and pterosaurs there, tame them, and become their friend and companion. Velociraptors and pterosaurs are loyal companions, but they can only carry one player on an adventure. Besides that, they have different strengths. Velociraptors are adept at jumping. They can easily jump onto a higher platform or roof, allowing for quick traversal and exploration. Pterosaurs are great at flying. They can dash a certain distance to quickly reposition. They can also grab teammates or enemies on the ground to help the team or disrupt enemies. There are loads of other interesting things in Primal Zones as well, such as the Pterosaur Hoops minigame, Dino Hatcheries, and more. Let's explore together. The Dino Settlement has quality supplies and a formidable T-Rex that needs rescuing. Once rescued, you can fight alongside it. The T-Rex can carry 4 players and traverse through river terrain. It also has 2 powerful skills, Roar and Dash. The T-Rex's roars can cause damage and screen shake, while its dash gives it a speed boost. For every match, a T-Rex will randomly spawn in a Dino Settlement. Fancy becoming the coolest team on the battleground? Then you've got to find it. In the latest version of World of Wonder, you can experience new gameplay devices, including the teleportation device, dinosaur spawn device, UAZ spawn device, and more. At the same time, we've also added new objects, such as the trampoline, launcher, conveyor belt, and boost belt, among others. You can get your creative juices flowing. At the same time, we'll also be introducing a new parkour gameplay type. You'll begin at a starting line, and go through various levels as you skillfully cross moving platforms and avoid large swinging hammers. The one who reaches the finish line first will be the winner. In World of Wonder, we've added a feature tab and simplified the process of using templates in order for you to create and discover new possibilities more easily than ever. You can now find a match for multiple creations at the same time to get playing as quickly as possible. In the new version, Classic Mode will be undergoing loads of updates. We've added a full auto mod attachment that gives some firearms a full auto firing mode. It's compatible with the M16A4 and the MK47. Not only that, but we've also tweaked some firearm specs and adjusted the locations of vehicle spawns and more. Furthermore, the new Cycle 4 Season 12 is coming soon. Please look forward to the new season rewards. There are some updates to the Metro Royale gameplay. Gather your friends and give it a try now. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. For more information about Classic Mode updates, please follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Rasa sedih lah sebab sekelas kita orang, standar kita orang patutnya tinggi.
Yang aku rasain bener-bener sedih sih. Kayak aku jujur, aku ngerasanya kita nggak lolos.
And kita orang tak lepas tu buat saya macam speechless.
Maksud belum ada beberapa perubahan dalam carta bagi kedudukan siapakah yang akan qualify ke next week ataupun minggu depan.
Saya nggak ada render mobil sama render orang.
Sejujurnya lumayan ngerasa susah sih, karena bener-bener ngerasain orang baru gitu kan. Kayak ya aku sama Yohai kan dibilang cukup udah lama, tapi sama yang lain kayak Swavel, Satar, itu kayak baru ya. Kita harus cari gameplay baru, layout baru, terus kita harus cari connection, chemistry gitu-gitu ya. Itu cukup makan waktu sih menurut aku.
And kita orang start dari bawah balik, start from scratch. And banyaklah benda baru yang kita buat. Contoh kita orang bonding, macam kalau sebelum ni kita orang buat effort dia dalam 1, sekarang effort dia dalam 2, macam tu je lah. Plus minus macam tu.
DBE untuk mereka perlu mencari lagi 10 markah untuk memecut DBD.
Dekat Liga, masalah yang saya rasa cuma tak confidence kita orang tu macam kurang. Mungkin gara-gara kalah fight macam tu. Tapi kita orang berusaha balik untuk step up.
Hilang rasa kepercayaan satu sama lain di saat kita udah kalah fight, di saat kita lagi down gitu. Belum kurang ada yang bisa nyemangatin balik gitu.
Bisa, Gen. Pas lu di mana? Pas lu kena tadi. Bisa. Apa yang nggak bisa, Cok?
Soalnya kan yang paling belakang aku bareng kalian, Cok.
Yang tadi terjadi di Myanmar sebelumnya, mereka harus fight. Juga arah PBE. Timing. 2 pemain dari Bigetron. Kita harapkan mereka bisa menang.
Tinggal Ryzen yang tersisa di bagian tangga, bermain dengan menggunakan semua UAV dan gagal. Bigetron dipulangkan ke arah lobby, semakin mendebarkan situasi saat ini.
Cuma Pak aku.
Pas lap kah? Digunakan 3 peluru terakhir. Tembakan di
satu.
Satu bermain di dalam. Tapi PBE menang lagi. PBE menang lagi. PBE sudah mendapatkan 11 eliminasi.
Ini mereka bisa balapan time loh malah.
Santai dulu, Bos. Santai dulu nggak sih PBE? Santai dulu. PBE pulang.
Dipulangkan. Hashtag 3 tapi cowok.
14 elim.
Tangkap, Ri. Tahu udah direk mama tanya mga Indo. Apa kanannya?
Sebab kita seberangan kan dengan PBE. Aku lihat reaction mereka, aku lihat mereka sampai last circle, dan kita dapat informasi kalau PBE itu number 3 dan 14 kill kan. Dan di situ aku ngerasa kayak udah enough, kita udah nggak bisa lolos. Ternyata kita beda 1 poin, kita masih bisa lolos ya.
Belum, kita pecat produsernya, Cok. Oh, enggak bener.
Wah, lolos! Yeah! Wow, beda 2 bonus poin.
What do I feel? I cry lah. I feel like I rasa bersyukur lah. Macam diberi kesempatan lah.
Menurut aku, ini kesempatan kita sih buat buktiin ke orang-orang kalau kita masih layak. Dan kita harus bersyukur kita masih bisa lepas, bisa lolos gitu.
and we learn from the league lah. So in the final, we hope we can do all out the best performance, the performance that we are waiting for so long.
Kalau dari aku sendiri motivasinya yang pasti ya itu sih yang pertama. Kita masih diberi kesempatan buat membuktikan gitu. Dan aku rasa juga poin nggak jauh, semua masih bisa dikejar, nggak ada yang nggak mungkin. Nothing is impossible sih.
Sepertimu Box Gaming, oh box. Say you remember me, PUBG Mobile.
Perasaan aku ya senang aja sih bisa balik lagi kompetitif, apalagi di ajang SEA kan, sebab belum tentu semua orang bisa mencapai di titik ini gitu. Jadi bersyukur aja. Cuman yang awalnya emang nggak expect mereka mau pindah, karena bilangnya mereka yang satu bilangnya mau rehat, yang satu bilangnya masih mau main. Tiba-tiba mereka pindah, ya aku juga sempat diajak kan. Ya udah, maksudnya dari situ aku respect aja sih keputusan mereka. Apapun yang mereka lakuin kan itu demi kenyamanan mereka sendiri.
Tengah lah bego.
Kalau ada kemungkinan workspace kedua itu berarti kalau misal dia ngelihat di sini cuma ada update sendirian, bisa jadi orang ini kaplatan. Ini coba bisa coy. Tapi mainnya masih cepat.
Soalnya yang aku kalau misalnya ini dua sih, kalau misalnya
Persija EVOS. Salah satu nama yang memang sangat-sangat besar dekat Indonesia. Player dia pun besar. Zuxi, Luxi. Ini antara orang lama, OG untuk PUBG Mobile. 2 season agak santai untuk diorang. Tapi PMSL kali ini, kalau kita tengok daripada statistik, daripada segi kill point, elimination point, survival rate, Zuxi dan Luxi membawa Persija EVOS mendunia. Kali ini kita boleh nampak orang lama masih berbisa.
Pertama sih senang karena bisa berada di tim baru. Karena di tim lama mungkin kita belum dapat yang terbaik dan saya mau cari suasana baru di tim baru ini, dan semoga di saya kali ini kita dapat peringkat yang paling terbaik lah, karena di tahun kemarin kita tidak dapat pergi ke saya sama sekali kan. Ya semoga aja. Jadi untuk line up-nya itu sebelumnya aku pernah bermain dengan Red Face juga dan pernah juga sama Microboy, dan aku juga pernah juga sama cukup lama juga dengan Misery. Terus ditambah lagi dengan anak baru yang berpotensi yaitu Lynx. Jadi gak banyak banget hal yang harus dirubahkan di tim ini, jadi tinggal memaksimalkan aja. Sam9. Karena apa Sam9? Karena kita sering banget ketemu dengan Sam9 dan kita sering kalah di fight-nya dengan Sam9. Jadi tim yang harus diwaspadai dari Malaysia itu Sam9.
真凭是因为竟然有马来队伍要拿我们华人，然后兴奋是因为我可以打 PMPL， 沟通问题是最大的咯。就比如有一个队伍在你左边或者右边，你要表达就要想一下，只想1-2秒。当然这1-2秒在游戏上是很关键的。然后打法上也是，我们只有不到15天的时间要慢慢磨合，所以能打到这样子，我觉得不错啊。
Perasaan saya, hopefully diorang dapat memberikan yang terbaik dan target top 2.
Bahasa memang paling penting sekali dalam komunikasi. Dalam tim Sam9 dia memang unik sebab dia kira balance. Ada player Putra, ada Adips, ataupun ada depth, and then dua daripada player ni akan main dengan Long dengan Loyu. So ini yang orang cakap kebimbangan dan main concern saya masa Sem9 announce roster ni. Bahasa apa dia nak pakai and will it work? Adakah ia akan berkesan? Tapi surprisingly diorang berjaya untuk adapt and jadikan komunikasi itu okey.
Jayo.
Jayo.
Gambate. Gambari.
Gambari.
Mungkin dari Sem9 masuknya Loyu and Long dengan masuknya mereka berdua sangat impact banget. Bahkan aku sampai bakal bisa ditawarin tim PEL ya. Gila, aku kayak dua orang ini tuh impeccable banget.
So saya rasa bangga dia cakap kita orang top team kat Malaysia. Saya tak tengok pun PMPL SEA tu sebab saya fokus study. Tapi saya tengoklah result dia. And adalah beberapa game saya tengok. Bolehlah mengecewakan lah. Diorang tak perform sebab saya tak ada je. Diorang perlukan saya. So jangan gelak lah. Ais. It's a fact, you know. So PMSL, I'm back. Macam tu lah. Kadang-kadang kita orang explain lah apa maksud. Macam maksud certain phrase lah. Kita orang explain apa maksud dia, then dia orang faham lah. So kita orang tolong each other lah untuk hadapi lah masalah tu.
Sem9! Aduh!
Macam mana bodoh tu?
Selamat datang di Grand Final PMPL SEA 2023 dan tentunya ditemani sama kita berdua untuk hari ini bersama gue Junior dan juga
inilah kesempatan mereka untuk membuktikan kualitas mereka. It is now or never.
Loyu masih lagi akan hidup. Tiger X akan datang dekat sini sekali DBS yang akan lepas dalam kawasan semua. Dia cuba naikkan nyawa, dia cuba berjaya naikkan nyawa. Dia lawan dengan dua orang. Dia dapat satu. Dia mencari yang kedua sekarang ini. Nyawanya lebih tinggi. Sem9 Loyu berjaya dan Long juga akan dipegang. Revival akan berjaya untuk dilakukan. Nyawa perlu dinaikkan secepat mungkin kerana player daripada face clan betul-betul depan muka. Di posisi ini dilakukan gantung. Mormon dapatkan Long dan Mormon akan mendapatkan
Kenal kawasan kau tadi bila kau main kat warehouse tu. Satu kau main warehouse, kau main seorang. So sepatutnya kau ni private.
Aku ingat aku dua orang. Aku ingat
susah berapa kali tu yang nak kena ingat. Kalau kau tak boleh nak, kalau kau rasa kau tak boleh nak aware surrounding, sekarang ni kau ikut orang je. Kau jangan duduk seorang. Sebab apa kau ada masalah, aku ingat teammate ada dengan aku. Aku ingat teammate ada aku, aku ingat teammate ada dengan aku.
Because it's already the grand finals and the mistake that we made, it's a repetitive mistake. So you have to, it's the grand final. What else is there to say? You don't get to play this kind of level that frequent.
Coba cek depan ya. Kalian berhenti, gua cek depan, Cuk. Lihat belakang dan
Sama lain sangat tinggi. Sekarang ni RRQ
maka ada kebangkitan dan juga lebih banyak majoriti mengakibatkan PJ Esports.
Satu lagi depan gua.
begitu saja dan harus melawan Potato dan bener aja Eksa. Ini udah top performance-nya Eksa sih. Ini udah 100%-nya Red Quest sih. Ini benar-benar luar berbeda, digunting mereka sekaligus dari pemain-pemain yang ada di low ground dan selesai. Bom yang masuk.
Kalau gua ke kanan nih, kalau gua ke kanan, ayo anjing sampai level. Nah, gua udah bingung.
Motivasi aku ketika kemarin tidak qualified to PMGC final itu yang, apalagi PMGC final dan offline turnamen terus di Jakarta dan aku nggak ada di situ, jadi kayak aduh, ini suatu momen yang sangat disayangkan banget. Jadi itu yang titik kembalinya aku buat main lagi sih, pengen main lagi. Sudah lama tidak mendapatkan piala dan saatnya ini waktu buat dapetin piala sih. Karena udah sekitar 2-3 tahun belum ada piala. Jadi bangun tidur belum nggak lihat piala di rumah ya kayak rasa ada yang kurang kan. Jadi hari ini kita harus dapet piala sih.
Ada satu jalan cerita yang kita boleh kata lebih cantik, lebih meriah, lebih suasana yang menakutkan. Sebab kita tahu kalau bukan DBS, bam. Habis. Ada variasi daripada penggunaan senjata tu, ni mungkin akan jadi PMSL yang terbaik pernah kita lihat. Sebab setiap player akan tunjukkan kehebatan masing-masing menggunakan senjata yang berbeza. Itu yang saya nantikan untuk Grand Final.
ไอ้เหี้ยมันเสี่ยงไงถ้ามันน็อกมันตายเลยถ้าเราไปแปะ
ก็เริ่มตั้งแต่ PMPL แชมเปี้ยนครับ แล้วก็ทุกรายการที่แข่งขันต่อไป
โ
Yesterday a history, today is another mystery for all the teams down there who will try to get the #1 place, which gonna be advancing to PMSL. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the PMPL Wildcard South Asia fall season. I'm Chuchu, and also we have Sir Cloud as your casters for today.
Oh yeah, today will be day number 2. We did see like a couple of teams starting to pull away, but then again, who knows? We still like 12 games more to go, including 6 today. So stay tuned. You know, there will be a surprise because yesterday was quite a surprising day, especially for GE. Dropped the ball in day 1.
Speaking of dropping balls, not just that, some teams not even able to gain more than 10 points, including TJOA and Magna. Magna, I think they pretty much secured 10 points, so yesterday was pretty okay, I guess. But TJOA, on the other hand, I mean, like to catch up to 100 points, that's going to be 85 points of a difference from the first place to the last place. So speaking of surprises as well, yesterday we had 2 chickens come out from Sin.
Oh yeah, Sin. I wouldn't say breaking the record, but it's only day 1, but they managed to get 2 chicken dinners. But what else you guys could get? You guys could get the new skins inside the game right now. The new Power series that's currently available. Do check it out inside the game and roar together with Dinosaurs. I mean, if I kind of look at it again, I like the, I hope I call it right, Tyrannosaurus behind the left side.
Yeah. I just call him Rhinosaurus, whatever it is, just add a Saurus at the back and you'll be fine for dinosaurs. But speaking of which, you know, in between the dinosaurs, you do have the Ducati Panigale V4S, which we haven't seen the skin yet so far for the past couple of days, including during the leak. So I'm kind of questioning, do any of the pro players have this skin though?
Well, fun fact about the rules that the players cannot use any vehicle skins during the tournament.
Oh man.
Yeah, if you don't see it, don't be surprised. They probably got it in their regular rank game.
Oh man, we're gonna have to wait and see. But also for you guys that already missed out so many things before, this is gonna be your guys to grab some things, at least get some consolation out of your all new RPA series, which are already available right now. We do have, I just called this the Spectre Slayer set. Just remind me of Power Rangers every single time, you know.
Yeah, and you say you wanted a white color. I remember that. Now that I looked at it, yes, there's no white in there. So you gotta pick a different color now.
But different it is for the new team mode Dino Crown, right? The Dino Power. And we still haven't got our answer for how many bullets you need, what kind of weapon do you need to shut down a T-Rex. So be sure to update us with that as well.
Yeah, do try it out. It is still inside the game, so do not waste your time. You gotta check this new game mode because you don't know how long it'll be there. Just like any other game mode or when it will come. So enjoy it while it lasts. Still inside the game at this moment. All you need to do is just to up the game and you'll be able to see it there. But you'll be able to see this as well. Well, the teams will see it, which is the total price of $40,000 US up for grabs, and we are towards the final stages. This is day number 2, and how we top 16 teams is from the league stages. The top bonus teams are here today.
Yeah, so don't be surprised yesterday some teams already crack out the 100 number. And speaking of which, we have 6 matches of 6 maps per day instead of 5. We do have Triple Rengo to add in there, so these guys have to duke it out. It sounds great for $40,000, but the blood, sweat and tears, you have no idea.
Well, next up, besides the money, to move on to the next stage, whereby the champion of the PMPL Southeast Asia Wildcard 4-5 will represent the wildcard region inside of PMSL. Will it be? They will be joined together with the top teams from the Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, as well as the Vietnamese region. So that will be the next stage coming soon.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're gonna go into the format here. In case you guys missed so many things during the league stage, we do have the weekly bonus point added up week 1 and week 2 as dragging into the grand finals. As yesterday we're starting off with some teams, especially GE, gather themselves a full point of 40 points 2 weeks in a row. They got themselves first place, even though they're starting off with quite a high number of the initial bonus round of points. But surprisingly, they've been pushed down to 7th place.
Yeah, yesterday wasn't their days. So it was rather tough for GE, I must say. But anyway, we're introducing the participating teams. You guys should know this by now. We got GE, West Point Mamba. Here we go again. Lab, Oscar Esports, Sin, Enigma, Falcon, Yango Galacticos, Five Danger, Harame Bros, the guys of Asia. We got KE, APG, PVE, as well as Magna in the fray. And Magna is still representing, still the sole represent the Singaporean region in the finals.
Now, we talked about the scores early on. Sin is just 6 points away from catching up to number 1 spot YG, even though they do have last chicken, but when it comes to eliminations, pretty much the same for YG and Sin. But you have to give it for the initial bonus point. This is where everything matters. Every single particular thing matter in here. And you can see at YG, they are standing at number 1 due to the better performance in the league season or league session. But HWG can have the time to actually climb up here at the same time. And speaking of which, Sin and YG, like YG, we do know for a fact that they are at number 1. And Sin with the double chicken yesterday, nobody can deny that anymore. But HWG, Cloud, who would have thought?
Yeah, I think because of YG and Sin being up there, we would definitely see HWG in the high. But gotta give it to them, they are still up there for a reason. So YG kind of came back from behind, especially when it came to week 2. They didn't start off that well, but as the days progressed, they did really, really well. And then with the double chicken dinner yesterday, they are still showing their level of performance that we have seen of the league as well. And the consistency is brought to the finals. So Sin, now I think they will be one of the scary teams based on also their elimination.
Yeah, but speaking of Sin, I mean, like, hopefully they will actually do it to drag yesterday's momentum till today, because yesterday was sublime performance coming out from this team. But also coming out from the side of YG, all they need to do is just maintain their spot at number 1 by doing what they have been doing since yesterday. That is, not going to get finished off early and make sure that they are top 5 in every single map. Sounds easy, right? Not so easy. You have so many targets behind your back and all these teams try to shut you down.
Yeah, just like how inside of we see a lot of clashes from the outside of the circle till compounds that a lot of teams like to take, and it just became a party inside of Miramar, and that was actually the last 2 Miramas. Unfortunately, KE in the 2 Miramas, they didn't let go point. But here will be our today's matches. It's going to be the same sequence, and it's going to be the 16 teams throughout. Unlike the league stages, we had a rotation. It's going to be the same as yesterday. It's just that the results could be different today.
That's kind of true. Yesterday we started off with Harame Bro getting the first Sunhawk chicken, if I'm not mistaken. Do correct me if I'm wrong. And it might be a different team again as the start of today, or maybe even them again once more. But speaking of which, Erangel will be the most crucial map that is, because we will be playing Erangel the most in this case. And yesterday, I mean, like, if though Sin did get the double chicken dinner, but it wasn't like entirely in the map of Erangel. They were having a different map entirely, which was Miramar at first. Now, speaking of a top performance team, now this is based on the league as well, not just during the grand finals. GE so far still standing up there in the top 4, but surprisingly, all these 4 teams right now being pushed down by the teams that not really popping off during the league season.
Yeah, the big teams yesterday, they didn't do that well, so they'll be looking to climb back up, especially for GE. Again, in almost any map, the stats do favor GE. So as well, still the team with the highest elimination points and decent rank. It's not the highest of 4, but still decent. If you combine all of them, of course, they're doing well. And so their highest elimination points, they have the highest total damage as well. But if I were to see the average survival time, despite their rank points, it's not as much as the other teams, but they still have the highest average survival time as well. So we'll be looking to see if they can use this Sunhawk as the trampoline to actually come back in the games.
Hopefully they're going to have a very fresh start, because yesterday we were waiting for the entire day for GE to start to warm up, but it feels like the entire day is not going to be enough for them just yet, because day number 1, it has been a crash for GE. We were hoping and waiting in Murama. So today I'm gonna change things, because I feel like yesterday has been my curse that falling on towards all the teams that I called out yesterday. So I'm starting off with HWG, I'm sorry HWG, and also KE and Enigma. Due to their sublime performance yesterday, they were brilliant coming from HWG. Consistency, you name it. Eliminations, they got it in the back. But KE, they were everywhere. Enigma on the other hand was super aggressive.
Yeah, for KE, only the last 2 maps really their map, but other than that, they did pretty decent. So I'm still gonna stick with a couple of familiar names here. So we got GE, West Point Mamba, and FOD. I think that a championship winning team, I guess they would have that mentality being able to come back. So I think GE will be my pick now. But nevertheless, Sandhawk is a iffy. We're going to stick with our predictions throughout. I don't know, Sandhawk is going to be kind of iffy. At least, if we have this in our names, we're hoping for them to score a chicken dinner today.
It's all down to the circle, really, because yesterday's circle, if I'm not mistaken, they were in between Paradise Resort and around Camp Bravo, just in between there, a bit northern side, if you ask me, for the circle. But are we going to have a true island circle? That's going to be the biggest question. Also, maybe a hearted circle, which is quite frequent in this season's PMPL for Wildcard South Asia. So it's all down to the circle, and the flat part will favor the players, or will make it a catastrophic ending for most of these teams.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Sandhawk is always that iffy map. Good thing it's only played once every day for players. But for the record as well, so far we are still on track for every team to receive their dinner. So let's see. We have one extra slot though, but let's see who will get it. The Sandhawk.
Day 2, a fresh start for these guys and a clean slate for everybody who are trying to bump up their scores. Because right now we're starting off with a smaller map, that is. And we do have a very generous flight path kind of in the center, not too far off. Didn't cross the boot camp, but going down to Nakam from Camp Bravo area. But at the same time, you do want to see, will there be any clashes here? Where anybody's trying to, change their initial drop spot just for the sake of disruption for the teams up there.
Well, keep your eye on Camp Bravo. Looks like Young Ugaticos and dropping into the same area again. So that's one. Another one was the mountains of Camp Alpha. We had two teams as well. So keep your eye on these two areas. It's like the Camp Alpha mountain will be okay. The guys of Asia is heading there. Doesn't seem to be challenged by another team, but Camp Bravo. Now we have a standoff.
I feel like you have to take that back. Look at Camp Alpha, Esports and Falcon will be sandwiching TGOA, so it's just a matter of time right now. But speaking of Camp Bravo, we're starting off having a first contact between Magna and YG. Speaking of YG, they can take this into their advantage if they want to get more points. But at the same time, this is Magna we're talking about. They love those early fights. They love those early skirmishes. And the circle happened to be popped right on top of Pori to be the center of it. Maybe it will be shifted towards the right or the left. We have no clue in the future. But back to the side of TGOA, not so peaceful.
And when we thought it's peaceful, I guess because they have the similar color scheme if you're on the map. But let's go. Easy knockdown for him because his opponent was kind of low. And here we go. Renza eliminated. The first blood will be given towards MH. And that will be it. First point for the Asia, who struggled yesterday. The only team with less than 20 points. 16 now.
Skynin is on his knees right now. Esports not doing well at all, with one man knocked down, another being obliterated the moment they jumped down from flight path just now. And the side of Magna, surprisingly, is a bit peace and quiet for now due to the territory they mark in between YG, but YG trying to wrap around them. And look at where they stand right now, playing it very smart, with Andrew relaying all the information back to the side of YG and reposition themselves in a space where Magna have no clue they will go in for the ambush.
So that's another second position now. Skynin eliminated. So Osja Esports, not only that, Poff is on his knees now, taken up by Edward. Osja Esports, meaning that they only have player left, and that's going to be Astro X. Amura Chili spots out where he is. Vehicle. Wonder if this long range shot is going to hit. But I guess they're going to let him now and focus on the loot inside of Camp Alpha.
At least may try to make something happen, but Edward seems like punching Popov out of his head. Managed to secure another one. TGOA really hunting down for Osja Esports right now. And they are running with tails between their knees for the side of Osja Esports, left with only one member. Would have thought Osja having a hard time against one of a team that nobody see them coming. GE on the then picking a fight against Falcon from afar. The long fights with the micro Uzi even. Surprisingly, Smile don't have that much to work with, but he will work with what they have.
Oh, that one knock opens up the call for GE push in, but Ichi opening up the space. I guess they would have thought that Zay would have been picked up, but Zaycloud eliminated by Ichi. Now they have the man advantage. It's just that they are not going in just yet, but everyone's on their vehicle. Okay, it could happen anytime.
Tipping their toes to go in here, being extra careful, taking precautious move from the side of GE, reposition himself towards a higher ground with those elevations to work with. I'm not sure what their main objectives are right now. Probably just trying to scout things out. In the meantime, we do have HWG. Might spot it out the rotation of YG right now across the street. They do have those elevations, but at least HWG do have a compound to work around. But I don't think they will try to engage for now. On top of Lakawi, Mewtwo just being alone here, not too far apart, but enough to give support at a distance. But so far, the only one that we've seen them fighting is going to be Falcon versus Ultra Esports and TGOA as the early fights going on. TGOA, like you mentioned before, this is a good start. This is what they needed. But hey, we got ourselves a boat for today.
Yeah, the first boat ride inside the sign-up for the longest time. Ooh, it's going to be Sin. So since they take the boat ride, meaning that they avoid all these fights and get into the circle first, and I think that's okay since the circle is tucked to the right, and they will start fighting towards the later stages of the game. A little bit of blue, it's fine. It's still stage 1, but it's been a while since we saw a boat ride inside Sanhok.
Usually it's going to be PBE's game with the boat, but this time it's going to be a different team entirely. For West Point Mamba on the other hand, taking Cave as their fortress for now. But we do want them to be extra careful because it's a very slippery slope down there, and once you drop yourself inside of Cave, you will hurt yourself as one thing. To get out is another problem. West Point Mamba spotted out APG, giving a bit of a pressure with those sprays, but Federales has replies from the side of APG, responded swiftly. APG do want to take a fight, but West Point Mamba a bit separated amongst each other, and they do have PBE behind their back, so they should be careful about picking the fight at this point for West Point Mamba.
I guess they're confident with their long range since PBE is on the other side as well, like right below the hill. But then again, this quarry hill, it's not that, it's also okay to kind of sneak them, but there's not enough teams close by. PBE, long range of the mix, okay, it's going to be a knock, but they'll pick him up easily. And PBE quite a distance for them, so I don't expect PBE to crash in at this point. Not like it's necessary with this kind of circle.
And speaking of long-range confidence, you have to give it to PBE more than the side of West Point Mamba at this point. But APG is surrounding West Point Mamba, with Federal is still going on the low grounds, just around the compound area. And Michi and the rest of them decided, you know what, we're going to stay here for a bit much longer, just to see who are going where. They just want to gain intel in this position right now. Federal spotted out one of the APG players, which was Shroud, happened to be passing by. But no guns fired just yet, not willing to give away his position, but PB definitely knows West Point Mamba is here. With APG trying to scout them out, but this is a very interesting place to take as a checkpoint coming from West Point Mamba, really, because we have to wait and see for the next circle. Will it be comprises inside of Cave or not?
Well, the circle should have shrunk, and seems like they still have the circle. Yes, it's still around the Cave, so a hardship circle went down, and we still have a couple of teams tanking the blue, especially in Camp Alpha Island, like 2 teams there. Sin, what a long circle for them. They are still on the boat. As long as they don't go to, at least for now, areas of Lakawi, they should be fine.
I don't even see Sin in the map right now. It's hardly visible for Sin. Yeah, there you go, on the northern side. But they might actually pass by Falcon. If they're not being careful, when they reach around Camp Bravo, there'll be a couple of teams camping out there. And they might actually be fished out by this team. So hopefully they do have enough gas to supply themselves to get themselves dock on top of Camp Bravo at least. But outside of FOD, having an engagement against a YG as a first start. Then they spotted out Andrew. That's going to be a spray from Nang, hoping it will clip. But it's a bit subpar. Nothing seems to connect.
Well, Easy is the closest one now. Joseph, Molly down by Loki. Easy tosses a nade. Will it land? No, it will not. So it's going to be okay now. By the same time, Joseph eliminated by Loki entirely. Now, Young Giganticos have the hand. Romeo boy with a nade. And the nade will not knock anyone down just yet. he is not alone in the shack. There's another one together with him, so they are ready to defend.
Romeo. Very intriguing positioning. Not just that, he got himself a death box just across him. But coming up from Harame Bro, taking on G-Lab, play at range, taking on one by one. Make it double down. I didn't see discount for today, but apparently Harame Bro getting more than that. As Enigma being spooked by him as well as Spooky knocked down and finish off straight away. What is happening? Feels like Harame Bro really loved this map just like yesterday.
Oh, KE seems to be having a fun time as well with a couple of knocks. They need to secure the elimination points. Managed to only get one for now. So KE is closest together with Yaku Galacticos. But we got our first team out. It's going to be 5 of them. Not so dangerous this time.
I feel like Harame Bro just wiped them off their feet here. But PBE shoot them from the back. But I'm not sure where the fight is going on right now. Because Harame Bro seems like they continuously engaging in multiple battles at a time. KE on the then reposition themselves, trying to get themselves in a better spot, and maybe just a sweet spot that they will not be engaged with other teams. This unnecessary fight as we speak of, because still in the second stage and 50 seconds to go for the circle to shrink again, as GE also trying to take those high grounds to work.
Oh, okay. GE moving away, I guess because they're by the edge of the circle, so they're planning the next though, sending 2 scouts out just to make sure that every angle, the other angle is okay for now. And also to take care of their backs. But West is not letting go of just yet, still putting pressure onto them. I guess if they have the advantage, they might consider to go on to KE instead.
Feels like the scout is actually just a diversion for these guys to shoot from the flank side. That's what Master Ichi has been doing alongside with West right now. Spotted out the entirety of KE and keeping the pressure on, while Smile will open up the angle wider, but they might just jump straight into YG's lair. They're waiting and being cornered up in the trap, and the blue zone starts to shrink. GE have to move, and YG caught Smile in the process of repositioning. That's why we try to mention about how they are playing a dangerous game here for GE, and lost one man in a swift even. For YG, Romeo Boy will finish this off with a hand grenade, but the rest of GE is a bit too far to give him extra hand of support.
Oh, it's already 4 elimination points. Younger Galacticos. What a start they have now, and still a full squad. Romeo Boy tries to get more out of GE through that long range, but it's not gonna land thanks to the rain. And GE, they're on their way to move as well, since now we are at stage 3 and this area is not in the circle.
For side of YG, definitely hunting down GE from afar. Whisper Mumba start to shoot on APG, but they do have 2 knocks at the same time. Not sure about the distance, but it's going to be a DBS, so definitely it's close enough for them to start to engage. Left with exit, while the other will be revived by APG, 1 player at the back line. Going for 2 players, but a bit difficult for Sonic to be visualized on the side of Irma. So Bro, on the other hand, taking off Magna. We're having a bit of a rush game here between Magna and Harame Bro. Surprisingly eliminated this time after such a long kill feed just by them just now.
Ooh, yeah. But now, looks like the fight's not over yet between Westport Mumbai and APG. Michi is at health, revives his teammate, but lets it go for now. Irmas with the long range support. And they need to come in, they need to support even further, they need to support through the shot fight against APG. As APG exit now, has the high ground, Michi has the DBS, but it's going to under LS from afar, knocking down exit.
Here comes the muscle, a high toss on that hand grenade just now. Hoping will clip onto the side of Marcus, but APG defying his death here. Marcus hanging on his life, trying to fight back to his Master Ichi, who's happened to be right across Megs as well. It's back to the side of Michi, going for another push with those hand grenade, finally taking down on Sonic. But Marcus still running and gunning people down, giving back the fight that they need for West Point Mumba. But APG in the brink of death.
Ooh, right now, West Point Mumba still has the advantage, though still have mixed down, but the cavalry is on its way. Irma's beautiful shot. Shroud left with only 1 player left. It's going to be Marcos. And to a pressure by the blue as well. I mean, where is Marcos going to go now? Even if he wants to hide, Irmas has the advantage.
Marcus nowhere to run nor hide. I have to take up the fight, at least get some consolation out of this Skerfuffle between West Point Mamba, waiting them to actually make the push. He tried to knock on one, managed to score down on Michi. All he needs to do is just hang on, but he couldn't do so because of the play zone, finish him off straight away. At least he denied the points to the side of West Point Mamba, and the side of West Point Mamba can retrieve back Michi on his feet. But looking at the blue zone, we do have Osja Esports last player at the back line as well.
Yeah, oh, okay. Kate seems to be in trouble too. As here we go again. Seems to be picking up points. 2 points for them. Circle moved to the south and it's tucked to the corner. G has the circle, has the compound for now. But for Sin, they managed to make their way through the boat ride and now they're all the way around the the docks area.
They do have G-Lab and TGOA to deal with. But outside of West Point Mamba, they are playing it very slow. YG rammed in, but Enigma, there goes a spray. Beautiful one by QB with Caps following up from the flank side. A bit of a trading done with Cooper knocked down on his knees, but it's going to be QB saving the life of his teammate. We're looking at YG scouted out by Caps on the flank side, but knocked down by them instead. That's surprising and very good flick coming up from the side of YG.
Oh yeah, absolutely beautiful. I mean, YG, they're still on the roll. 5 elimination points now. Though not squad, but it's not too bad coming in from them. They have the highest eliminations as of now. Caps taken down. That's going to be 6 for Yangon Galacticos. They are still holding in the points.
Back to the side of Monk 9 TGO. They still have a full squad, including Sin, who happen to be Doc themselves around Doc's area. But on the side of Enigma, trying to secure their spot here, nobody else behind. But Cooper spotted out Romeo Boy once more. Enigma having a good day against YG, who happens to be 6 points elimination on YG's side. They are dominating over this round right now.
Oh yeah, Enigma as well. Not too bad. I'm waiting for Sin to really get into action because the last we saw Dogs they clear. Like most of the teams they left, they are somewhere within the circle, towards the north side. So I think Sin is just waiting for action to happen. Now we got like a couple of other players now currently in the water. I don't think there's a circle there. So you need to get out. But Enigma now losing the fight against Young Galacticos. Galacticos already got themselves 7. QB comes in, but QB, wait a second. Ichi stole it away.
And not just Ichi stole it away, he shut down 2 teams at a time. GE, that was a very cheeky move, but a brilliant one at that. But on the side of TGOA, he spotted out one that's swimming, but that's nowhere to be found anymore as the play zone finish off the last member of HWG. As we speak, Steen is still not leaving Docks as May fall them back just to make sure nobody is coming out easily from this dock area. But we do have GE taking the center, almost the center of a circle with a compound to work with. And Manette, well, good luck going solo for this one because HWG, never mind, they're still alive. And Falcon D2Y will be the last remaining member of Falcon at the same time. That's going to be 2 teams having 1 last player remaining, but we do have 7 teams still alive.
Oh, GE still has a circle and compound. Looking good for them. But now it's time for Sin to come to action as the guys of Asia in front. Holy Lanju at the forefront. We'll see Mayw soon. He doesn't know that Mayw is there. No sound because Mayw is currently on his belly. Holy Lanju, okay, he's looking on the other side, so Mayw could surprise them instead.
Out of all the teams remaining here, 5 of them are coming up from Myanmar side. 1 from Philippines, another coming up from the Singaporean side, but it's going to be Falcon going down first as the Blues are pressuring them to run away, but they don't have enough time. We do have 2 teams back-to-back going down from the play zone and also from the shots from afar. But for now, TGOA and Sen having a full squad advantage, while the rest of them and Magna still taking the blue zone. This is going to hurt them quite a bit here, while GE taking advantage of everybody else's unfortunate moments.
Okay, speaking about taking advantage, trying to take advantage of HWG on the other side. But till now, they still don't know someone's behind them. Mayw is still creeping onto Sin. But Mayw, he doesn't have a circle, so Zone is going to put pressure on him very, very soon. Holy Legend, surprised by Mayw. This is something that we kind of expected. He was creeping onto them for the longest time. And now with that knockdown, Mayw still tanking out the blue. Mayw, he's not the last, but his teammates are somewhere else.
Definitely got himself 3 first aid, but I don't think that's going to work at this point. But TGOA MH remains with those bandages to work around. And Sin have to sacrifice their teammates to the side of a blue zone because they have no luxury to pick them up right now as the blue zone burning them off alive. And Mewtwo finish off Moy from the back line while we're looking at Edward trying to spot out the players of Magna. At the same time, they are spreading wide for TGOA just to make sure they got every angle covered. But Sin, on the other hand, well, they were quite far, but feels like they're losing right now, even though they had a full squad before.
Yeah, not the most activity from Sin, it seems, as Mewtwo takes advantage, takes out Moy. It's another point in the back, HWG. And the guys of Asia, they're still in this. Okay, MayW is coming, MayW high ground, MayW will show himself soon. On to FV, FV at the lower ground. Yata knows that someone's on the other side as well. Shoot through the smoke, will not connect. Magda, ooh, 5 eliminations this time. Magda looking good as
Outside of HWG, Mewtwo shutting down on May. Yatka and the rest of HWG, can they take this one away for HWG? They got one yesterday for their chicken dinner. And now Alpha 7, one of the main fragger, coming out from the Here We Go again. Trying to spot on FV, but spot out May instead, tapping him out. But the Blues are winning him faster, they can tap them out. But Alpha repositioned himself, trying to advance forward with those vehicles. Yatka on the other end, keeping the pressure and eye on to the side of TGOA. But FV in between, if they're not being careful, they might just blast it out by those DBS.
It seems like they don't know that FV is there. FV surprises Mewtwo, finishes him off with the DBS. And now FV exposes it's going to be Alpha against FV, and the Molly will take him out. Plus a shot from afar by Yatka. That's going to be it for Sin with only 2 elimination points. And now HWG, they got them 9, but they're only playing the rest of the round as a duo.
Back towards our last few circles there. Down to the 8th stage we go with 30 seconds on the clock for these guys to make a decision whether to go in or not. TGOA, this might be their best performance just yet, because we hardly see them in the top 5 and they are making it happen on day number 2 with HWG remaining with 2 players. But hey, for the Myanmar players, they definitely are happy with all the Myanmar teams remaining at the top 3, with May trying to shut down on Yako, happen to be rushing in, but close enough to getting those knocked down.
Oh, TGOA still survive. Okay, it's not MayW, he's the only man standing for now. 60% of health, but shot from afar by GE. With that, GE will claim the chicken dinner, and I will claim my prediction.
Yeah, but good for you, good for you, brother. But at the same time, I mean, like, at least mine is not too bad, right? HWG maintain at the top 3, so it's fine for me. But coming up from GE, welcome back to the PMPL Wildcard South Asia Grand Final.
Well, could this be the rise, the comeback for Genesis Esports? Will be interesting to see. And besides the motivation of getting the #1 spot, Michi is still in the running to get that MVP of the season. So I'm sure he doesn't want to let that go, because last season it was Federales, so this time he has a good chance of getting it. So Genesis Esports, it's only round #1 for today. We have a lot more games to go.
For GE, hopefully this is going to be a good start and nothing that's going to dwindling down later by the end of the day, because this is what they needed. Yesterday has been a total tragedy for them, with West taking on the front line with 1,200 over damage and 6 eliminations. West, they have been playing smart. They're left with the duo just now for GE, but they survived long enough and gave themselves the opportunity to claim this chicken dinner. But you have to give it, they have been playing as a genius can be, and they still maintain themselves as a team to watch based on the last performance.
Yeah, and the last we saw them, yes, towards the end they got the circle with the compound. It was great, but it wasn't an easy start for them. They had to rotate around younger vehicles who had an eye onto them. As you can see here, their full squad time is the lowest of them all. So they played as a trio for most of this round, and that they still able to get the chicken dinner. It's an amazing start, at least for GE.
Westbound Mamba on the other hand, I mean, like, they tried to stay at K for the longest time, but it just didn't turn out so well for them. We do have early skirmishes, including Enigma, TGOA example, but I have to give it to TGOA, even though they were having troubles at first, still managed to survive till the end. Now, that's going to be their best performing round so far. And 20 points secured by the side of GE, even though we don't see a lot of actions come out from them, but their long fights has been very fruitful with that 20 points in total. And slowly but surely, they're pushing up the numbers up here. I'm not surprised after this round, they might actually standing around top 5.
Yeah, I can't complain about the 20 points, right? So it's still for GE and their first chicken dinner in the finals. So we asked to try for all the teams to get their respective chicken dinner. But here are the overall rankings, and GE moved up to number 5, 82 points. Now edging closer and closer to the number 1. As of now, it is 27 points difference.
Still a lot of catching up to do, but maybe between 2 maps or even 1 map, if they got ridiculous amount of kill volume, GE can easily climb up to top 3 at this state. But coming back to TGOA, even though they kind of have themselves a good position in the last round, but it's not going to be enough for them to budge off from 16 place. That's going to be the bottom of every bottom. But for next map, it's going to be the most important map here, Cloud, because this is going to be the map that we're going to play the most in the grand finals.
Yeah, we're going to play 3 times a total of 9 times. We're going to play Erangel after this. And the stats. Oh, it favors Yangon Galacticos and GE at number 2. Not too far. But then again, stats is still stats. It favors Yangon Galacticos, who is currently still the number 1 team. GE will need to do a lot to catch up, especially with the stats not in their favor this time. And we have Sin. They might come back this, because last time they got the record of 23 eliminations in a single round. It wasn't it.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to wait and see, because a lot of teams do have a lot to offer when it comes to this grand finals. I have to say, even though it's the same year, just a couple of months in between, these guys have improved so much with their progress or growth throughout these couple of months. If you compare with the last season, this season is more fired up and very explosive play style coming up from a lot of these teams. Now, speaking of the next in Wrangle, though, I still wait if there's any teams that are willing to clash with another teams for their initial drop spot. So far, yesterday as the start of the Wrangle, it has been super peaceful and too harmonious as a start.
Yeah, the only clash that we saw yesterday was when teams tried to get vehicles, and that's about it, but not really like jump into a drop spot and really clashing, just like Camp Bravo earlier on as an example. So we see that fight happening in Sandhawk, but in Erangel, not as yesterday. But we'll see if anything changes today, because I would think that some they start to like, oh, okay, if we want to get that sort of placement, we need to out that team. So maybe they might want to try to challenge that team. So yeah, that could happen. But if not, I would guess that it would normally happen, say, in the last day or the last few games, and we'll see a lot more challenge at the start.
Now, if the teams are not warming up just yet, and we're talking about the second day of the grand finals, yeah, and speaking of which, they don't have the league anymore. If they want to put everything up, it's going to be here today, especially the teams in the middle pack. The middle pack are the ones that's really thirsty enough to get those points up. And speaking of YG, on the other hand, it's kind of shaky up there, because they do have a couple of teams that close enough to be one of the contenders that we do know for a fact if they are being eliminated early on, they definitely lost their spot in number 1.
Yeah, so YG, I mean, 9 points from the first round, not too bad. And that's why they're still at number 1. But if they continue on to get like only a single digit, then I think it'll be scary, because who knows, like other teams could catch up. Just like G today, first round was great for them. And not only like GE, right? Like if you have, we had like HWG doing fairly well. So they could be the ones to spring a surprise onto that number 1 spot. So YG, who have yet to be the PMPL Southeast Asia champions, at wildcard, well, I guess if they want to maintain it, they really got to put on their focus.
Yeah, that's kind of true. And so YG as well, they have lots to prove, especially when it comes to those playing for PMWI slot. But coming up from the next game here, I'm looking for Ozja Esports to start to perform, because so far it has been a blunder for them since yesterday till today, because just now we saw one of the early fights engaging was coming up from the side of SJ Esports. They were trying to fight and taking down on APG, but it didn't turn out so well. Plus, they were a bit hesitant when it comes to making a call, just moving alongside with the circle and be staying so much in the blue zone. That caught themselves in a trap that they're being eliminated by the blue zone plus the APG at that point. So we do see a lot of very smart plays coming from GE example. They've been playing as cheeky as they can get as a third party. So I'm assuming that's going to be their whole plan for today for GE. But for Oja Esports, I am not liking this at all, because I'm waiting for them to bring up their most animal instinct, what do you call it, the beastly manner of them trying to take all the teams out there, because they used to do that during the league season.
Yeah, even I want to say that, it was only in Sanhao, happened to be challenged by another team, which was the guys of Asia. But yesterday as well, overall, it wasn't really their day. I think they only had one round which was pretty decent, and that's about it. But other than that, it was a day for them overall. So that's why they're not yet back in contention for the #1 spot. So I do agree with you, right? They do have like very experienced players. They do have like Skynin, who just came off being the solo champion in SEA Games, and he is still showing his stats. I mean, he is still in the running as for being one of the MVPs of the season. But then again, it is a team game at the end of the day. So the 3 rounds next that will be played inside Erangel has to be that map, because it's going to be the majority of games today and also tomorrow.
And not just that, don't forget about West Point Mamba. I mean, like, where is Federales? We hardly get to see them for the past couple of days during the grand finals, and this is where they should be putting off their best performance out there, because this is where it really matters. We do know the league, yeah, you kind of get used to the long league and maybe have the mindset that, you know what, we still have tomorrow, but not so much during the grand finals. I mean, like, yeah, it's easy for us to criticize, but at the same time, it's so important for them. This is what they've been fighting for their whole life, and this is where things really matter, where they have to really push up all cylinders just to make sure they can secure those eliminations, because so far all we see from them is just a bit too much of a hesitant, a bit of overthinking coming up from these teams, that they stunted their positioning, even stunted their own progress in the map, that they don't really move too much.
Well, let's see if anything changes next. So far, at least they're still in page 1. So as you're still in page 1, I guess you still have a good chance to be back in contention for the championship. I'll be a little bit more worried for teams on page 2 unless something huge comes up, because we still have 11 games, so I'm not going to discount anyone just yet. But so the teams that we see got a chicken dinner, they're all on page 1. So if page 2, in theory, they want to get out to page 1, it's about getting the chicken dinner and getting a good amount of points at the same time.
I agree. So far, none of the second page team do actually try to get... I mean, like, they definitely try to get, but it's just so difficult with all the repositioning and different strat coming out all the teams down there, especially if you compare during the league season and the grand finals. The best example we can put up here is going to be Sena HWG. They were not one of the teams that are under the spotlight during the league season, but yet when it comes to the grand finals, feels like a different team entirely, where they've been saving up this tactic and strategy just to be used during the grand finals. Now, is it going to be enough for all the teams to adapt themselves within a short amount of time? That's a bigger question, because right now, if they don't try to adapt and get used to it and improvise, they're going to be having a big problem to get into PMSL, because so far last season we did have GE. Will GE still have that slot by end of tomorrow? Because tomorrow is going to be the last day in the grand finals, so stay tuned, because tomorrow we do have a big announcement, right, Cloud?
Yes, we have a big announcement tomorrow, but before we go to tomorrow, of course, we got to give some time to our players to into the game, you know, prepare for the next round. So we'll be heading for a short break, ladies and gentlemen. See you after this.
Finally, we are going back into our first wrangle of the day in day 2 of the Grand Finals PMPL Wildcard Southeast Asia fall season. And it's going to be starting off with a very generous flight path, cutting across this Naya Poliana just down south towards the hospital. We do know for a fact there's going to be a lot of teams dropping around Jogopol, maybe even around, so far Pochinki there's only one team, right? But those who are going into SMB, it's going to be a tough one. They need those vehicles to work, but if it happened to be SMB circle, it's going to be worth it.
Yeah, yesterday we didn't get a military base circle. We got a somewhat a Zaki circle. I'll still take that as a Zaki circle. So at least
First
something's
time.
fulfilled. Yeah, but a little bit of a change of a drop spot here. So Lipovka became one of the drop spots. So I believe that that's also because some of the regular drop spots is hard to reach. Hence that naturally happens. Same goes for Westbound Mom to Stauper / Kamishki as well. Something at the corner. So now these few teams at the corner, looking forward to see if they will be challenged with a circle that is going to be far away from them. SMB.
Let's go SMB. Let's go circle. I mean, I'm rooting for the circle right now. Just because those teams who happen to be dropping around SMB before, but never mind. We're always going to get this kind of circle. It's going to be a roll score and shooting range. And Magna do have the circle on their side. Two teams dropping on top of Jogopol so far. But FOD, so far, they don't have any contenders nearby. So I guess it's going to be a very peaceful start again.
So yeah, it looks like it's going to be an okay start. Just like how it was yesterday, except for the vehicle clashes. So far in our first few minutes, no vehicle clashes. So looking good at this point. And that gives us some time to actually look at the how close the points. So HWG, they are only 5 points behind Yango Galactic, and Sin is only 10 points, and followed by Enigma. Well, Enigma starts a little bit of a gap with let's see here, 21 points. So of course now what could really change after this round is going to be the top 3, but that doesn't mean that the teams after could not catch up. It's just a matter of the number 1, Yango Galacticos. If they drop the ball this time, then 2 teams can overtake them.
I agree. I mean, especially when it comes to 5th and 6th place respectively. The gap is quite significant, but yet not too big like 20H, but still enough for them to actually have to force themselves push 2 maps in a row now. It's all about being survival for the side of YG for them to maintain number 1. All they need to do is just not being executed too early on and make sure they're always in top 5 consistently in every single map. But HWG, we know they are the team that's quite unpredictable so far. If they want to go for the rush, they will go for the rush. They will go wherever they want and whatever they want to do. Because HWG is one of the teams that's, you know, so hard to predict sometimes, to know that where are they going, what are their objectives. They just run and gun most of the time.
Yeah, but as long as it works for them, I guess that's fine. And if you really want to catch up to the number 1, it's not only about playing safe and hoping for some points, especially with the current meta, with the current point system. Elimination points bring a lot of value. So it's not only about, oh, we want to be the 16 or we want to be in the top 40. No, it's about the championship now. So HWG can see why they're doing that, and so far it's working out for them.
But you mentioned about the second page teams. Yeah, I do worry about them as well. The gap is just too significant. We're talking about a huge gap in between. If you compare it with maybe even the 9th place, literally the start of the second page, almost 50 points in difference. That's going to be half of what YG already gained. But can they close things up when it comes to second day? Because today is going to be the judgment day for them. If they can at least gain around 30 points by end of today, or maybe more than that, it will be incredible. Yes, but if the least they should be getting is around 30 points for the teams down the second page across the entire day. If not, when it comes to the final day tomorrow, pretty much gone for them, the chances of getting themselves in the top 3.
Well, because we got still so many games, so I guess it also depends on what happens to the other teams too. I'll be more worried about like how far can like teams at page 2 really, or can we see a surprise from page 2 teams, like let's say PB onwards, the teams without 60 points onwards now, because like who's down there, right? So PBE, FOD, KE, teams that have done well in the past. So it's also surprising to see them still down there after 7 games. I'll be looking forward to see if they can actually pull up a rise and a Cinderella story for us to tell by tomorrow.
I agree, especially when it comes to Falcon and APG. Who would have thought they are the one that actually being in the middle pack this time? Because APG, last time I remember them during the league itself, they're having a bombastic entrance. They definitely have their grand entrance coming up very big, very strong, with Marcus and Exit playing in this season. It feels like everything for APG being toned down to the level where they've been too quiet for now. I don't know if there's something wrong internally or just they need to work something out when it comes to rotation of all the other teams. Aside of YG on the other hand, definitely they have a secret recipe final formulated, because they are working so well right now as a unit. And Andrew, especially Andrew, has been doing such a brilliant scouting work. He's been giving so much information from the last map into this map as well, and having his trigger discipline, not opening any fire, gives so much value for the side of YG right now.
Speaking of trigger discipline, Dale seems to be having it now. I guess he does know that YG is on the other side, but he's like, okay, no, I'm not going to shoot since he's alone now. But both Dale as well as Young Galacticos left the mountain. So I guess their first objective of getting up to there is just to gather information and to see the rotation of the other teams. But the moment they see that, okay, we don't get much out of it, like not many teams are passing by, so it's like, fine, we'll just move to somewhere else. Seems to be the plan that they move towards the ruins area, which is somewhat in the circle. Hence, stage 2 circle will still be theirs.
It feels like a yesterday circle, honestly speaking. Yeah, I do agree with that. I mean, like, based on yesterday's rotations by the teams, not many teams are actually passing through Gakam Mountains anymore. And you know what, they decided it's not going to be that much of a value and not much worth waiting for on top of that mountain. Even though, yes, it got itself a very clear white view and a vintage spot at that. But if there's nobody passing by, what's the point in the first place? So Ruins, yesterday, we saw quite a hefty amount of team just passing by there. So maybe that's the plan to come out from these teams. Enigma, on the other hand, on top of school, will be having school circle again, because that's what happened yesterday.
Yeah, infiltrated, I believe it was KE, inside of Pachinki. And then they kind of like shoo KE away from Pachinki, and then they got a couple of locations in the process. So it looks like it's pretty similar to what they did yesterday, but around the only difference is that KE is not inside of Pachinki. So I guess Pachinki kind of like, okay, maybe someone will come, and we kind of learned our lesson yesterday. It's their house, but we failed to defend, so it's okay. We'll leave Pachinki for now and move to the area wherever they are at this point. So it was pretty much a free pass for Enigma through Pachinki into the outskirts of school now.
Speaking of outskirts of school, which is not too far off from Pachinki Potato Hills, that's where a lot of fights happen to be there yesterday. A lot of graveyard been dig in by the teams due to standing here, but it's barely making into the circle so far. So I don't think a lot of teams were trying to force themselves to be up in this hill right now, but maybe a couple of teams will pass through. Especially G already take themselves in the best spot that is in case somebody here coming in, and we do have visitors coming up to a side of G Lab.
Game Lab, the only team at the Pachinki Hill. I guess it's not favored by other teams or majority of teams because it's by the edge of the circle. So it's like, it's okay, we'll focus in the middle. And I totally understand why. Since the circle has a split between the north and the south, so you want to be closest to the... In case there's a hardship circle that moves to either side, it makes it easier for you to rotate or to get across faster than the other teams, as compared to you being in the particular hills. There's still a good amount of travel to go onto the other side. And yeah, I guess that's where most of the teams, they choose to be there. But other team sneaking out the Game Lab, and the circle is going to be a kind one. It goes down south, main peninsula. Majority of the teams happen to be inside.
Not surprised we ended up on top of school, but first contact by TGOA taking on FOD, and with G-Lab at the same time. 4 teams are fighting against each other right on top of that potato hill of around Pachinki just now. And Scotty going for the rush, might just finish off the job by the rest of the teammate that knocked one down. Kai cooking up the nade, hoping it will land on somebody. Hopefully it's not going to be his own teammate, but they managed to knock on one. Joseph on the ground, Nang on the then having only one rock to barricade himself, while Kai with a bison. I'm surprised they don't double pick at a time, but that was surprising. They had 2 men just now for G-Lab. They can go both sides at the same time, but willingly throwing their bodies for Nang to shoot them down.
Yeah, it was like playing rock the Caesars, right? It's like, okay, you finish shoot, I noticed that you stop, maybe you're reloading, the other one comes out and shoot, and it's more of like the timing. And unfortunately for the last player of Game Lab, I believe was Newbies, he was a open position when he had to reload or when he had to move away, so the advantage was given to his opponent who was just behind that rock, and it was good timing, gotta give it to them. Good timing, good, I would say good courage to also show himself to actually start, because sometimes players will be kind of passive or will be kind of scared to. But yeah, he did show good timing and good courage, so gotta give it to them winning that fight. Unfortunately for Game Lab, because of that downfall, now guys of Asia can push Game Lab to number 16.
But the guys of Asian happen to be in the blue zone again once more and taking a bit of a blue zone just in the very last minute. We do have a very urban circle. This one right on top of Pachinki, and KE taking it in their hands already. If they didn't drop early on to the side of Pachinki, maybe because of the flight path before, but this is on their turf. They should have known every nook and cranny about this, and it's a lot of teams happen to be moving at the same time in the direction of Pachinki, and there's gonna be a huge mess.
Yeah, fast play for majority of the teams. There are still a couple of teams taking the slow approach, just like Sin. They always do that. Now, Enigma loses Spooky to KE. This time, KE will defend Pachinki like the back of their hand, like it's their home. It is. And right now, with that, they managed to get 2 elimination points in the back for KE. The rest of other teams are coming by.
This is their turf, yes, but too many teams are going to be a problem for KE to defend every single angle there is. One team just passing by, they cannot do anything about it because Magna know for the fact there's going to be a lot of teams just dropping themselves in here. They're just sharing the compound with Enigma being shot down by Cooper. As the moment they just pulled over the side. Enigma prepared for this fight and been waiting here for the longest time. And now going in for the rush, trying to flush them out. Caps cooking up the nade, hoping to drop in the small window. They might actually clip on one or the other, but Cooper not happy about this, trying to toss another one. Didn't clip anybody but QB on his knees. A bit of trading done by Magna and at the same time on Enigma's side. But KE, will they stay silent about this or they start to, you know, put their nose into this business as well?
KE, I wonder if they want to do that. So far, we don't see KE taking that advantage. And Magna, even they resetted themselves. Enigma holding their ground. Maybe because they're playing as a trio, so they're not having the best of confidence at this point. After that knockdown, they don't have information of the other teams. Or maybe they do. The fact that KE is at the side, so they're not going to go in. In case when the fight finishes, KE is a third party, and both of the teams, Enigma and Magna, both lose.
Honestly, I have a feeling that those actually rotating very late will gain the biggest advantage out of this. They don't want to be part of this battlefield right now. Sin is actually making a very intelligent move by coming in very slowly, because look at how concentrated it is on top of Pachinki. And looking at Falcon FOD, still feels like they might actually have a few skirmishes with D2Y chasing John very closely behind. They even pulled over, might actually want to open fire but make a big U-turn, knowing for the fact that, you know what, it's not going to be worth it if they happen to be shutting down themselves when trying to challenge up to the side of FOD. Falcon still trying to, you know, scout things out. But the circle will shift again. We do have Sin barely making it in. GE on the northern side, while YG and Bro, Harame Bro, might actually clash or bump into each other. But TGOA also taking a very slow approach. But look at the southern side. There's only going to be one team come up from there. Osja Esports, on the other hand, we gatekeep by West Point Mamba.
Oh, and KE has the church area. It's going to be a prime position for now. But for PBE, they Monboy, he's knocked down. Raimon is closest to him as Monboy now only has about 20 health left, but GE is going to secure that point. Yuran knocks down Michi. Look, Point Mamba joined in the fight inside of Pachinki.
This Point Mamba, Federalis knocked down on his knees again for Federalis. It's so crucial for him to stay alive as long as he can, because there's a lot of reliability for the team to his side of Federalis, and they got themselves in the chopsticks trench. But at the same time, a bit too separated for the side of West Point Mamba to give support here. Even Michi got knocked down during the process, and Magna happened to take the advantage while they can. Ozja Esports taking on TGOA happen to be fighting and gatekeeping on the southern side. Enigma are going to stay this quiet because they do know for a fact if they open fire now, it's going to be exploiting their own position.
Ooh, Ozja Esports, you want to see more from them. Now they are showing it. Ozja Esports, 2 knockdowns now, back to back. Can they find a third one? Of the guys of Asia, they're quite spread out. One of them at the lower ground, currently in the critical position. Ozja Esports, they have the upper hand now. Ranzer, the only one down, be able to be picked up as Edward is moving towards Astro X. Astro X down by Edward with the deep. Skynin comes and knocks down Edward. And that means guys of Asia down to the final person.
MH were trying to reposition himself on those elevations a bit too late when he was riding towards his vehicle just now and just flee the crime scene, knowing from the fact he cannot do anything more than just surviving for the sake of the team here. Have to sacrifice Amura in the process, but Skynin definitely will not give him a way and exit out. But he's trying to find him in the least. But he just managed to squeeze into the last circle just now, making sure he will wait on the other end inside of inner circle. Well, MH, this terrain will not help him that long. APG on the other hand, spotted out YG and just charge in towards Andrew. Not great! A Shroud running him down, but at least he still got quite a damage from that grenade just now.
Ooh, that was a close one for Shroud. If knocked down there, that's going to be some need. But now Shroud is still circling around. Trying to look for the other opponents as Andrew got eliminated by Sonic. AP registered their first elimination point in this round. Now Shroud sees the smoke right below, but he's countered fired upon. And Shroud will be knocked down. Now his teammates will need to... good thing is that his teammates not too far, but Exit knocked as well. Marcus taken out. Oh, Marcus, is he still alive? Okay, last stick of hell. Whew, that was a close one for Marcus.
Barely alive right now. Hopefully he got enough first aid for that to just reset himself. But for the side of GE, feels like they're fighting a three-way war at the same time. PBE taking down on GE, while GE taking down on Harami Pro, who's left with only one player. A lot of players seem to be knocked down from afar, including in APG Marcus' case. That's exactly is what happening. And he has no clue where the fires came from. It's going to be Harami Pro from the back line. And the circle, nobody coming up from the northern side except for PBE. They got those elevations. It's going to be a prime spot for these guys, but the only one that's stopping them is going to be GE. Well, YG and APG fighting inside of the blue zone with Ozja Esports happen to be just passing by. It might just make a big U-turn and go back into this fray.
Oh, APG now in trouble as Ozja Esports approaching. Pop gonna let them go for now, I guess, because of the timing, the circle. But oh, they spot out Shroud. Now Shroud, oh no, surrounded as Shroud will be taken out by Pop. There's another one behind. Sonic knocked down by Skynin. They're still finding their opponent. Skynin knocked down. Now Exit can finish off Skynin. Can he secure the elimination point in time? Will put pressure to him as well. Astro X sees the pros just right below him as Astro X, but the counter fire from the pros will knock down Astro X.
At the same time, Skynin barely make it in here, hoping for help. Ozja Esports becoming the cleaning crew for both teams. Harami Bro, another team just now, happens to be fighting against YG at the same time. Now YG given this spot for HWG to take them over, and they were less than 10 points of difference, and this is going to be the biggest opportunity for HWG to push them up.
Oh, Sky knocked by Kaya with a minute 14. That's a long range. All the from the areas of Pachinki to secure that elimination point. And now GE will need to fight against PBE. PBE has the compound. GE on the outside. PBE, they're not really favored by the circle. They're playing by the edge of it. At least GE is slightly within it. As been knocked out by Kaya as well. Again, it's going to be KE butting in from inside of Monkey.
Cole trying to scout things out on top of his rooftop, hoping to see something that moving. Definitely spotted out a couple of smokes from afar, relaying back those information towards the rest of the roster. Enigma Cooper taking out on Sen, who happened to be knocked down from afar as well. Sen, we have no clue where they're at right now. H2R trying to tap out on Puff Puff. It's going to be the M416 putting up to work. APG taking on Mach9. It's going to be APG eliminated next. On a different story, we do have PBE still eyeing out all the teams. They're picking fight whenever they can against two teams. And Raimon just having a flying car climbing up these small hills, just trying to visualize what is happening on the other side of a mountain.
Well, Raimon, okay, he's going in for it. Okay, he'll be at the forefront. He's trying to go in for the rep onto GE, getting information. He sees the smoke. He's definitely going to go in for the scope onto the smoke. But before that, he secures the elimination onto Ichi. The rest of GE eliminated by PBE. Long range fights end up with PBE winning this.
It's going to be detrimental for GE. The moment they got themselves the momentum, the last chicken dinner, now have to bow out quite early again. We're left with only 10 teams here with 33 players alive, but only a couple of teams. Make it like around 5 teams having a full squad, the rest not so much. TGOA with one last player. We do have the circle shifted upwards this time. On the outskirts of Pachiki, where KE already placed himself on those elevations. It's going to be a huge advantage for them.
Oh yeah, they're up on the old church. Big there for KE. Plus, teams that come out of Pachinki might go that direction, and that's where KE farm from that area. So this is going to be great for KE. I wonder how many elimination points they have at this moment, but looking at their current position, they can definitely add to that.
Back to a side inside of a Pachinki urban area. Is going to be urban warfare here. Magna might actually spotted out by Davan, who's happened to be the flanker of KE. Enigma a bit distracted with Magna pushing towards their side, going straight in the direction of Koopa with an AKM. He whiffed it and he missed the spot and the chance to take him down. Now that also giving away the rest of Enigma's position. At the same time, they are positioned in jeopardy, so they have to either leave, pull back, or just fight it off, and they decided to take up the challenge. Now cooking up the nade, hoping to drop the projectile exactly as around the corner, but we do have a new contender in the fray. Sin happened to be passing by. Will they pull over and just park themselves in between this battle zone?
Whoa, the latecomer Sin is in the battleground now. Osha Esports on the other side, but still being put pressure by multiple teams who are currently inside of Pachinki. Now Sin gonna go. Even Magna's putting pressure onto them. Huyura tries to land the shot. So far Magna 4 elimination. Not too bad for them. By the edge of the circle, everyone inside Pachinki is now really by the edge of it.
It's too much crowding done on the southern part of the circle, and you are trying to figure out which one is his teammate, which one is the enemy, because all fire is being shot. And FAD and Falcon have been going on a warfare for the longest time. They happen to be fated to fight against each other again from the outskirts of Pachinki, now inside of Pachinki. Chanlong trying to open up a couple of smokes, going around towards the side of FOD, wrapping things out and trying to flush them out at the same time. Well, one of his teammates, the last teammate that you have to save right now is going to be Say Cloud, bleeding out. Not sure there's any time. No, Kaya from KE. Stealing that from afar.
5 elimination points now for KE, and they can add more to it. But surprisingly, Sin, they still maintain a full squad though after all that. Not only that, 3 elimination points in their hands. And now the charge coming from Chanlong, he will clear out the house. And that is the end for FOD. But they still got 8 elimination points.
On the side of KE, on the other hand, they might should catch up to that 8 or 9 elimination at this stage. Nobody giving them enough attention, and they're just shooting people from afar. And they got the upper hand in this case. And nobody's coming up from behind their back as well. Magna still having his eyes to the side of Enigma. Try to wrap things around, but Chanlong coming up from Falcon will be the change for this team's performance. He will backstep them if needed as well. But on the side of Magna, how to pass through this. It's not going to be just one team, it's more than one. Come out from the northern side, there's only 2 teams still fighting up there, and that's it. That's what KE have to be worried about. But on the side of Magna, they still have too much to think about with mollies, grenades everywhere, and have to force a fight against Enigma to cut across to the side of KE, and at least they secure themselves another elimination. 6 in the bag for now.
Wow, 6 for Magna. They are rolling. But they gotta roll because the circle moved away. And the next challenger will be Sen before they go on to KE. KE's high guy advantage. HWG coming in from the other side as well. HWG on the outside of the circle. Ma with a nade, cooking it up. He knows that Moy is up there on the second floor. The nade will land on the second floor, but will not connect onto Moy as Sin is still holding strong.
Trying to get themselves on top of those abandoned church, but HWG taking dominance over that place. Magna Mal, after one fight to the other, there's no resting at all for these teams. After one fight to another, and now Holy Lunge making sure they cannot even make an entry with those DBS, but it's a bit of a trading done between these 2 teams. HWG now taking a fight against KE, who's been trying to sneak all these kill steals from afar, but for the side of Magna, Sen Moy just open up the space for Kayla to just revive FV back. But Magna, they still have the time to recuperate themselves and working out as a unit again. Four players all up and alive with full squad going, but the blue zone is against them.
Oh, but the nade to Labo will knock him back down on his knees. Would there be enough time for Magna to reset? Now Magna need to finish out the job. Moy goes down to the ground floor. Moy will put pressure onto them. Moy will be burned instead. And looks like Magna still doing well, but they need to finish off FV on the second floor. He's still alive. And Mao on the ground floor trying to take them out as well. Time is on their side. Here we go again. Yura knocked out with the DBS, but can he get the rest of them? But had to reload. No time for him.
Magna pressure by the blue, nowhere to run. It's going to be a huge hike with a steep cliff at that. HWG taking advantage, and now HWG might just take this home run away. But PBE still left with 2 players. They do have the numbers for HWG, even those elevations, even the circle. They're shutting down on KE, and that was the prime spot they were fighting for. On the side of Alpha, reviving Mewtwo. The moment they will stand up, they do have first aids to occupy inside of Yadkar as well as Mewtwo right now to reset themselves. But the rest of team of HWG have to open up their angle. They have to spread out to find the remainings of PBE.
At the same time, taking time to reset themselves, looting a little bit here and there just to restock. And right now, at the same time, they are circling around to find their final 2 targets. PBE at the lower ground, not spotted out yet by their opponent. So I guess this will be a you come towards me sort of moment. But next stage, the circle will close entirely and teams just by the edge of it. So I guess HWG will be the first one to make the move before the and closes fully by stage 9.
Yahiko, unsure about the players of PBE where they at, force himself, Alpha, to just go and not running down his own teammate. Raimon and Cool knowing for the fact they don't have those advantage of structures and elevations, so they play alongside with the slope of the hill, knowing the terrain will help them to see if anybody try to pick out from this mountain, they will try to shoot it down in an instant. Yakari positioned towards the side of flank. They know exactly where PBE is. It's not behind them, it's definitely in front of them. But how to get there safely? Cool and the rest of PBE, Raimon will play this as safe as possible, trying to confuse HWG, not even popping up any smoke down there where they don't have any troubles anymore. But all they need to do is just wait. For Cool, at least he still got 3 hand grenades to work.
I wonder when he will toss it out. I guess his best just to like toss out the nade, hope it lands onto someone, gets a knock, gets a 2, then they can go. But the spread of HWG is going to be quite tough for PBE to actually land the nade. Now they do have the terrain advantage as well, as the terrain is rougher on the side of HWG, meaning that it's tougher for PBE. And we saw that. They are having a good time now. They are really confident of wrapping this up.
Hopefully they're confident enough not to make a mistake here. Definitely they pop a couple of smokes building the bridge just to go the other side. Alpha 7 tried to bait them out with the audio cue coming out from vehicles. Raimon agitated right now. One side of Cool just waiting for the right time to drop those nades. He's throwing it away, hoping it will clip onto Alpha 7, and it did. Down to 40 or 30% of HP left. Raimon still managed to take down on Yahiko. He's on his knees now. And this is going to be a problem if Alpha 7 being spotted out. They will equal out the playing field if they spotted out Alpha. But lucky enough for Alpha, managed to reset himself back to full HP. Now PBE, they're giving away the position. Now all they need to do is just trying to shoot them down.
Oh, maybe that's what HWG wanted. They wanted them to take 8. And now Raimon exposing himself. They're starting to move. Raimon is now super duper low. This coming from Yaka, and HWG will gain the chicken dinner. Here we go again.
Hey, at least my curse is not real this time. And this time I got it right for me, Cloud. HWG, since yesterday and today, taking such a great liberty and performance, pushing so much, and just giving us a wow performance since day one of Grand Finals. Maybe they can be our champions for Wildcard here.
Yeah, they could be the surprise team. I mean, they were on the rise, especially on week number 2, and bringing the momentum so far. And if they can, I mean, maybe black shirts will turn into jerseys by next season. But here we go again. They are going and going again.
I'm not surprised if next season they're here again. It'll be picked up by another org in the future. But for the side of Alpha, I've mentioned this guy supposed to be under the limelight a bit more often because he's such a great mastermind for HWG. 600 over damage, 4 eliminations, 200 over damage taken. Just shows it. He's always the front liner for the team. He knows exactly how to occupy the spaces that can be used towards their advantage, and he just paid so well. HWG Magna this time, even them pushing up. I'm loving this. The teams from the second page now starting to move forward.
Yeah, even for PBE as well. So this time around, it's great to see like names up on the teams to watch. Magna, they even eliminated Sin, a team that has a lot of firepower. So looking good for Magna as well. I wonder how many elimination points they got, but the fact that they are on number 2 in the team to watch, I guess the elimination points are just significant. The fact that they got up there. So Magna, they played really well this round. Who knows what might come up? They can continue this on.
That's kind of true. And on the side of KE, this should be their turf. This should be their chicken. They are playing brilliantly alongside with that circle. But it's just the one thing they forgot to focus on is the ones at the back, which was HWG coming up from the northern side of the circle. They thought that it was empty because the last time they checked, there was nobody. Because all the teams down there were right on the southern side of Pochinki just now. But because of that, because of how HWG coming up from the northern side, fought one team and taking over KE's position, they deserving this chicken dinner. They have fought a long way for this.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And then overtook the high ground that was held by KE, the church area. So this is great coming for HWG. Other than that, FOD, 8 elimination points, but because they went out at number 9, so it's 8 points that shoot them to the top 6 in this round. But for Yango Galacticos, only 1 point this time. The overall chart is going to look interesting next.
Yeah, there's going to be a gap between HWG and YG now, since YG giving away the position. There's going to be 15 points gap even, with the double chicken taking over the number 1 spot. HWG standing strong up there, but Sin is joining the triple digit club, and Enigma might be next, but including if they're not being eliminated early. But so far GE maintaining number 5 with Enigma in between, but coming on the second page here, TJOA, they tried. They really tried, but it's just so hard for them to get out from this, you know, this rut of a bottom.
Yeah, well, 4 points difference with game left, so there's still a chance, but we'll do a break. See you guys after this.
Leap of faith. That's the phrase for today as the second page team rising up to the occasion. You guys are tuning into the PMPL Wildcard Southeast Asia fall season, and we will be your casters for today. It's gonna be Choo Choo and Sir Cloud.
Oh yeah, two teams. And okay, just to point out as well, the fact that HWG got did meaning that there's no more room for if we want all the teams to get the chicken dinner. So everyone else has to get the chicken dinner now. No more room, sorry. But HWG, number 1, yay!
They got chicken yesterday, they got another today, and yesterday, even though they didn't get any chicken in some of the maps, they maintaining themselves at the top 5. Consistency is always the key. Even though all the other constants, including like the circle, the fly path, will never be the same, but they managed to secure another chicken for the day. And HWG not even popping off during the league stage, where they were in the middle pack instead of the top 3. Where did all the top 3 teams in the league season gone?
I know, right? It's a big surprise there. But you know what's in store? Yeah, this surprise as well. So the new Power Crew series available now. I'm trying to make out what Dinosaur is, the female character.
It's a pony. It does look like the, happy ponies or something like that. But I just realized the T-Rex, the swagging T-Rex in the middle is actually wearing out an eye patch.
Oh yeah! Now I can't unsee it. Right.
I let you process that for a bit.
Yeah, I had to take a good look. But you're right.
I mean, speaking of mafia dinosaurs, that's a bit cute with pink color mafias, but something red and daring for you guys is going to be the Ducati Panigale V4S. I mean, I want to get a Ducati myself, but real life is just too expensive. Do you know how it costs of Ducati in real life, Cloud?
I have no idea. It costs a lot of money.
Hundreds of thousands.
Wow. Okay. I gotta win multiple PMPLs then to afford that. But you know what else? At least this is affordable. You get the new RP series. You get items worth over 48,000 UC. But there's a lot of value that you can get out of this RP. And what I really like again, the machete. It's beautiful. Gotta get it.
It's a half-broken machete. If you want to try and slice durian on it, okay, will it work? That's the question though, because it's a durian season right now in Malaysia. But back to as our team in the game, we do have the Dino ground. If you guys want to try to play something extraordinary, just tune in and also just log into your account and play. It's available for everyone. Just, be wild in the game. Have fun. It's not just about competition anymore. It's about you having a good laugh with all your friends and family. Maybe even join in with your parents to play along with the Dino Park team. But next one, back to our official matter, which going to be in the next Erangel map. And so far, it feels like, here we go again, do have a better grasp on Erangel by far. Yesterday, they had also a chicken in Erangel.
Yeah, I guess it's because the reason why in the teams to watch, right, it's because their week 1 wasn't that great. So week 2 was great. They were on the rise, and then now obviously they're great. So if they were having that weak moment like what we see now, then they'll definitely be one teams to watch for the Erangel match. Because right now, like what you said, possibly we can crown them as of now King Erangel with their chicken dinners.
But at least they are gradually increasing when it comes to the performance, right? What we worry most is going to be you gradually decreasing, going down instead of going up. That's the case for GE. But so far, at least both of us not having, at least mine is I am hitting 1 for HWG, not so bad. But I say GE, you got 1, so don't blame the casters for today. It's not our fault, okay? We hit the jackpot for today.
Yeah, happened to be both teams that got a chicken dinner having a color code. I don't know, just so happened, right? But next, who knows? Maybe the other 4 that have not hit the chicken dinner from our predictions will get it. And I so happen to the teams that have not got a chicken dinner before in my prediction. If those 2 got it, then we'll still be on the roll for every team to get it for themselves. Magna almost got it. Just saying.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Almost. And Magna has been improving if you compare in the grand finals or even during the league. This is the best performance just yet coming from Magna. I mean, like, they do have the firepower, but it's all about the tactical they're lacking before. It feels like they're polishing it now in an instant, and that's going to be a very high growth if you ask me, because within just a couple of days or even hours, they can adapt themselves to play better when it comes to the second day of grand finals here. But speaking of which, Cloud, today we do have 6 maps, right? And we have 6 predictions, 3 from each of us. So will there be any chance that we can get all the chickens based on the team's prediction today? Right?
Oh yeah! Oh my goodness, that will be our new record if we manage to hit that. Like, I'm pretty sure no other caster would have gotten that sort of hit. Like, I really gotta fact check that, but you know how hard is it to get it right? So that'll be a nice flex. That'll be a nice.
Yeah, we can actually gloat for all the other casters out there. Like, you guys never have all 6 predictions right. We might actually do, but I don't want to jinx it, because we might actually jinx it when we mention it.
Yeah, so okay, so let's not talk about that. So, okay, page 2 teams now. They are on the roll. They are having a good day so far, generally, especially in the previous round. So maybe someone from 2 will get the chicken dinner. I mean, we still got a lot of teams haven't gotten a chicken dinner yet down there. Maybe PBE, second place finished, and this time, maybe it will be their time. Who knows?
I'm trying to check if there's any team that never land any chicken during the league stage. I believe there's gonna be a couple of them, right? Including, I think Magna never land any.
Magna got one.
Even got one. Okay, once. TGOA on the other hand, how about them?
And they got a couple as well. I think they got one as well. At least 1 or 2 as far as I remember. So I think that all the finalists, they've gotten the chicken dinner before this. Yeah.
So it's not feeling so bad then if they don't have in the grand final. At least they have a taste of it during the league season, right?
Yeah, the team that didn't get a chicken dinner that time was Hyena Raven.
The only one.
The only one, yes.
Man, that's going to be feeling so bad for them. But like it or not, a game is a game, a competition is a competition. But we do have our next Orango map. Will we ended up right on top of school or around there again?
Let's see. But we don't have a military base yet, so the game still owes us a military base. We have enough center circles. Come on, game. Come on, Circle God. Give us military base. Let's go.
Feels like the casters today are very demanding of a tall order of SMB, which never gonna happen, but hey, surprises sometimes. We do have the flight path coming up from the west towards the north, all the way, coming up from Quarry up to Severny. I don't think it's gonna be SMB circle, but yeah, fingers crossed. We're still hoping that's gonna happen, just to make a bit of a difficulty for the players. It's gonna be entertaining for us, but we do know for a fact those teams that love to drop around Milta used to be PB Esports, right? It's going to be a hard time journey for them to cut across from hard left of the circle towards the hard right.
If it goes there, then maybe it's somewhere around Medusa intersection. Very common spot. But I won't if it goes towards Milta Power. Like, let's go all the way to the right. Might as well. Only challenge our players, but also give us something different to see, especially when the ending. So we have different terrains to see how our pro players overcome the challenge.
I mean, like, pure evil is one thing, but Satan is you, Cloud. You are that devil, you know.
Always.
Just to make it difficult for the players who's running for their life here, but at the same time, we're waiting for the circle to pop. At least it's still Medusa intersection, not all the way to Lipovka, right? Close enough, but I'm glad this happened. But we might end up on top of a Medusa intersection. But first contact between Michi and MH of TJOA now.
Okay. Alright, so we have an AK there versus Micro Uzi, MH and Michi. If this
have
fight,
weapon?
Yeah, both have weapons. Micro Uzi. So if it takes too long, then I guess backup will come. But it's gonna be somewhere else. Joseph knocked down, and he still have his teammate together with him though, so it's not gonna be that easy for Falcon to finish up.
I don't think Goblin do have any sort of weaponry because he's just playing with those vehicles. But FOD feels like they're having some trouble there. It's going to be the center of the circle having a skirmish, including APG, who's happened to be around Ferry Pier. But West Point Mamba, they given the information. He's alone and afraid. Nobody to help him at the same time. The entire cavalry West Point Mamba is here. What to do here?
Yeah, he got a shotgun, but okay. A little bit of back. Edward will secure the elimination point, but looks like TGOA, they are back. Wait a second. Wait. What?
Why?
What?
How?
Wow! Long range for Edward together with Arm's brilliance. He won over West Point Mamba.
He clutched that with a shotgun as well. What really happened to West Point Mamba?
Man,
I'm trying to register in my brain right now what really happened.
I wish we got a good visual, but now we gotta focus on the PBE. A little bit of a trade, but PBE. Oh, okay, they're surrounded by Game Lab as well, so PBE not in the clear. We got Scotty coming in, as well as Kai coming from the north as well. Make it in time as Cool will pick up his teammates. But then again, for the West Point Mamba, that was a mystery.
It was a 4, Cloud. It was a 4. The entire squad was there, but back to the side of G-Lab. Shutting down PB who's stuck in between here. They're compressing both ways with Kai. That's another team being eliminated. This is just too early. Just seconds into the game.
I know, right? It's like, what? They hardly even do anything. In fact, they got like 0 points. But at least PBE, they went out with 1 point, but it's still... Ouch for PBE. We did talk about like the possibility of like someone like a PBE to get the chicken dinner and get up on there, but now with this definitely not gonna get it.
Still trying to get over MH clutch just now. Entire team of West Point Mamba obliterated, but for the side of FOD, a lot of 4v1 there. But for the side of Easy, he cannot do the MH just now with the Bison in his hands just previously. And Falcon managed to pick one off from the side of FOD, who happened to be living with only 1 player left. I think because of how they were fighting against PBE before.
Yeah, so, yeah, I guess it was from the PBE fight. Close quarters combat. So now they play the rest of the round with 3 players, but they still managed 4 points from PBE. Oh, hang on a second. Only 1. Who got the rest of PBE then? Oh, hang on. I'm trying to make the calculation. FOD got something.
It's
APG
G-Lab,
got
if I'm
something.
not mistaken.
Yeah, it was just
Probably
like a
G-Lab.
mess from the start.
It was G-Lab,
G-Lab.
fighting
Oh, yeah,
against
that's
PBE,
right.
who PBE were trying to busy themselves with FOD. Feels like a fish wall out there, but this is surprisingly too early for so many teams going out and losing so many men in the first stage. Like I mentioned, the timer didn't even pop for the circle to shrink. It was seconds after the flight path, and everything just finished and ended. And they just, poof, gone. And the thing is, maybe because of the flight path itself, is just contradicting to the side of a circle.
Yeah, that kind of forced teams to like drop into awkward areas, like what we saw earlier, like those smaller compounds, but so happened that there are other teams around. So teams like PBE and West Point Mamba had to pay the price for it.
It's too big of a price to pay for it right now. We're talking about second day with second Wrangle map with only 1 more Wrangle to go. I'm surprised. I'm waiting for West Point Mamba to make a miracle out of this, but maybe this is not their map just yet. But we do have SMB players, which are going to be LGI Esports, finally getting into their comfort spot, but they have to go back up and leave SMB when the circle happened to be shrinking, but at least they got time for that. Other than the early skirmishes, which decimated 2 teams entirely gone, it feels like now we're back to peace and quiet for now.
Yeah, I mean, after that whole thing, imagine this, right? We're like a couple of minutes into the game. 14 players already eliminated. That's insane.
That's too fast, honestly. We didn't even get to see how MH clutched it one with 1. I mean, like, they do have the rifles, right? MH only got one shotgun. He worked so well with it. Clutched the entire 4 players of West Point Mamba. It's West Point Mamba, Cloud.
Yeah, it's a shotgun and a M4. At least from what we saw, he was supported by Edward from afar. But that's pretty much it. Like, Edward's support, I think he only managed to get one. If I remember correctly, it was him against 3, and then the rest of it was history for that. It was an amazing clutch. I mean, it was such a clippable moment if you gotta think about it.
Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, it's not every day we get to see a 1v4 clutch. And we were mentioning about how can he stay alive. He just showed us he can. In a very fashion way. Back to the side of YG on the other hand, I feel like YG want to play it a bit safer than per usual because of last map just now. They've given their spot to us HWG the moment they're being decimated by the entire team. So they want to avoid all unnecessary fights as much as possible until the top 8 maybe. So maybe when it happens to be the top 8, that's where they start shooting down players, because they know for at least, hey, we got ourselves not empty-handed, going down with at least couple of points for placement points. That's what matters for them. But for HWG, do they want to go more aggressive than they can? Because they are actually doing it, and they're doing it right. They've been playing very smart with their tactical rotation-wise. We can see that they have studied every single team down there by getting themselves in an entry point where there's not many teams when they were entering into the circle.
I like to see their position right now. I wonder will they really push it to other teams depending on where they are. So they are 15 points ahead of Yangon Galacticos, but 15 points, well, of course, can still be overtaken by Yangon Galacticos. 15 points, and then they are 8 points away from Sin, and then Enigma onwards is a little bit too far for this round. But what I'm most impressed, of course, I guess, to me, the most impressive team in the previous round, definitely Magda. From number 16, they started off with number 68 points, but now look at them, they're number 13. And their point gap is still close enough to jump up to maybe even page 1.
Another team that surprises us other than Magna was yesterday's Arami Pro, but today is not doing so well for them, as APG managed to knock on one, finish them off straight away. But Arami Pro decided, you know what, we want to make sure that we can stay alive for the next couple of minutes, so they just leave it be and sacrifice a man for that. But yeah, I mean, like Magna back in the league stage during week 1, they were super aggressive. I love this team so much because of how they bring themselves into fight after fight. But when during week 2, it feels like they're being a bit quiet. And I'm loving they're showing back their true self in the grand finals here. And speaking of which, true self for Sin, Moi will be eliminated. A lot of pick-off here and there, surprisingly, in this map.
And the fact that Sin got eliminated by previous round. This round they didn't start off well. I mean, they're starting to lose their grip. Of course, 3 players, it could still happen. Still, the chicken dinner could come to them, but it's going to be a lot for them this time. Now, KE and GE, the 2 teams with only 1 letter difference in team abbreviation. Again, fighting against each other. I think it's quite common that these 2 teams happen to meet.
KE. But for Harami Pro, they scouted out and knocked on another player of APG now, trying to get a sweet revenge after Imam being finished off by the hands of APG. At least they got themselves some redemption after lost one of the members and bailed him out. But aside of Harami Bro, they cannot stay here anymore longer because the rest of APG might seek out for revenge. So I feel like the moment they re-loot themselves with the death box, they might actually try to jump into a different compound entirely. But on top of Shelter, that's going to be an interesting place if we happen to have that last circle there.
Yeah, Shelter will be interesting because there are multiple levels to it. You have the underground area, and if the final fight is like, okay, inside of that underground area, that'll be pretty awesome as well. We don't get to see that many of that. Now let's see, the circle goes there, shifted a little bit to the left, so we might not see a Shelter unless it shifts hard back onto the right.
But we do have Medusa intersection where YG and Sin happen to be sharing just next to each other, with FOD and GLab waiting on the right side. HWG, on the other hand, things have been working out well for them, coming in very late, while the rest of the teammate of HWG a bit too far, might cutting across Pachinki at first, and TGOA decided they're going to come in very late as well from the northern side, cutting across Ruins instead. But GE now, This is a team that always under the spotlight. But when it comes to the grand finals, it feels like the league curse is going really well for the team. If you're taking #1 spot in the league, just like how it happened with West Brom Mumbai in the last league, feels like going through the same thing for GE right now.
Yeah, 28 points difference with HWG now. Unlikely for them to get the #1 because we have to take into account that HWG add points too this time. Only 2 teams are tanking the blue. The #1 16 team for GE. There's still a good enough games for them to come in with a surprise. I mean, okay, if we look at the history of GE in the league, like week 2, like the first phase wasn't that great, but after that they like caught up to the #1, especially the last day. So I don't know, maybe day specialist, last day sprint for GE. Just putting it out there.
Hopefully that's gonna happen. If not, they might actually lose their spot for PMSL here. There's only 1 spot available for these guys out of 16 teams out there. But Magna decided they want to play a bit of a hide and seek game in the shelter. Hopefully they are not going in there, because going out there is going to be a bit of a problem. But at least they try to park themselves playing alongside with those elevations around this shelter area. But we do have YG eyeing them out with FOD inside of a tunnel of that shelter or the bunkers area. If they decided to go in, they might actually found out the last player of FOD has been hiding in there for the longest time.
Yeah, Nax, the only man for FOD, a team that not showing like how they did last season. Only 1 person left, and he's praying for Magna not. But Magna came down. Yura showed himself, but Nax took the first advantage against him, securing that 1 point. But for the rest of Magna, I guess it doesn't look like they're interested to really go in. I'm not too sure yet. But Toki went down. Pov coming in from the other side. Look at the amount of teams in this area now.
Oh, Magna, they have to go into the bunkers area right now, like it or not. But Toki, they didn't know there's only 1 player in there. They thought it's going to be entire cavalry waiting at the other end. So that's why they will be hesitant to make an entrance into the shelter area of the bunkers. But on the side of Magna, they will be forced to do so because G-Lab, I think, are forcing, Osja Esports, are forcing them to whether to take the fight against Osja Esports, who actually do have elevations, or just going straight into the shelter area. And GE plays himself in the center in the next circle that pops. TJOA worth rotating all the way up there because nobody's actually guarding the entry towards the northern side. KE coming up from the west. We might actually have HWG coming up from southwest side, but FOD Nong, I mean, like, he is clutching it by himself against Magna here.
Yeah, so far he's holding out really well. I guess for Magna, I think they would have enough information to like, okay, there's only 1 person there. But the thing is that if they go in, like the angle's favor towards Nang, so he can get the first shot no matter what. And look at his angle. He's so confident by holding this angle. Circle doesn't favor this area, so it's not going to be really worthwhile for them to go in just for that elimination point. I think Magna will just leave this. If not, Enigma might be happy to take.
On the side of Enigma, they're leaving this, knowing for a fact it's not worth investing too much resources on top of shelter since it's not even in the circle. G-Lab, Kai waiting at the other end. G-Lab, look at where they at. And Kai just spots out, almost got run down, but Enigma pulled over in an instant. Greeted by that by the hand grenade just now, but Enigma clipped off quite a number because YG is in the crate as well. No way, 3 teams happen to be landing at the same spot at the same time, where Enigma barely make it alive just now.
Oh, full trade by Enigma. Somewhat helped by YG, as YG was the one who took out Skadi. So now Enigma, they can still reset, but they're still being shot at from afar. Koopa will be eliminated. Enigma needs to make this fast. Caps will be the next one to be revived as QB up himself. Hopefully another team doesn't drop by, as now Osja Esports close. YG as well, but I guess it's because these teams that are in the circle, they'll be like, no, not gonna go out.
For the side of Osja, they have to force them out anyway, because they are in the open space, and Enigma, the moment they reset themselves, they might actually push advancing towards this side. And we do have Magna, we mentioned about them before, and now they are running away to avoid the fights, but the flying car almost being smoked up and even almost gonna explode at this point. Lucky enough, they managed to flee, but GE is waiting the other end. Oh God, Magna nowhere to run.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Magna, right now, they only have 2 players left. Not sure how much can they get out of this round. The fact that Falcon is still alive, and King, like basically the teams above them, so they can still add on to the points. APG just right below them, still as well with 40 points at this moment. 8 points, and they'll be even with Magna. 9 points, they'll overtake them and put Magna down.
Oh boy, Magna left with only 2 players, without any sort of elimination points. Side of GE, they got themselves quite a strong compound to work around it, even in the center of the circle. YG, they had a compound before, but they need to leave. As the circle shrinks, the Blue Zone's coming in. Osja Esports still taking themselves in a very open field here, so they need to move as well because they barely make it into the circle, which some sort of 200 meters apart from them. It's not too far off, but the problem is there's going to be more than one team guarding over the other side. We're talking about 3 teams gatekeeping on the northeastern here, and YG is one of them as well, who having the same problem as Osja Esports. Well, we do have, I think there was Enigma waiting at the other end. They have, if they happen to move at the same time, Enigma will have the problem instead.
Yeah, so that's where the fights will be interesting. We are at stage 5 though, so I think it's something that we can expect as viewers. This is where a lot of the fights will start to happen. Crashes, even close range, as the circle is now close enough for all these teams to get. And we can see that it's happening onto Amura knockdown, and as well knocked down by Edward, so a little bit of a trade there. But FV, his teammates are not close enough to save him, but the circle not favoring either side. So both teams need to move and say bye-bye to each other.
Oh, they're gonna say hi to Enigma later on, but they will clash against each other first as May and Holy Lungy greeted and saying goodbye. As that will finish off the last player of TJOA. Never mind, TJOA is actually dominating, and we do have only 12 teams remaining. GE on the other hand feels like too comfortable for them for now, and YG, the moment they get out from that smoke, even not even getting out from that smoke, already Enigma waiting in the crate area. This is where everybody trying to fight over for this place. APG Sonic cross the street as well, but YG, the Blue Zone starts to hurt. It's gonna be burning them off alive, and Andrew and YG, the rest of them trying to fan out the positions, but there's too many teams up here.
Oh yeah, look at the amount of teams, but oh, hang on. Osja was eliminated again. Man, tough round for them. But YG, okay, they want to take back their #1 spot. They managed to get 5 elimination points for now and looking forward to add more. Outside the circle, they will crash it onto Enigma. Romeo Boy, the forefront. Romeo Boy with Astor shoots at the capsule. It will not connect. That's Romeo Boy will be counter fire upon, and Romeo Boy needs help.
I don't think the shotgun works in that distance, but Andrew coming in for the support. But Andrew finished off one of Caps who being knocked out early on, trying to take down QB as well. Ring around the Rosie with the vehicle, even got himself a drift. Manad on the other hand coming up from the back line, but finished off by the Blues and Spooky at the same time. Enigma still holding their ground here. But we do have a next contender, which is going to be TJOA. On the side of Falcon playing the high grounds against HWG. But I want to see back what happened to Enigma just now, because it happened to be TJOA moving forward towards their side, and GE taking advantage towards TJOA reposition as well.
Yeah. Ooh, wow, beautiful. If I say Cloud, but the shot from the side will knock him down. That's going to be from Yaka. And WG tries to find more elimination points. D2Y from the high ground. Beautifully done. And Yaka will be eliminated by the nade. But it still will not save Yaka. But Mewtwo will secure that point for their team.
The circle shrinks. QB and Caps will be left by Spooky here because they are too deep into the Blue Zone. TGOA still remaining with 3 players here, whilst GE having a full squad. KE coming up from the left side with no contenders at all, except for 1 player of Magna, left with only Labo there. Harami Bro and HWG might actually having a go against each other, which they are doing it right now. Now, whoever wins this one will actually get an entry towards the southern side of a circle, while Range reposition himself, trying to have a clear view. They're going through the smoke, and they saw one! down. They tried to run down, but he barely missed it. Dill's on the ground. As Alpha being shot by Few from those elevations. Few going through the smoke, trying to find Mewtwo with a DPS. I don't think DPS worked from that distance, but Few repositioned himself. Both taking the DPS to work. As Mewtwo found out Few, it's going to be 1-to-1 trade for both teams.
Okay, now range against Mewtwo. Mewtwo needs to win this. The name from Mewtwo, he will keep it back. Opens up the DBS, lands a shot. Can he land a second shot onto Rage? Rage now is Rage dancing, but Mewtwo wins the fight. The DBS gameplay for him. 6 elimination points now for Here We Go Again.
5 just by Mewtwo alone. Now he can pick his teammate up with so many loot to upgrade himself. Now back to the side of GE, the untouchable squad in the center. But here comes APG rushing into the compound, and KE try to open up the angles. Spotted out Sonic at the back line, and now Zai tried to take him down at the same time. Spotted out HWG on those elevations, and Master Ichi just try to pick out from his comfort zone while they're placing each player of GE on a different angle entirely. They try to hold the fortress as a squad.
Aha, look at this. He's out, Sin is out, HWG, they're basically adding points to pull away from the competition. At the same time, APG out at number 7 with 2 elimination points. GE, K, the only 2 teams with a full squad. We might see a new team getting a winner unless GE can spoil the party. But KE still in this a full team.
Devon trying to see anybody coming up from the back, just in case they need to clear out any sort of security reason, just for the insurance, to make sure there's nobody following up behind. But there's going to be HWG on their right side there. Not aware of this just yet, and GE definitely been taken advantage towards TGOA if he happens to be wanting to cross the street. But that audio cue coming up from those vehicles, given the KE a bit of restlessness, and smart shot down Alpha from afar, but KE want to take advantage of this and finish them off straight away. The top managed to knock down on Mewtwo, and that's gonna be HWG eliminated at 6, but at least they got themselves quite a number of eliminations.
Yeah, and not only that, there are competitions eliminated before them, so definitely pull away. But we'll tabulate the scores later on, as now we'll be served with the next circle in about 10 more seconds. GE still with the circle, still with the compound. This will be the fortress. They're going to stop TGOA from coming in, and they're in the where the majority of the road is at. But I guess the circle will determine if they're still good. And yes, they will be still in a good position with the circle and the compound.
This is just their conditions all in their win for GE. Even got themselves an AWM to work with. Magna take it on TGOA. Amurachi. Labo trying to finish off the last player of TGOA. Amurachi is still there, firing back to a side of Labo, who barely got any structures in between, hoping that small rock will be his covers temporarily, and barely got himself any more utilities to work around. Only worked with those couple of bandages. Still spraying over the side of TGOA. Edward left here with another player, Maze, a bit too far off from Edward. Edward need to reposition himself, but there's going to be one player in between. That's going to be Enigma. If they want to open fire, they can. KE taking the backline of Magna. Magna is restless right now. Compressed 2 sides, and Labo have to pick his poison.
Ooh, here we go. Will Labo pick his poison onto Magna? Now, Boy knockdown. Oh no, not the player that they want to lose. But GE with this compound, they are looking really good at this point. Boyshaw will be eliminated by Ichi. It's going to be 9 elimination. GE, could they get another chicken dinner on their rise to catch the number 1?
They got the compound, they got the circle, everything is on their side for GE. All they need to do is just the closing towards all the other teams down there. And Master Ichi is reckless, but definitely intrigue his interest, trying to finish off TGO across them. GE side taking advantage of those smokes being popped up just now, randomly tapped in the smoke, while Edward casually, just the big swing from Zai, taking him down. Labo know for the fact that he barely make it into the circle, now have to move due to the blue zone starts to shrink, and he's slowly advancing towards the center, but spotted out KE players who try to revive themselves along the process. But GE is across the street, nobody trying to take them down except for KE for now.
Ooh, Labo has to move, but they finally see him, and KE will be happy to pick up the point. Eliminator number 5. No elimination this time around. Bakda, GE. Look at this compound. It seems like no team want to challenge them. But the next stage of the circle, there will still be a ring. And the circle, will it favor? Yes! The compound that GE is at is still in the circle.
No way! This feels like they got it just in their palm for GE. Back-to-back circle right on top of this compound. And for KE, they have no choice than just playing it on the outside. And Spooky, on the other hand, tried to spot outside. He definitely saw Zai just now. He doesn't want to open fire just yet. He knows for a fact he's waiting for the right time to open fire, waiting for KE to go down first. But he's very tempted to just open fire to Zai. It's just such a clear shot from his distance with that Scar L. But waiting for anything to happen, Master Ichi managed to finish off the top in an instant, leaving KE with only 2 players left.
Oh man, definitely GE's chicken dinner in the back now. I mean, all the other opponents are doing outside circle. Circle will close, and they have eyes on the KE. Yes, they don't have eye onto the last member of Enigma, but it's not going to be a big factor now. As they can only focus on the KE, they take them out, and that's basically it.
KE eliminated next, down to last player. Spooky spotted out Master Ichi, but it's pretty low with only 17 bullets left in the magazine.
Oh.
He got himself a consolation before he goes down, but GE getting another chicken in a day really shows they are coming back into the grand finals pretty strong this day.
Well, could GE be the surprise team, the comeback team, day 2 onwards? So far, another chicken dinner in the back, 2 chicken dinners day for GE, Genesis Esports. But with them getting a chicken dinner, that means that we will not see all the teams getting their own chicken dinner at all.
And you hitting your jackpot again. Yesterday I voted for GE, they don't want to get a chicken. But when you call out for GE, they definitely have improved so much within a day. Hey, at least KE close enough to get that one, right? But speaking of GE, that was a very meticulous round for them. They calculated every step to get into the center of the circle and prayed that the circle would favor them. And Zai just now, how many big swings he caught himself in such a fortunate moment where he just finished off a lot of plays running towards their direction and easily just shutting them down from a distance.
Wow, and not breaking a sweat at the same time. 0 damage taken. And he got himself like 7 eliminations. 740 damage, pretty much like the average of like, when you shoot, you get it. Pretty much that. And without a sweat. Wow. GE didn't need to travel that much because the circle did favor. They had the compound, so luck was on their side as well. But you need to have skills to defend that compound. GE, not only depending on the circle, not only depending on the luck of being in the compound, they managed to get a good amount of elimination points at the same time. So GE, man. Now the team's on top. They'll be starting to look at GE again.
Yeah, they have to now. There's no denying in that. But the big question is, who is #1 spot right now? Because YG, last time we saw them, they tried to take back what theirs as a start. But we do see HWG really try to push forward with those eliminations. But I don't think it's going to be enough for YG just yet. Because HWG survived quite a long time in this map.
Yeah, HWG, yeah, not gonna lie, they did survive quite long as well. I think they got a decent amount of elimination. It's just that compound was really hard to overtake. Like you need like maybe a few teams going up against GE at the same time. That maybe GE would feel the pinch. But now 22 points for GE. And let's see here. HWG only 8 points this time.
But still #1, I guess, because of how YG just happened to be on the 7th place instead. But I have a feeling GE definitely pushed themselves up in the top 3 or even #4 place, because last time we saw them, they were at #5. So it's either 3rd place or even the 4th place coming up from GE. But I have a feeling for HWG, the gap is real. And they're still maintaining the gap with getting themselves some points still in this map. And in 133, that's more than 15 points now against YG where we had early on. But GE having a tie with Sin. The difference is going to be the initial bonus point and also their rank points, including elimination, still favoring GE as a whole.
Yeah, GE.
Sorry, KE. Sin, sorry.
Sin and GE, they have the same points, so it's still 26 points difference with HWG. Still needs a couple more rounds, logically. But for GE, yeah, they are significantly rising at this point. And we are still at our pattern of a team with the red color logo gets a chicken dinner.
And the same flag.
Yeah, but same
And the
flag as
same
well.
flag.
Yeah, the Myanmar team. Wow, it's a day for Myanmar.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, Myanmar team is really strong when it comes to day number 2 here. We barely get to see any Philippine team survive long enough, including any Cambodian team so far, and they have not been popping off. We only have one Singaporean team coming up from Magna, but Magna, I am proud of them. I mean, like, even though they are not up there, but it just shows how much they've been growing the past 2 days. And when it comes to the last wrangle, I'm hoping to see they are driven enough to push themselves to be as aggressive as possible, because this is going to be the last wrangle map to be played for day number 2.
Yep, the final wrangle. Could it be another Myanmar team getting dinner? This will be interesting to see, because so far the first 3 games owned by the Myanmar team. So yeah, but I'll be keeping my eye on what's going to happen to YG, to HWG as well, because so far today, okay, but it's also because other teams catching up. That's where they're sweating.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, it was kind of safe just now how HWG played themselves. They try to avoid unnecessary fights, but so far we haven't seen too much coming up from Enigma. They tried, they really did, but FOD on the other hand, they always happen to be facing Falcon quite early on, and FOD, they always being the one that being eliminated during the Great Migration in the 5th or the 4th circle, and they used to be one of the most fearsome team when it comes to fragging.
Yeah, it's a very different FOD there. It's not as dangerous as before, not gonna lie. Same goes for West Point Mamba. West Point Mamba last season, if I'm correctly, they were league champions as well. West Point Mamba, they did super well that time, but with us it was like kind of iffy. But it still shows that they are a good team. But around West Point Mamba, like what we saw, they started off being the first team to be eliminated. And it was a surprising, like what, 4v1, 3v1, something like that. They still lost the fight.
It was 4, definitely 4v1 against 1 MH. So I guess the poison for West Point Mamba is just going to be coming up from MH. He is the bane for West Point Mamba right now, and they should avoid MH for whatever the cost is. But coming back into the overall ranking, right, we're talking about the second page team rising up to the occasion. But so far, I'm liking what I see, even though we don't see a lot when it comes to the top league teams going up there. But HWG, how long can they stay in number 1 spot?
Let's see. If it's the same level of performance, maybe one more round, and then maybe a team will overtake them. So they have like 18-point gap. So I would say that that's somewhat worth 1 round. Yeah, that's about it. Unless they can, of course, continue doing well.
But we do know when it comes to the last day, right, Cloud? I feel like this is a trend right now for the grand finals. Usually, when it comes, the gap is quite significant, especially the top 3, right? When it comes to the final day, the top 3 teams will be eliminated early on, so there's no budge of points when it comes to the last day. I hope that's not the case here. That's why I want the gap is very minuscule between the teams, so there might be a change even though the top 3 teams being eliminated quite early. But in this case right now, we do see the gap between the 4th and 5th place and so on, especially coming up from 9th place. The gap is quite big if you ask me, but coming up from top 3 and GE is on the rise. I mean, like, GE, if they keep performing like this for the next map, I have a feeling they might actually get into top 3, maybe even finish in top 1 if they got themselves a hat-trick by end of the day.
Ooh, yes, if they can get 1 more, then they're definitely, okay, if they can get 1 more, yes, if they can get 2 more, sure. Yeah, so because we must also consider that like, the teams above them will continue to gain points as well. So I think 1 more would still put them, yes, top 3, but they can get another one, meaning 4 chicken dinners in a day. Can you imagine that? Then number 1, it's very likely for them. But if they get a 3, they would have broken yesterday's record.
I mean, do we ever have 4 chickens in a day? We did have GE on a hat-trick before. I don't think so, right? So far, nothing of sort.
That's how far
of
a history that you want to go.
Oh wow! I mean, like in the wildcard, we're just gonna stop there on the
Okay.
wildcard region. And so far, if GE managed to secure all chickens after this, I mean, like the door is that way.
Yeah, get 3. Wow, I mean, it's definitely impressive if they get that. But of course, if we look at like week 2, kind of behind, and we're thinking like when we're casting that, we're kind of thinking, okay, GE might not be champions on week 2, but never mind. Week 1 they were great, they got enough points, all that. But their last day was the last day, or at least the last 2 days, that really shoot up, like catching up to the teams on top, and they to get maximum points from there. So I feel that this is a history speaking of repeating itself.
Possibly, but it's all down to the other teams whether they want to change things in the last minute tomorrow or not. But hopefully today they still can play the catch-up game, especially the teams in the middle bracket. We talk about the middle pack here, including PBE, including FOD, Falcon included, and who else that we didn't mention enough? West Point Mumba, that was a very questionable performance. And also Ozja Esports, and Ozja Esports, they start to rise up here. We can see them slowly trying to, take off, pick off any players while they can. But I think they are studying themselves a lot too much, and some of the players are overthinking that they're not willing to make a move at first. Most of the teams, if you notice, they try to wait for the other teams to engage first, and everybody wants to be the third party, but everybody's waiting, nobody's shooting, so there's nothing to be third party of.
Yeah, and when they shoot, it's like a lot of the shooting happens like very early on. That's why the GE thing happened, the West Point Mumba thing happened, and then everyone's like, okay, like in the first few minutes we already lost 14 players, so that cuts a lot, right? So that means that in the middle there's a little bit of a void, because you don't that as many players as you would normally see, like maybe it's all 60 alive to stage 4. So that's why there was a little bit of a void there until towards the end everyone starts to go like, oh, they go crazy again.
Yeah, I really hope it's going to be a crazy round next one, because there's not many wrangle left for these guys. We talk about including tomorrow, there's going to be 4 more maps to go. The same goes for Miramar, there's going to be 4 more maps to go. It's getting lesser and lesser of chances for these guys to catch up here. And they have nothing else to lose, especially the teams on the second page here. I'm loving that the fact TGOA realizes quickly in the second day. You can see a bump of performance, and it was a significant increase of their firepower as well for today for TGOA, including Magna. Now, if they start to realize early, they might actually can get up to top 5 by tomorrow. I'm not surprised if that's happened.
Yeah, Magna. Interesting. Even if they can get to top 5, I think it's an incredible feat for them, considering they start the only team to start with a single digit, only 8 points. TGOA, I'll be looking forward to them as well, because I think that there's a possibility next round they can game lap to number 16, because we can see TGOA okay, getting better as well, but for game lap it seems to be the opposite for them, except for the part where they dominate PBE. But other than that, game lap as well, I think they are downward trend, so that opens up room for TGOA. So yeah, that seems to be the case right now. I think below be some sort of an interest, because nobody wants to be the number 16 team.
I mean, like, by the end of the day, somebody have to sit down there. But you guys watching at home, I do know you guys are very passionate about our next game. Bear with us for a bit. We're waiting for the queue to get into the next map, which is going to be the last wrangle of the day. But drop in the comments, who do you think will take away this championship? Who will be the champions for fall season here? Will be another GE again? Will be a HWG, which is going to be a newcomer team, which not really a new team entirely, because I do know Yahiko and Mewtwo used to be playing for SKR. They're parting ways with another 2 players, which are going to be Exit and Marcos, who happen to be in APG now. But I am loving the fact if HWG coming up as a new roster with a new name, new brand, coming in without any org, with no jerseys, happen to be the champions. Now that's a great Cinderella story.
Yeah, even at their current performance as well, they're doing very well, surprising other teams. Sometimes I do think that it's not about whether the team has an org or not. It's more of like how driven the players are and how much they want to prove themselves, whether it's to themselves or to other people, or to really prove themselves for whatever future collaborations that they might get in the future. And it just shows that, you know, sometimes you don't, that becomes like an extra or a bonus or some sort of comfort. And I think it's still really down to the players of how much they really want it. And HWG, they are saying that they really want a good future inside the competitive scene, and they are definitely showing that. So HWG, I mean, it will make a great story as well if they can get it. But if they get the pass on to PMSL, meaning that there is almost no chance for GE to get a slot into PMGC. Looking a little bit forward, since you already got the announcement how it is going to be. So GE has the extra pressure of, if you want to play PMGC by end of the year, you must make it to PMSL first.
I just really hope they clear their hat before that, because if that's what's at stake right now coming from GE, they definitely cannot overthink themselves and not putting up too much pressure, because it might be counterproductive for them, because that's what happened in day one. We don't see a lot of GE. They're being caught by a surprise by so many teams, being ambushed after one another and being picked off by so many teams one by one. So a lot of the cases, if you notice, so many players like scouters, especially even the IGLs, who happen to be just lurking around the area, been taken out by a team that happened to be just passing by. Speaking of fate, right? Speaking of coincidence, it happened to be finished off by coincidence, not even planned out. So maybe the flight path and a lot of Northern Circle these days, we do have a lot of area in school, Rostock, shooting range. So that kind of circle kind of emphasizes that so many teams quite know how the rotation for all the other teams. So I just hope for this circle, come on, give us a sort of an SMB circle just one time. I'm asking just one time.
Yes, we cannot have a final without the SMB circle, you know. I think remember that one time where we got too many SMB circles that, okay, we're happy now. I think it was PMSL, right?
Yeah, that was the day. I mean, up to the point where it's like, come on, we want to be nice people. We want to be the nice people saying no more Southern Side Circle. But in this case, we are literally begging for it. They're not even giving us once.
Yes, we cannot have final without an SMB circle. We only have 4 Durango maps here, so please give it to us, SMB circle. But I can't think about it like it's been a long time since we saw Bridge Circle.
We never have Bridge Circle this year. Never, for once. Never once. Even though they rework on the platform, it should be considered as LAN, right? Because you have the platform now.
Yeah, to me it makes sense. So please, okay, if we get a Bridge Circle, that would be a big. If we get an SMB Circle, I'm happy now. I'm not going to demand too much, but hopefully we get that. But what will we get after this? Will GE continue to be on the rise and challenge the number 1 spot? Let's see our final wrangle for day number 2. Here we go.
It's the last wrangle for day number 2 in the grand finals of PMPL Wildcard Southeast Asia fall season. We're talking about a lot of teams on the rise, and we're HWG, who would have thought, still staying at number 1. YG trying to climb back up and just take back their seat, but now being denied, whilst GE suddenly rising up to the occasion, slowly climbing up to 4th place for now. But if they being finished off early in this round, they definitely will lose their 4th spot.
Yeah, we gotta keep up with that, because so far we can see from the first wrangle, no early, but the second wrangle, oh wow, first few minutes 14 players got eliminated, 2 teams got eliminated, so it was a big one there. So based on, I think drop spot wise, we might not see that kind of fight, but the fight or the scuffle might happen when they get vehicles. But because the flight path is kind of okay-ish, maybe it's going to be like the first game.
Well, if the flight path contradicting the circle, it will be SMB. Just putting that one out, just hoping and praying that's going to happen. But on the side of PBE, they dropped, this is going to be a very generous flight path like you mentioned, and everybody just drop wherever they fancy, and it's within their region. Oh, thank you! This
is going to be interesting, but hey, we're going to start off with a bang! Game Lab and West Point West Point Mamba want to redeem themselves for the previous round, but Federella's down. Taken out by Newbie to get the first blood in this round right now.
Sorry for the shout, guys. I'm just super excited right now. And speaking of West Point Mamba, they definitely don't want the deja vu here, but it feels like it will end up that again. But G-Lab, Newbie, pretty low right now with those rifles. And now Michi do have the A-cam to work, but Meg's at least taking on Newbie with those guns work with M16. But where are the rest of G-Lab though? They still have a tree. I'm surprised they're spreading out too wide, too thin between themselves, because they can just finish off West Point Mamba just now. Now it's a bit too late because West Point Mamba did manage to get a reset. At least both teams get themselves 1 point, right? So it's equal fair play for both teams. They got something out of it.
Yeah, so it's a 1-for-1 trade there. But I noticed that KE also lost Boyshon, so it's that player that we talk about, like, you don't want KE to not have Boyshon. So unfortunately he was the first one to go out. But now we're going to see Game Lab again. Okay, they're not going to like, oh, this the Philippine connection now. It's like, they want to be the best in Philippines, but now it's going to be Kai alone.
Oh, man. It's going really tough for G-Lab, willingly giving the bodies away in the side of West Point Mumbai. And Michi easily just pinned them down. It's a clear sight, that is. They didn't even try to hide themselves to just push into West Point Mamba's lair. And speaking of the Philippines, right, I think I know why the reason they're not in the top 5. They've been tailing each other and been fighting each other way early on because of how they get used to their rotation. But Mix made it happen. G-Lab eliminated and they are stuck in the last place.
Yeah, the guys of Asia even overtook them. So Game Lab, pretty much a from great story for them. They were somewhere in the middle and they slowly slide down and now number 16 still after this round. But it's going to be West Point Mumbai. At least they'll be happy with, okay, a bit of a redemption this time. For St. Cloud, ooh, QB from Enigma will get the knock, but no elimination yet. But the rest of Enigma is coming in.
Here he comes again, coming out from the side of the kill. Falcon D2Y try to shut down to the side of Spooky and the rest of Enigma. QB repositioning himself on a far flank side. Cooper climbing up the hill, hoping to get on any side of Falcon. But the Falcon going for this engagement. They're just parting ways as fast as they can. But Spooky is not happy, really committed to it. But Cooper still taking on Say Cloud in the same time. Oh boy, a lot of early skirmishes here due to the flight path plus the circle just too far from each other. But FOD and West Point Mamba. Now this can be a really tricky one for West Point Mamba to open fire since they only have 2 players left.
Ooh, okay. So if they open fire onto FOD will... Okay, there's someone there, but looks like they're just going to ignore it. Since it's going to be a military base circle, the objective is just to get onto the island first. Okay, Irma's having a good time there. But they are also hoping that no other team crashes in onto them. And they'll be playing a bit of a gatekeeping. But I'm sure if they had like a full squad, they can do a lot more gatekeeping than this.
Yeah, that's kind of true. They can gatekeep, but they have to be cautious about giving away the positions at the same time. Also, Esports on the other hand try to take those high grounds. And they are definitely in there already, while the rest of them still lurking around the main peninsula just to get themselves any loot before they cross over to its SMB. Yeah, it's entirely 100% SMB circle. No way out before that. I mean, if it happened to be shifting on the northern side, we ended up on top of a bridge, which is going to be more great as an ending. But PBE, now they're going back with the boat rotation, and this is going to be their routine rotation as per usual back in the days in last season. So it has been some time to actually see PBE on the boat again.
Except for Ryan, he's not with them. So I wonder where he is. Maybe he's the one that's like, okay, I'll do your bags, you guys go, I'll join you guys later. But that means that he needs to have another maybe. Or he's going to take the land route into military base. Not too sure. We haven't got visual, but we get a confirmation later on. As Magna still in Severny. And Severny is like the other end of the circle.
Oh boy, Magna taking this very slow, as long as they need, at their own sweet time. We do have another boat rotators, which are going to be Sin. Well, we did saw Sin playing with boat in the last game, right? They took such a long rotation up the north before. So they're doing it all the way down south this time. But Falcon working as a 2-player squad. Going against Hosja Esports. I mean, like, I don't feel like they will start to engage. And I have a feeling Falcon just want to scout people out to get some intels out of it. And maybe just trying to work around their corners and make sure they can be safe for a longest time. Because they do know for a fact all the teams are starting to move towards the SMB side, especially when it comes to stage 2. But Harame Bro, on the other hand, just nearby towards the coastline, taking on APG, but GE taking on Harame Bro. Where is that happening right now?
Yeah, the other 2 members of Harame Bro knocked down and eliminated by GE. GE is going to be happy that they got the point, but for the now only left with 3. Okay, Phil, he was shot at. And looks like this is the area of military base. Oh, 2 of them inside military base, while the other 2 still on the main peninsula.
That's surprising how far apart they are. Maybe there's some sort of having some insurance policy, you know, just to have another 2 in case the other 2 happen to be fighting another team. At least the other 2 remains in the circle just to play for position ranking. But PBE will be visited by the side of GE here. 2, 3 players possibly in this car right now. While the other one is going to be lurking around the area and taking another vehicle. So Loki, what is happening?
And somebody got to get their license checked. Edward, on the other hand, knocked out by Exit with a Bison. Oh, TGOA now in as APG crashing in. Mayw still alive. And Mayw, we have seen it before. Can he pull it off again? As Amura Chili will be taken down. And Circle, it will definitely go down. Oh, there is still a certain percentage at the top, but come on, it's gotta be mid to the base.
Nasty Circle. It happened to be a hot shift on the north. It's going to be a problem. But TGOA having a bit of a problem to dock themselves on the left side of SMB here. And leaving with only APG to clean up the mess. YG, on the other hand, do have Manet and the other HWG coming up the same direction here. I think it's going to be a very bloody bridge on the left side. Because 2 teams moving in the same direction. Anytime soon, they will happen to be clashing. On GE's side, they're taking things slow and steady here. They're trying to avoid any sort of unnecessary fight as per usual. But speaking of the circle, I mean, like, if it ended up on top of farm, that's going to be hilarious.
It is. It is. We have a lot of teams still on the main peninsula, so they'll be happy with that. But for majority of these teams inside military base circle, just like PPE, GE, and so on, oh man, can you imagine their team comms?
They'll be so confused right now. Do we go to farm? You want to go SMB or farm? In between, we'll be swimming. There's going to be a bridge in between there. I mean, like, bridge camping would be the perfect time here for them to have any roadblocks. We barely get to see any roadblocks. You remember those old days where we do have line-up vehicles just to stop people from, you know, going through that bridge once upon a time. I miss those times.
Yeah, I was off with that, did it that time. I remember clearly. And I think it was only done once or twice, and that's about it. And no one else actually did it. So I wonder if we'll be able to get to see that again. I think it was really good and creative, and definitely will catch all those teams off guard.
It used to be the favorite of back then in the BTR Red Aliens days. They love to do that. For the twins, Ryzen as well. They love to play that kind of very creative plays. But these days, not so much, especially they've been parting ways, right? The Indonesians loved those roadblocks back then. But a lot of teams happen to be drowning themselves in the ocean as PBE and Sin, who happen to be both teams taking the rotation on their boat and having a bit of a clash here with Sin drowning in the blue zone, not just the water area. Claire and Moy, who can save them right now, because PBE definitely not their friend.
Yeah, and Sin, their ride was a little bit later than PBE. PBE landed first, so that's where they can keep Sin out of land. And now with Sin out in the open, they have one player that's still active with the blue. It's definitely not going to go anywhere because you can't heal inside when you're on water, so I don't know what will happen. Doesn't look good for Evan. He is about 40% health before turning into a box.
Yeah, but speaking of Boxer, this guy's very loyal to wait for PBE. They're still hunting down Sin. While the Circle got just a tiny piece of land on the main peninsula up there. Nobody's having the expectation it will end up there. But we do have YG fighting against Sin in this... Oh, sorry, it's HWG in this very small compound inside of a blue zone. Like we mentioned before, on the left side of a bridge is going to be a bloody one. It's not even on top of a bridge. They're just at the pier of it. But the rest of the teams that already landed themselves at SMB now all fighting to be in the center, the coastline in between the main peninsula and SMB. And nobody, I'm surprised, nobody gatekeeping those coming up from the bridge side as well.
Yeah, the bridge is open still. So I guess teams just want to focus on getting into the circle this time. Okay, never mind about the bridge. And plus, majority of them in the military base island already. So I guess that's where they feel that it's not going to be worth it. But anyway, I'm so surprised that Sin is somehow still alive. I think he went to the boat, he healed, and that's why he's holding himself there.
Fights are everywhere right now. The boat ones have to just dive a bit more longer because the one on land is not too safe either. As FOD spotted out Enigma, Caps were separated. Their formation's broken due to FOD interception in between their rotations here. And I have a feeling easy, just, you know what, I want to scout and that's it. I got my intel, I got some information. I'm going to go back and regroup with the team. But Loki swarmed by HWG. And that's a scary end on the side of Loki just now. And the swarm of HWG is real.
Yeah, that's the elimination that they would have wanted. A team that's taking them in the overall charts. And HWG now 2 elimination points. The rest of YG doing the outside the circle on the left bridge. But now for Enigma, they will lose Koopa to FOD. And FOD, they're looking for more. They're surrounding Caps now. Caps tries to get away. Playing by the right bridge. And currently on the outside of the circle. Now FOD will be the one gatekeeping them.
Oh, they have raced for the gatekeepers. Joseph pull over straight on QB, hoping it will connect, but nothing seems to be connecting so far. A bit short coming up from the side of FOD, but they definitely will wait Enigma from the inner circle. We dare you to cross this. That's what the statement given by the side of FOD. But we do have Falcon on the other end as well. So if both Enigma and Falcon happen to be squeezing up FOD from both sides, now they will be surprised of this.
Yeah, that will be interesting to see. And plus it's by the circle, right? Meaning that stage 4, they might not get the circle. And the fight will continue on. And the circle will come and everyone's pressured by it. Just like what APG's facing right now. At APG, at least they have a couple of members inside. So as a marker. So exit can come towards him. But for YG, if they get eliminated at this point, HWG will be really pleased with that.
But GE got themselves the center of the circle again, with Magna occupying on the northern side, where we do have APG marching on the first one to march on the left side here, while HWG still didn't settle their scores against YG, while Enigma on the other hand have to fight against West Point Mumba and FOD at the same time. Well, Sin player FV just gonna wait it out. We're looking at the bridge camp here between YG and HWG. This is gonna be a bloody one. They managed to get on 1. Manan managed to knock down on 2. It's gonna be 2 in the discount of 1. But Maneno finally down on his knees here. With Mewtwo now starting to push forward, but a bit hesitant to push right into it because Andrew is still waiting around the other end. He got himself only last first aid here. Mewtwo, like it or not, you have to make swift. Never mind. He denied the point just now.
But he only has 1 first aid, though, so I'm not sure how long HWG can last. But at least they're longer than Yangu Galacticos. Let's see if they can get more placement points, as PBE now will be at number 11 with 1 elimination point. Sin, I noticed that every he on land, he was around the areas of Nofo the last we saw him on the map. And somehow Sin is longer than the team that was gatekeeping them. That was PBE. But finally out.
But will GE score another hat-trick in the grand finals with a back-to-back chicken dinner? Full squad alive. Got themselves a most comfortable compound once more in the center of the circle with 3 eliminations by now. Well, the other teams, FOD, barely actually get themselves a foot into the center of the circle. They're quite far, but at least they still have a full squad. Same goes for Magna, who's actually nearby to the side of GE before this. But FOD, they're still playing around those elevation elevations, waiting for the next circle to shift again before they start to rotate and navigate themselves, because they know for a fact if they move too early, if the circle shift again, they have to make a U-turn. So might as well just wait it out, but Harame Bro keeping the pressure onto them.
And pressure on the YG because GE, like what you in the circle with the compound, I mean, it's perfect for them. They still have a 4 as well. And HWG, okay, I don't know how long that one last play for HWG lasts. If he goes out, GE will be the happiest of the bunch because there's opportunity for them to close the gap.
It's kind of true. They already got themselves in the 3rd place now. They're cutting across Sen, because Sen didn't get any sort of eliminations in this map particularly. And YG already fallen off the chart, out of equation. But the question is, how much can they gather for those eliminations to take the 2nd place here? If they got 1 chicken, it's definitely themselves putting on the 2nd place. Whilst for the side of HWG, knowing for the fact they are the last, they do have 1 last player for Mewtwo, but he's not at a place where he can take the blue zone anymore because he doesn't have any more health utilities on his side. He does have a couple of throwables, but he needs to use it to make sure he can survive a bit more longer. But it feels like he's going the wrong direction. He's straight into GE's lair. Feels a bit grim for Mewtwo's ending there, but so far he's still surviving and alive.
I guess that's his best route because he's playing by the edge of the hill. That gives him maximum cover. And so far he's been choosing his route fairly safe. Now GE is waiting for him inside, but he won't go straight into the middle because he's alone. But unfortunately, GE still spots him out, and that means GE has the chance to close the gap for sure.
That's kind of true. All they need to do is cross the street and get to where the players, they will not be spotted out just yet. But also Esports, the moment they climb up those hills, there's going to be high elevations working and see through GE right across them. Harame Bro, fortunately, Harame Bro is actually distracting Osja Esports at the current moment, so they have no intention to advance towards GE's direction. Falcon taking on FOD as per usual. It's going to be their arch nemesis. Again, Falcon versus FOD has been going on rivalry for the longest time, but KE, the only one that can stop FOD and Falcon at the same time, is going to be them when they have to actually force themselves advance forward. But right now they've been gatekept by 2 teams at the same time. Harame Bro, very close enough to GE, but I'm not sure if they have any information on GE's position.
Well, now they do as
now.
GE shot onto them. Yeah, that's why they're like, okay, we don't want the compound. Still a 50-50 on which area to choose. The circles could still go up on the northern side of the road or still go down on the south side where GE is at. So, but what's going to be interesting, I think now is going to be FOD and a couple of other teams on the right, including KE. I think this will be the next point of contention.
It's kind of true. I'm surprised how KE managed to squeeze in here, passing through FOD and Falcon at the same time. They know how to negate all these unnecessary fights, but he spotted out Joseph. Now Joseph is on the ground and taking out a bit of a karma on Kaya. Straight now shooting him down, but Falcon Chunlone spotted out Harame Bro the moment they spot out those fires just now. And keep on spraying on Chunlone. And that spray, just hope it lands on at least a couple of bullets on top of those players. And now, finish off Goblin in a swift manner. But Chunlone have to regroup with the rest of the team as Goblin asking and screaming for help right now.
Oh, is he trying to deny the point? Okay, I have a feeling that, yeah, he's trying to deny the point. He's trying to take out Goblin.
Save him.
Okay, that's a smoke. Alright, because the first few was a frag grenade. But now it's a smoke, so he can go in for the save. But he has to do it fast. FOD, they are now back up as a duo.
True to that, but this is a perfect time for Chunlone to retrieve Goblin. Hopefully it's not too late now. They don't have anything cover themselves in between. The moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be gone for them. GE, on the other hand, might actually be favored by the circle again. I feel like the god of circles definitely love GE for today, but when the circle shifts, we have no clue where it will end up on here. But KE taking out FOD again with Falcon fighting a 3-way war. Harame Bro, they are agitating. They want to be part of those fights, but Magna will gatekeep APG in the meantime. Osja Esports having the clearest path entry into the circle, and the circle shift.
Not entirely on the GE, but they're not too far away as Magna gets a knockdown out. They're looking for more right now. Marcus is in trouble. He's on the lower ground. Yura has the DBS and that one DBS shot will not land onto Marcos. Marcos has a UM. The name from Yura will be cooked up. Toss on to his opponent. Marcos evaded. But Marcos super duper low right now. Magna can finish up the job. But the DBS will not gonna exit is here. But exit goes down to Yura instead.
That's a mid-range shotgun, I give you that with that DBS, but it worked for Mel for the second time as they are fighting back. Magna trying to eliminate APG out of the equation, but there comes Labo dropping out a big nade, might actually shutting down on APG, and that does the job. Well done. They seal off the deal, but they need to reset because Austria Esports is on the hunt.
Well, GE got themselves 5 elimination points now. They might close the gap against Yangon Galacticos to get the second place finish. But now Yangon Galacticos, they are sweating their pants now. They might lose that second place. Now for Austria Esports, still a full squad without a single elimination point. Looking to find back the momentum. They play by the edge of the circle. Now they need to be on Magna next.
They want to do the fight. They want to find eliminations. But nobody happened to be passing by them for Austria Esports. Even Skynet have to rotate back just in case there's somebody else there. But definitely got shot from afar. He knows where the shot came from. So he will relay back to the rest of Austria Esports exactly where Magna is. And now they're going to go and take the fight. They know for a fact this is the time for them to really gain those eliminations with only 6 teams remaining. Toki now scoping out to the side of Chanlone, driving in with a very fast manner, but they won't go down easily. Taking and switching over to DBS. Labo taking on Chanlone, but at the same time, Labo is just too low, but he survived.
Wow, Magna, 5 eliminations now in the top 4. Really well so far. FOD out as well with 6 elimination points. Now Magna against Esports. This will be their big challenge. Magna now, they are on the lower ground. Nade beautifully tossed out by Mal onto Ranzan. This could be their opening to wipe out us.
What a Kobe just now. Magna playing hats off. One of the best performance, but it's too soon to speak of them as Astro Axe just finished off Mal in an instant. Now Astro Axe tossing another nade, knowing exactly where they stand. Even toss another molly, not even giving them a chance of a breather. That's gonna be one of the Magna players. Mal will be finished off in an instant, but it's not done yet as Labo still there standing. Caught Astro Axe on the ground. Finish off in a swift and a clean one at that. Labo, the last one hanging on the very thin thread. Tried to take Skyning out. It's going to be 1v1 Mexican fight between Austria Esports and Magna.
Oh, but the pros are right behind Austria Esports, taking them out. And now it's going to be the pros doing Magna a favor. But Magna now only 2 men left. The pros might want to try to find where exactly he is. But look at the movement for G as well. They want to come here as the third party. Labo tries to defend this area, but Labo eliminated. That was a close one, but this is the moment where GE can come in.
What a performance by Magna today, but GE, will they get a hat trick? Will they get a triple chicken in a day? And a back-to-back one at that for their third chicken of the day based on the last performance. If they do, second place is definitely theirs. And heck, maybe they even got themselves the first by the end of the day. But back to Sarame Bro, they are back in the zone for their focus is back to the side of GE. 3v4. GE do have the numbers. They got themselves the compound. They even got themselves the center. What else there is? Harame Bro have to figure out how to distract them, how to separate them from each other so they can pick off one by one.
Right now, GE having the advantage of covering multiple angles as well. So, GE pushing Harame Bros back. Okay, Harame Bros now making their move for you on the vehicle. Where to go now? Is he going to go towards GE? I'm not sure if he knows exactly where GE is at, but I think now he does after hearing the footsteps. So he's taking it slow and steady.
Oh, not so much! as he hopped onto that vehicle, giving away his position with the start of an engine. And that's a Kobe drop, a big one by the start of GE. Now they're going in for the push, finish off few. But Rage, he's panicking. Same goes for him, knowing that they're not safe anymore. They're popping off all the smokes they can. And GE hunting them down for every angle there is, compressing in any way possible, trying to find the last two players of Harami Bro, who's barely living right now and being hunted down. Like there's no more space for them to run.
And look at the discipline for GE. No, they have the numbers, but they are not charging it. They're closing down the angles first. They will send one out right and smile. Just pulling out a handgun just for kicks. And now the pros still moving around, but there's pretty much no exit for them.
No way out. They are surrounded right now by GE. Look at the nades here. Everywhere there's mollies. There's going to be hand grenade. Explosions everywhere. Imam also, they're not being favored by the zone. They slowly start to close in here. Imam just going to heal himself up and try to find at least one consolation before they're going to go down and facing the inevitable. But Rage spotted out one Zai. Almost trapped the entire down. He got one. Rage managed to just make it 2v3, but it's too low right now. While Small trying to find the positions, trying to get those information to work things around, reposition himself on the flank side. But the zone is closing on the side of Harami Bro. First GE in the center still.
Yeah, whatever it is, they have the zone advantage, so they can even play the waiting game if they want to. Side is still calling up for Side, giving information, feeding information to his team on the whereabouts of Harami Bros. Bros now hoping that they could land that one elimination point by taking out Side. That they should do the trick. But looks like not yet. But anyway, Sai is low enough for them to score the point.
Master Ichi having that first aid been dropped on the ground just now to just make sure he got himself a full HP. Imam Rob just going for the back line. He's giving away his position and West waiting for the spray. He got stuck! Not the best way to make a flank there because Master Ichi been waiting on the other end. Now left with range. Range 1v3. We've seen this before. It can happen. But can it be done? But never mind. GE with a hat-trick chicken. Triple in a day and a back-to-back chicken dinner in Erangel.
Wow, the first team to make it back-to-back chicken dinner in our finals. The first team to achieve 3 chicken dinners in a day in the finals. That came from none other than Genesis Sports. What a showing it was for them. Very disciplined, very tactical. Genesis Esports definitely here to stay. And my goodness, they are coming back as a surprise.
They're coming back super strong if you ask me. Within a day from 7 and 8 place, shooting up to second, even the first place, just in a day. We still have Miramar map, which is going to be their forte, which is going to be their strongest map there is. GE, they've been quiet in the first day. We thought they lost the spark. But now they are a ticking bomb, exploding everywhere they go.
Looks like the Elite curse only lasted for 1 day on the GE, and now they're back just like the GE we know from the... And this time it's going to be West, 4 elimination points with 90 damage. Pretty much everyone he shoots, everyone he gets, and with very minimal damage taken as well, only 37. I mean, the entire team worked so well this time. It is great to see GE back performing like this, just like how they lead.
What a clean game by GE here, back to back, working as a unit like a well-machined oil here. All 4 of them almost survived till the end. But you look at how they just, the way they adapt themselves towards the circle was remarkable. And Magna, I mean, like, this is their best day yet. I love this Magna right now. I wish they have been playing like this since the start in day 1 because they are the ones having the least initial bonus point into the grand finals. But it is not too late to change things here. And having a start here, West Point Mamba do initiate too many early skirmishes since the start. But it's not too much. Coming up from GE, they have been keeping quiet. You don't see any GE highlights in the start.
Yeah, they were... I think they were one of the earlier teams to get into the military base, and that's a really good call. And the moment they went there, I think they went into like the military base itself before coming to the compound that we last saw them. So because they were early, everyone else came a little bit later, so everyone else fought with each other. And for GE, it's like, oh, and see the elimination feed. The moment they saw elimination feed that YG was up, that HWG was out, oh, that's their time to party and collect those, close up the gap with the number 1, number 2.
Wow, I mean, like, make the impossible for GE. They showed us what they're capable of. High caliber play with turning off tide within just a day at that. And they got themselves 9 eliminations out of that. They definitely got themselves in the second spot here. But will they cut across HWG, who happened to got themselves only 2 points in this round? And that's not too much to solidify their first place up there.
And YG only got them 3 points. So it's very likely they will overtake YG now. It's not like a double digit, but they still got the most elimination points among all. The next one is going to be Magna with 8. And what you say, Magna doing really well, and I don't think enough for them to go up to page 1 just yet, but it definitely is enough for them to get close to page 1 after this.
I hope so, because right now this is where everything matters. GE already got themselves second place, and not just that, Cloud. 9 points different. They were 20-ish or almost 30 points as the start of the day. Maybe even more than that, because they were in 7th as the start of the day, but they're now placing at second. There's just a huge leap here we're having on second place for GE, and next one maybe number 1. But for the side of Magna, slowly climbing up now in the second place. I mean, this is the best Cinderella story ever for Magna. From down there up here, now maybe under 9th place very soon.
Yeah, with 9 points difference between GE and HWG. One more round and they will be back on their throne. The throne of the league will be back onto GE. And they even got themselves 3 chicken dinners, meaning tiebreaker would still favor onto GE, assuming that they get the same points as HWG. So GE, I mean, this is the GE that we know from the league. And yeah, I mean, they're back. So far, GE, what a surprise.
I mean, you definitely hit yourself a jackpot. I mean, like, your prediction got GE on top of it. So you got triple GE as your prediction. So I guess that's going to be triple jackpot for you. But for the other teams, I feel like they might actually climb up back after this game.
Yeah, but speaking about after this game, we'll be heading on to a break before we come back. Rama, let's see you guys in a bit.
what a banger of the day with a triple chicken dinner coming up from GE, and you guys tuning into the most amazing PMPL of the wildcard region, South Asia, with me, Chichu, and Sir Cloud. Can they score a 5 chicken in a day, Cloud, for GE?
Wow, 5. I mean, at first we were saying like, okay, 3 is like, and then they really delivered 3. Now let's talk about the 4 before we talk about the 5, okay? Because you gotta calm down, people, calm down. But if they score the 4, there's a high likelihood they're back on their throne.
I mean, that's definitely true. And speaking of which, that was a difficult circle to start with. We're talking about SMB, we got it. Now we're talking about 5 chicken, maybe we're gonna get it. I mean, like, feels like everything that we say, we have the power of it now.
Yes. So 5 just to make it exciting, but that means that HWG and YG, they'll be like, no, don't give them the 5, no, but give them this instead. Give them skins.
This is what GE looks like right now with a hat trick. Definitely smiling with the golden tooth out of his teeth, and even an eye patch, you know, after they're being injured on the first day. And I'm not sure which is the lady version of GE's player, but definitely they are swagging right now with this kind of outfit they have in the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I can imagine them with their gold chains, you know, sunglasses, walking down, getting onto their new bike, a Ducati, and just racing down, like chasing down top number 1.
I mean, they were blending in with their pink color skin and with the red Ducati. They were blending with the bike in this case. But hey, it's going to be a bling bling day for them, because right now they're scoring up there really high. But Ducati Panigale V4S, do tell us if there's any difference when you feel like driving this bike or riding this bike in the game. And speaking of which, we also have an all new RPA series, which we do have more than just one skin. It's so many, and you can form an entire squad with the Spectre Slayer set. How cool is that, you know?
Yeah, entire squad with also substitutions with the whole Spectre
manager.
set. Manager, your coach, maybe wear the orange one, you know, just because.
Why? Why do you hate orange? Like, why does it have to be with the manager with the orange?
Well, you gotta meme the manager, you know. The manager's the one that, on tournaments, that's the person you always meme. Just like how you meme the manager and you send him to a dino ground and you let him being chased by a T-Rex. Yeah, like that.
I feel bad for managers out there, but you guys are awesome. Without you guys, no teams can stick together. I mean, like, if the teams with no managers still survive, I mean, if you have manager, you're definitely going to solidify yourself. But the ride of the dino power is real, okay? And speaking of what's more realistic, it's going to be GE. Can they score another? I'm super excited if they score a 4th chicken, because we don't have a 4th chicken yet.
Ooh, it's not a 4 definitely in a single day, for sure. So GE, the stats in Miramar, it still favors them. I mean, okay, so Irango favored them, right? So they proved it. So now Miramar, it favors them again. I mean, seems to be aligned for GE right now. They are hot in pursuit for 1. Man, GE. But I'll be looking forward to see what kind of surprise Mana can pull off, right? Because they are doing very well today.
Might as well make the entire thing is GE, except for HWG in between. I mean, like, if we only have HWG and GE across this map for the entire day, that's more incredible. But speaking of which, you know what? I feel like the bar or the standard in our wildcard region is another level. It feels like since the league days and the league stage up to the grand finals, a hat trick is a must. Like, we had GE back then in week 1, they scored a triple chicken, and then we do have Westport Mamba in week 2 scored another triple chicken. Make a new record, go for a 4th.
Oh yeah, why not, right? Or maybe another new record, right? Like, all the chickens come from a single region, all from Myanmar. That would be pretty cool as well. I don't think we have seen, like, maybe we have? Okay, maybe we have like PMSL, like the Thais just go crazy, but for wildcard, I don't think we have seen it yet.
Yeah, but we do have, so far, speaking of coming up from Myanmar, right, Cambodian team have been struggling in this grand finals, including the Philippines. I'm talking about the Philippine teams. I do realize they happen to be, maybe because they've been screaming a lot together, so they've been rotating in the same direction and happen to be bumping into each other way early on. But other than that, Cambodian team, they have been quite lost in the grand finals.
Yeah, let's see. You have E there. You have Enigma there. So team from Cambodia. Just putting it out there. Just putting it out there. You know, unless because change map and we get a different result, different outcome. So.
You're just flexing your GE triple chicken with that prediction.
Of course,
right? That's the reason why.
Of course, I can even show it again.
It's flexing again. My God.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it here. Okay, just leave it there. All right, like GE.
At least I score one HWG. So all the reds, all the red teams, all the teams with a red color as their team here, definitely winning a lot. So maybe because of the Ducati Panigale team that we have here. So all the red teams are winning? I don't know. It's a conspiracy theory.
Don't think we have another red team. Yeah, we don't. Only
Sin.
these two. Sin, yeah.
Sin.
Okay.
Falcon.
Yeah, we can take Falcon. Yeah, that's fine.
I
But
think that's it. That's going to be the 4 teams.
But Sin today is Falcon today is as well. Unless it's a map problem, you know.
Speaking of map, we do have SMB just now. I mean, I'm super happy about that. But even though, if you're taking into equation like, oh, GE just gotten themselves a big luck in the first Erangel map they scored themselves, then the last one was really difficult because it was SMB.
Okay, one more. Okay.
Oh my God, this guy.
one more.
I hate you so much right now. You have to just shove it in my face, don't you?
Okay, that's where we'll close it off and don't show your face anymore. As we're going to Myanmar. That's the advantage of having the power, you know, to control.
Oh man, now I hate you even more. I'm so scared right now. Don't cancel me. But speaking of which, next Miramar map, we had a lot of El Pozo before, some Los Leones, so not so much on certain particular spot when it comes to the circle. So we haven't got ourselves Minas de Sol, which you requested yesterday.
Ooh. It's about time, you know, it's about time. We got a lot of good ones. It's about time. If we don't get that, then give me an Oasis. It's been forever since we saw an Oasis. That was like back in PMPL Season 2 or something. That was like way back. But let's see if we're granted our wishes, just like GE wishing for a chicken dinner.
We had almost a La Crobreria circle back in week 1 in Miramar, but it shifted by the end of the day. So that's the closest we got on the northern side. But hey, this is a very beautiful flight path, divided the map evenly into 2 parts on the northwest side and the southeast side. But if this flight path is this generous, so we might actually have a very centralized circle here.
Ooh, not that I would want it. I want something different. I want it to be like, you know, Take or something. Menace del Sur, Prison, Oasis. Come on.
Do we ever have sort of a circle in ruins or trailer park? I think there's one trailer park. That was ancient times ago.
Yeah, I think that was like 8 times as well. We don't get to see many ruins. Or maybe not. Okay, maybe like forever. It's like there's so many circles we've seen in our lifetime. If not, the circle will be like the island just beside Impala. That'd be nice.
But northern side we have very crowded Torre Ahumada and Campo Militar, as West Pomoma and TDOA happen to be both dropping at the same place, same time here. I'm not sure how close they are, but MH definitely a bit separated. But it feels like, wow, wait a second.
Okay, I'll take that. Not gonna lie.
I mean, if
nice.
a hard shift to its Los Leones, it will be urban warfare. But I just wish it will go down south all the way, though.
Ooh, yeah. If it's Los Leones, there's like, we don't like final circles. You know, the only person who likes urban final circles is Contra.
Who?
It's Contra. He likes urban.
Something is wrong with that guy, honestly speaking.
Yeah, there's a reason why we're not friends anymore, you know, after conversation.
Something wrong with that guy. I mean, like, who likes urban warfare? I mean, like, we miss Vikendi, yes, but there are too many urban warfare in Vikendi back in the days. Everybody just hugging a corner. I'm so glad we don't have that anymore. But back in that sort of a circle, if it happens to be on the southern part of Los Leones, there's so many high grounds and valleys in between. It's a tricky circle to play along.
Yeah, the grounds is tricky. So normally teams who get the high ground advantage, like whoever goes up first, they will have a good day, a good life. So I think teams would want to race to that. And we can see GE is like they like to race to those key positions, like okay, whether it's a compound. So far the compounds have been the key one. So I think that they'll be one of those teams like really want to get onto the high first. We may see like they make a fast move there. Based on their position, San Martin, it might take them quite a bit. So I guess it's a challenging circle for GE.
How fast can they get into that circle? That's a bigger question. How many teams in between before they even get there? Will they take another rotation on top of Chumacero, or just going out all the way down to Los Higos and going back up onto the higher grounds of South Los Leones? There's also a chance they are doing that. I'm not surprised if Sin actually do that, because they do love this longer or further navigations just to get into the circle. So I assume that Sin or maybe TGOA try to go down south all the way from the long rotation at the side of a map. But on the side of KE, they always got themselves nearby GE. KE, their problem is always about maintaining their survivability when it comes to the top 5. That's it. KE is always close to getting the top 3. But due to the migration of all the teams at the same time, they happen to be compressed both sides. Well, Magna, I have to say, this is the most improved team across this season of PMPL SEA Wildcard.
But yeah, I do agree. I think that they are somewhat in contention for the most improved team with HWG. Like HWG week 1 was also May. But Magna, both weeks they were like really down there. And yeah, I gotta give them as well. They are really, really improving now. And in fact, they are above like teams that have a lot of experience, like Falcon. Like this legendary org, right? Like APG as well have experience playing in multiple C level tournaments in PMPL. And they are above them. Can you imagine that? Like Magna is up there. It's a great story to the Singapore region.
And that's kind of true. And the only Singapore region in this wildcard as well that survived after the relegations. But speaking of Falcon not doing great again, trapped themselves in a very small compound, and Enigma will surround them and red things around them, while Spooky repositioned himself across the street just on those high elevations while they're trying to scout for any vehicles. In the meantime, Falcon trapped inside. I'm not sure where are the other 2 players though.
Yeah, I guess they're still out. But good thing for them is that no big moves from it. Interestingly, I thought they would have done that, but maybe they're like, okay, never mind. Let's get the compound, because the compound seems to have given a GE more success in previous round.
I think Enigma is just trying to avoid mistakes like how they did early on. Maybe they were too aggressive, a bit reckless when it comes to pushing into the compound to take the fight on. So this time they want to change things a bit more with this different map, which we're going to Miramar. Now, with the Harame Pro, close enough. But I haven't seen a last playing, so I guess he's just going to be the sub, or maybe an analyst on that side for now for Harame Bro.
Yeah, I think he's registered as a sub if I'm not mistaken, because you need to have like minimum 5 players. So he's taking a back seat for now. But for Harame Bros, they'll knock. FOD coming in. This is not the Enigma, this is the FOD, so they'll take the fight.
Yeah, but Enigma already made a U-turn, and for Nang on the other hand, he doesn't know backwards or, on the reverse gear. There's always going to be, we call it, if in the keyboard, it's going to be W gaming, which he just moved forward, and Nang making sure he will try to confuse them and keeping the pressure on while waiting for Joseph to arrive. Dale on the other end pretty low on the outside, but they have 1-to-1 trade between Joseph FOD now. They got Joseph, a full cavalry is here, but Range is holding on. Where is Few? He's too far.
Joseph! Coming in. Unfortunately for Nang, he's been taken out. So it's going to be Rage versus Joseph. Now with the hand. Cooks it up again for the second time around. John will revive his teammates. So now they're as a trio with Easy up back on his feet. Few on the way.
finally arrived.
Wow, that's solid.
Wow!
Okay.
What an entrance! Incredible flying motorbike. FOD on the other hand took their time to finish off the rest of the planes, while Range on the other hand taking on the back seat there. Finally got shot down by the side of Easy. Now Theo arriving a bit too late now. That's gonna be the first team out. And it's gonna be Harami, bro. They starting off really strong yesterday, but what happened in day number 2?
Ooh, the bros out means FOD can overtake them in the charts. Ouch. I mean, the bros yesterday, they were looking like one of the teams that, oh, they have potential to go up and maybe challenge the number 1, but today is like, just not their day.
Probably gonna pull off another GE performance tomorrow, where they're coming up from 8th spot, maybe up to 2nd place by tomorrow. Hopefully that's the case though. But so far, dominating over this PMPL Wildcard Grand Finals, you have to give it to the Myanmar region. All top 3 coming up from Myanmar team. YG, GE, HWG, and then we got the Philippines, seen Enigma and West Point Mama. Then we only got Cambodia. Surprisingly, they are alternating between their flags down there in a row. But FOD on the other hand, taking a fight with PBE possibly, very close enough. They definitely had the audio cue. But John, I don't think the DBS will work in this sort of a distance. Switching over to rifles, waiting for them to maybe walk in here, but PBE will part ways. They're not interested in this.
Yeah, PBE not taking the fight though. Okay, but APG, but as Austria Esports scouts them out, but they have hold of the compound, so not gonna look on this yet. This area is the prime position, it's the high ground, it's the compound, it's perfect for PUBG. I can understand why PBE was scouting this compound, but the moment they saw that, okay, there's another there, maybe they're like, okay, maybe not for now. But for Esports, well, they'll be leaving this area. I mean, there's still a lot of high grounds to play with, so it's okay.
There's plenty of high grounds, because we didn't see the second stage yet. So if it happens right on the southern side of Los Leones, then there's definitely abundance of high grounds. There you go, we got it. And it's nearby Los Eagles. We take this any day, because we still have some, like, what, 10% of water in there and a bridge in between. If we just hot shift towards south after this, now that's going to be a messy one. Surprisingly, nobody wants to land themselves in Los Eagles. But coming up from Magna, they're coming in late. Same goes for TJOA. Like I mentioned before, Sin will go for the longer rotation. But surprisingly, 3 teams having the same mindset of Sin, and if Sin actually enter into the circle first, they can gatekeep the other 2 teams before entering.
And that's where Sin normally is the team that likes to come in a little bit later, so I don't know if they'll change their play style around, but maybe they should, because the past few rounds wasn't their round, so to come in a little bit just to switch things up a little bit, I think might be the good choice for Sin. And like what you say, if they can do that, they can gatekeep other teams and collect points.
Kind of true, but a lot of teams prefer to play in the center instead of playing in the blue zone because it's too risky, like how Falcon right now running just to avoid the burn of the blue zone, which quite painful by now. They barely got themselves any first 8s at the same time. At least Cloud do have Mac Kit. I mean, like, this is not the caster Cloud, it's Say Cloud for the player. But we do have Andrew,
brother from another mother, you know.
Yeah, another Andrew is in there as well, so it's going to be another brother.
I'm very confused now. It's like I gave my playing ability to them, and that's why they're playing instead of me.
Yeah, you got their mouth at least, so you can talk more. Yeah, I mean, like, social-wise, you're better, so I guess that's it.
Well, I don't know them in person, so who knows?
Maybe you should. Maybe they are your distant relatives. Who knows?
Wow, maybe. But maybe they can, you know, they can cast as well one day, because we got a few like ex-players out there casters. Stalker from Cambodia, he's casting, and from Philippines is casting. So yeah,
sure.
Yeah, the next stage of their career.
Even Reem used to play a semi-professional as well. So he's casting as well from the side of Cambodia, if I'm not mistaken. But when it comes to the circle, though, if we ended up on top of that bridge, I mean, like, this is gonna be what a day for the players.
That'll be fun. Then that's where we'll get the bridge circle that we've asked for. I wouldn't mind in Myanmar, I'm not gonna lie. As long as it's a bridge circle, it's great. And looks like they're still sticking to their guns, but hang that thought for a second. Speaking about guns, White gunning down Game Lab. One more to go. They should be able to pick up their fourth. Scotty tries to get away. Romeo boy goes down. That's a counter there by Scotty. The rest of YG, not only them, FOD as well.
Oh, left with Andrew. Your twin brother here, Cloud. Try to make do with what he has. And Andrew will pick up one of the members. APG coming in and just ram it in and cross their face. But PBE happened to be shooting from afar as well. Loki been taking out from the long range of PBE players. KE on the then going a very clear day. But I want to go back into the fight just now. But we're not looking there. Okay.
Okay. I wonder if
Okay.
the last two players of YG, they are okay, like us, like okay. I guess they are since, you know, no one's knocked yet.
No, the thing is, they are in the haystack shack, in that very small shack, and they're being surrounded for YG at the same time. So I don't know how they can get out from there.
Well, I guess that question is on to Enigma, as the guys of Asia is currently in the same compound as them. Enigma has the better of the circle though. But there's another player on the other side. I wonder who that is. But the guys of Asia interested to take this fight.
And they happen to be in between these two teams. Enigma and TGOA will be engaging towards the side of Enigma first. But GE is on the other side. And they are scattered for GE right now. So they definitely don't want to open fire yet. But they heard the shots coming from TGOA and Enigma. But never mind, I take that back as TGOA and Asia on the ground as Wes. Take him out first. But Enigma, they're just waiting for the right time to butting into this business. Well, Wes taking another one down. Edward Wes is doing so much work on the side of GE. And now they're going in for the rush.
Oh, GE on the roll right now. Not the team that you want to beat. And GE, they're at the forefront. They're joining on the fight. They're trying to pick up elimination points. Shots fired onto Ichi. Ichi will be counter-fired upon. Ichi needs to get away. The circle did move away from them. Corner GE secures an elimination point and make that 2.
Oh, West. What an incredible player as always. Finding an opening is actually his expertise. The side of Master Ichi spotted out Cooper. But Enigma, the hills in between them kind of block their vision to the side of GE right now. Whilst for the side of GE, they always play the center of a circle. But this time, they're being stopped for the entry. Denied the entrance by the side of TGOA and at the same time Enigma. And not just that, in the inner circle, they have one gatekeeper as well. The side of TGOA, on the other hand, they had a really good run today. Suddenly, when it comes to Myanmar, not doing so great as a start.
Ooh, yeah, TGOA... actually crashing onto Enigma's compound, but the one that actually took them down is GE. So, I mean, it's a tough start for them. As for YG, they managed to get 4 elimination points so far, but to catch up to GE, they definitely need more than that. HWG still not making a move yet. So now the point difference between the two of them are 7 points, with GE just behind by 7 points.
I'm waiting for HWG doing something here because they're being surrounded by so many teams at the same time. Speaking of which, one is too nearby, which is going to be Enigma, hoping to force them out of their compound. They're crashing into it while Caps knocking on their door. Mewtwo and the others, how did they respond to this? Yaka saw them coming. One of the players being knocked down. It's a bit of a trade. Alpha taking on one with Yahiko as well. They are taken by surprise. Enigma shocked by this. They're shook. And the entire team of Enigma gone. Poof.
Yeah, take it out just like that. 4 points away to HWG. But they will lose Yaka in the process though. That is still 4 points in the bag, and that's what matters. And for FOD by the edge of the circle, boy shot knocked out. Oh no, KE and APG fighting each other.
It's not done yet for the teams who's barely making themselves into the circle. KE taking on Sonic. Boyshon got finished off by the blue zone instead. But on side of APG, only left with a couple of players. For KE, they do have 2, but being shot from afar, trying to avoid those fights. But now there's going to be another contender nearby, which is going to be GE, cleaning up the mess between these two teams. APG and KE both are losing in this fight.
Oh, KE now secures the elimination point, but GE is just right behind them. Against GE and KE. And GE will be happy to pick up those points. They're going out now, finding elimination points across the map.
Cleaning up crew. GE just sweeping the floor clean. Whenever there's two teams fighting, they will be there as a third party. They're playing it very smart and playing it very safe as well. Now GE trying to scout out the rest of KE, who are being separated into two different angles here. Kaya hoping to drop those nades in case they rush into his corner. And Top slowly climbing up here, hoping he's not being discovered by GE. But they definitely know where he's at. He knocks on Master Ichi, and never mind at that. Both players of KE being eliminated at the same time.
Well, 4 elimination points now in the hands of GE. Even up with HWG now, bringing back to a 9-point gap for both of them. Now GE, they're really okay. They rotate to the right, and now they're on the left side of the circle. It's like they're just going around fighting. Okay, who wants to give me points? Come on, show yourself. And that's where GE just gets the points.
Yeah, GE has been adapting towards the circle no matter what the circumstances are. They couldn't get into the center of the circle, being stopped by so many teams in the early fights. And they decided, you know what, since we cannot get to the center on time, might as well just scout around the rim of a circle and try to find for those eliminations. And they did it pretty well. A very clean and neat performance so far. Even though they were quiet yesterday, but on the side of FOD, fire shot. I think that's going to be HWG or a different team entirely that's scouting onto them. But at least FOD do have a lot of covers and structures in between.
And just zooming across a number of other teams. Oh, the last member of the guys of A in the compound where FOD is going. And that might be a fight there. I think for the last member of TGOA, got better pray hard. But now John is praying as well. His vehicle is being shot at, smoked up. But he should be safe now. You go on to his team.
Not really.
But he should be on the clear now. I don't think any other team will have a good view to him yet. And he decided to stop himself outside. But hey, Sin.
Esports spotted out John just now. And not just that, there's smoke now across it. And there's also Sen. We're talking about so many teams in the same compound here. Make it around 6 or 5 teams around this area only. And Esports has been gunning down John after the explosion of that vehicle and finish him off straight away. On the side of Sen, they reposition themselves, knowing for the fact there's so many teams gatekeeping on the inner circle. That's kind of smart out of Sen players. But West Point Mamba, if they're distracted right now, they're quite in the center and the center of attention of all the other teams surrounding them. We're talking about 4 teams surrounding West Point Mamba. In the meantime, Sen will wait and try to take advantage out of it. And speaking of Sen, they spotted out West Point Mamba first.
Ooh, okay. This could be the fight that they cannot evade because Circle might move away. Now West Point Mamba holding their ground still. One of them knocked down, needs to be revived, and Gerald is there to pick him up. Looks like Sin will get shot down by Michi. Michi opens up the fight, but no big moves yet. But we can see that is moving in onto the right side, but there's another member from West Point Mamba waiting for him.
Falcon spot out West Point Mamba is just in a trench. Talking about being sandwiched, this is being hammed down and hammered by those grenades. Sen keep tossing it out to West Point Mamba. There's no way they can get out of this dicey, incredible situation. And West Point Mamba just trapped in between these giants right now. Sen, FOD, you name it. And now they try to save each other out, but there's another Sin player out the end. Where do West Point Mamba can go? They have no place to run. Holy Lunge waiting at the corner. While we're looking at the circle shrinks even further, GE is still in there.
Yeah, and will be unchallenged as they have the high ground advantage against Austria Esports below them. Most of the fights might happen on the right as Falcon is starting to come in as well. Sen and West Point Mamba might be the next target for the Falcon.
Sen slowly, limb by limb of West Point Mamba being eliminated out of that equation, leaving with only 1 player or 2 players left here. Federales tried to make miraculous run by himself in an open space, but not going to be enough left for Jaren. That's it. One more time, West Point Mamba being eliminated way early on for the entire day 2 of the grand finals.
Oh, just like that. But Sin is still in this after that fight though, so they can still climb back up to their top 3 But next challenge for them will be Falcon. No, Falcon coming in next. But on the other side, we got PBE coming into the circle. But PBE, my challenge Sin is in front of them. Looks like TGOA, the guys of Asia, number 10. No points in this round.
Surprising, even though they're trying to go for a longer rotation, it didn't work out for them in this big map. But PBE happened to be sharing the same place. Falcon wreck a bit slower than the side of PBE. PBE wreck as fast as they can, knowing for the fact that Falcon's right across them and Sin as well. They need to wrap things up as quickly as possible because right now they're not safe either. PBE trying to reposition himself with the vehicles and hop onto it and trying to just march in forward, try to get a buggy on and maybe just trying to get into the compound where HWG's at, who's gatekeeping them very tightly across this small hills. But HWG is playing 2-2 formation. The other two is actually playing the outer circle.
Yeah, that one guy taking an off angle could have put pressure onto PBE. PBE probably don't. He's there, but he needs to make his move fast as the zone will put pressure onto him. And now PBE in the trench on the outside still. They still need to go up this hill and hill. There's the team waiting for them, but HWG now distracted by the presence of YG.
A bit too occupied for HWG. Too many teams they have to focus on, and at the same time the blue zone just starts to squeeze their life out of them. Mewtwo repositioning himself at the back line, might spot out PBE while he's trying to go for the run, but PBE is just too close to comfort. YG on the other hand now distracted towards GE and not going to focus on HWG anymore. Yahiko just behind Andrew as we see, but on the side of GE repositioning into the place where they do have a safe distance, but there's going to be Ozja coming up from the left side. Mewtwo spotted out Momboy. HWG, they will respond to this in a swift manner. H2R just across and Mewtwo got stuck himself in a rock and will have to give away his position with this buggy right now. Might actually get shot down if that buggy exploded, but lucky enough, he made it just in the nick of time.
Mewtwo with his psychic power saved him. Going down on the outside. Ichi knocks down Andrew from afar. That is where GE started in there, and now GE, they're ready for long range as well, so that means that they're ready to steal away launches, but they set one out, and here it is. West, but West shot down by Romeo Boy.
That was clear as it can be in a straight line of sight for the side of Romeo Boy. GE lost one man in vain right now, since they don't have any trade done towards all the other teams, and the Blues is just closing by. They need to move, but where to go? Everywhere they want to go, there's going to be somebody occupying certain compounds or certain space there. Kayla repositioned himself in a very small shack, knowing for the fact that the rest of the other teams are a bit too far. And they do have to fight against another team right across them, which is going to be Mukna, who have to climb up this very steep hill right now.
And with a smoked up buggy, he doesn't have a choice. He probably needs to go on foot. He got about 5 more seconds before the zone closes. Kayla gets away. Toki's on the other side. Toki spots out Kayla. Shots will be on the Kayla, but Kayla still survived. He's back with his team.
It's going to be 7th stage. Nobody wants to be in the blue zone. They have to make a U-turn in the blue zone, but it will eat them out alive. Kayla repositioned himself for Sin in the high grounds, and now everybody's squeezing in. 8 teams is just too much with these high grounds and multi-levels of terrain. Avi spot out Ozja. At the same time, they do see a Mokna at the same time. They want to go for the kill, but the problem is there's too much distance and structures and vegetations in between. They hardly can pin one down, but Ozja Esport managed to eliminate the entirety of Magna, while Ozja distracted with Magna just now. Sin taking advantage, shooting them from afar.
Ooh, Sin just putting pressure onto the other teams from this distance, but now Sin needs to move. As we can see, Kayla is still on the outside, but Ozja Esports and GE, they have a skirmish on their own. But PBE and HWG not done yet. YG as well, still in the compound.
Yahiko waiting for the smoke to clear up. The moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be as clear as day for them to make decision. Mewtwo trying to go for the flank, but it's a bit too dangerous for him to just expose himself too much. But the blue zone definitely not on their side. Spotted out Romeo Boy, but whiffed it just a tiny bit. Yahiko going from the entrance of this warehouse next to him. You can hear the shots, you can hear the movement. All he needs is just them picking out, and Andrew and Romeo by working as a duo, stopping HWG from advancing. Andrew, what a corner that he's hugging, and it was well worth it for his patience. Romeo Boy going in as a duo with Andrew. Just shutting down HWG. This is detrimental for HWG because they will give away the #1 spot, but they managed to triumph the small victory as Yahiko scored 5 eliminations by himself out of the 7. But to work a solo squad, to get a chicken, this is going to be a difficult one for HWG.
Yeah, but nice angle there, not gonna lie. Still got themselves 7 elimination points in total as of. And now the circle seems to be on GE. GE in the middle. But this time around, only 2 players from GE left alive. Now Sin going up against Austria Esports. Joseph will nade down Moy from Sin. And Sin will lose Moy in the process. Looks like it's going to be Joseph getting the grenade eliminator. FV trying to find a good angle. Holy Ledger has the high ground. But still on the outside of the circle. But he should be able to get a good view onto Austria Esports.
They've been eyeing out Austria Esports for 2 stages of circle by now. Pop on the other hand decided, you know what, I'm going to be the frontliner. I'm going to tank it out for you guys. But Kayla on the far flank side will be his bane. Pop alongside with Renzer. Now trying to find anybody that can see anything that moves, they start to shoot. Kalo have his vision on towards the side of another team entirely. And HWG still have one more player, but Holy Laundry and Alfie, they got himself in the smoke and Pop blindly sprays, connects. He might just shut down Alfie. Holy Laundry cannot even pick out. And that's going to be another Sin player down. Left with only Kayla to just carry this out. But Kayla got shut down from above by FOD.
Oh, now Yahiko, where is he gonna go? He's by the edge of the circle. PBE will be with him, just like the sharks in the ocean. HWG, Yahiko, he's taking his time. He can only buy time for himself because the moment he stepped out, that's it. 1-3.
Now GE left with 2 players. For the side of Austria Esports, they have the numbers with the full squad. Yahiko, I don't think he can last this long anymore. He needs to get out, but the Blues are burning him alive. He's spotted out cool. Spraying on. He got himself a consolation before he goes down. But at least Momboy redeemed himself with the team as well. But PBE, they are in a dicey situation. They need to get out now. Since the shooting giving away the position, FOD Joseph been spotted out. Easy bleeding out. Only left with Joseph now. He got himself healed up, but Easy will be pinned down by Pop. Oja wrapping around the corner, shutting down team by team with 7 eliminations in the bag.
Unfortunate for Yahiko, he did manage to secure the elimination point, so no extra points for him. Austria Esports looking good for now. Having the full squad. Joseph eliminated Ranza from afar. That's going to be it for FOD. They take away elimination points together with them. And look at this. GE is still alive. Can GE pull off a surprise here as Zai will be knocked out by... Looks like it's down to the last man for GE. But PBE could be the one to stop Austria Esports.
GE, are they distracting themselves? Hoping that actually PBE going for Austria Esports first. They need to pick up Zai. Smile in a dilemma whether to save his friend or not. If he stands up, it will be discovered. But the blue zone is against Austria Esports. Pop down to half HP with no utilities anymore. Renza finish off Zai, left with only Smile. Renza is just next to him. He doesn't have any health utility to reset. Momboy giving the pressure on the side of Austria Esports. They still have first aid at least on the side of PBE. But they're just next to GE. Smile in an open area. Spot out the entirety of Austria Esports. He can just shoot. Nobody spot him out. Smile. He's waiting for the right time. Take it on Pop. That's going to be the last of GE. Austria barely hanging on. What the heck was that ending?
Oh, that was close. That was close. He almost got the entire Austria Esports. But Austria Esports, that flick back onto him. Even GE was taken up by Austria Esports. Start wondering who actually got the 2nd or 3rd place. But what we are sure is Austria Esports taking home the chicken dinner finally.
2 bullets away to secure their 4th chicken for GE just now. My god, if only Zai was alive just now, that might be GE's chicken. But Austria Esports so close of losing it. They almost slipped the chicken out of their fingers. They're fighting against PBE. None of them actually give any sort of attention, aware that Smile is still standing there out in the open. That was a very dangerous game, but Austria Esports still delivers. Almost lost their entire team just now. Pop We do know this guy. He's a legendary player.
Oh yeah, absolutely. From the PMCO days, this guy is still around and still doing very well. In fact, he got an MVP with 6 elimination points. But what Smile was doing early on is that, based on the elimination feed, maybe he knew that he's at second place. All he needs to do is just wipe out the entire Austria Esports and he will get the chicken dinner and he'll be an insane hero. So he almost got, I think it was a last tap, last bullet. If he could land that last bullet, and GE would have gotten the chicken dinner. But anyway, it's still Austria Esports chicken dinner. Although with the surprise from Smile, GE almost got it.
I have to give it to Austria Esports. That was a big swing just now by the last player. If he didn't switch his view towards his left side to see Smile, they might have lost it. That was a big swing to focus on PBE in the front across them and shift it towards his left side. If he didn't realize that a bit sooner, then that's the end. But what an ending here, Cloud. We're talking about having difficult circle and this is one of it.
You know what? It was almost a split-second decision for Smile. It's like, does he want to end the players that are not? Or does he want to go for the players that are still standing and try to get the chicken dinner? He went for the latter. So he missed out on opportunity to gain maybe 1 or 2 extra elimination points. But it's okay. I mean, I really like the effort for Smile. Okay, let's look at this again.
Astro.
It was Astro X.
He missed. He missed just as a millimeter of it. He had to take down 2 players instead of just 1. But what an ending just now. 12 elimination on Austria Esports. They definitely on the run and gun right now. And welcome back, Austria Esports in the grand final. It's been a while.
It's been a while, definitely, for Austria Esports. 22 total points, so that's great for them. But I wonder how they will affect the overall. To wait and see. But between GE and HWG, because both teams, they got 10 points, meaning that their gap is the same, 9 points difference. Here's the confirmation. So Austria Esports, number 6. Second chicken dinner. Yesterday they got 1.
Yep, and they pushed themselves slowly up. The Cambodia is now back up and rising. Enigma, surprisingly, maintaining in 5th spot here. They actually do gain themselves quite a number of eliminations the last map. But on the side of YG, GE, HWG, so far it has been stagnant for the top 3. No switching by far, but 9 points gap between YG and GE. And 9-point gaps as well for HWG and GE.
Yeah, 9 points could still change. The charts could change by the final game today, which we will play inside of Myanmar again. And the streak is broken now. So, a Cambodian team, Austria Esports, gets the chicken dinner, and also a green logo team gets it.
It's a go now. It's a green line, you know? It's like, let's go, last push. So we're heading into our last Myanmar. But that was so close. I mean, that will be breaking the record in the history of PMPL Wildcard even. If Genesis managed to secure another chicken out of that. Because we never have 4 chicken in a day.
Yeah, and would have been like the GE hero for getting the chicken dinner. But it was a split-second kind of thing, right? Like he got the first knock and then that second knock, he almost got it. It was only 1 shot that he needed. And then I can imagine like at their gaming house, at camp, they will go insane because of that chicken dinner. But yeah, I guess really complain. It's still a good run for GE.
Yeah, it's still a good run for all the teams just now. I mean, like even PBE lasted that long in Myanmar. Now you feel like Cambodians do love playing alongside Myanmar instead of Erangel, right? Because a lot of Cambodian teams actually push up in the 1st and 2nd place, coming up from Cambodian side to get the Myanmar map just now. And speaking of with GE, he whiffed it just a tiny bit. It's just a tiny bit because he sprays first. If I'm not mistaken, Astro did spot him out until the last minute. But if only that happened, we will actually do have 4 chicken dinner. First time ever. Now our dreams might actually come true.
Yeah, actually Smile shot first. If we look back at that highlight, Smile shot first. It's just that he missed. That Astro X flick at the right timing. So it was just reaction timing from Astro X that was amazing as well. So, I mean, that was close. We were close to getting the 4. But they are still running to get the 4 after this, and I'm still in the running to flex my jackpot here. So just Just saying. Just saying.
None of us actually called out for Jai Esports, so none of us were actually won in the last Burma map. But speaking of the last one though, I mean, like the first half of the day, a lot of very generous circle, right? But the second half, crazy circles.
Crazy. This one was considered quite crazy as well, since it pulled down, right? I was slightly worried, like what you say, if it goes to Lost Learners, they'll be like, learners, we're gonna have a chill ending where everyone looks fall and all that, but at the end of the day, it went out to the high ground. So that was great. That was a good one. A little bit of that drink though. I actually left my bottle outside.
I need coffee.
No time.
I need coffee because it was just an insane round. Just illusionary water bottle. I'm sorry guys, I really need to take a drink just now, sip of it. But speaking of which, today the first half of it's finally out. Congratulations. There you go. I think that's more than a drop.
Yeah, that's all. Like, I'm done. Yeah.
You're done. I'm still. Do you want mine? I'm still having like an entire bottle of it. So.
Wow, I wouldn't mind. Okay.
Now here you go. I'm giving it to you.
Okay. And oh wow, it changed color. Wow.
It went through dark times to actually be that dark. I know. I'm sorry for the puns, guys. We're just having fun. I know you guys having fun with the last map too. It was an incredible run. And speaking of which, you know, TGOA couldn't last long enough. I think they tried to master one map at a time. Even for Magna. But Magna actually survived longer just now.
Yeah, actually not bad. Magna again. Imagine, right? Like in a multiverse, right? Like if Magna played that in the league and like now in the finals, like maybe they will also like Yeah,
they can smell it. Like we smell, we are better. We can smell that chicken now, but it's just you can get the smell, but not the chicken yet. They still have a lot of improvement can be done, but I love to see how they've been growing throughout the entire league here, especially the grand finals. But speaking of which, West Point Mamba.
This is where I don't put up my prediction. So it's like in that kind of conversation, okay, I'll keep prediction for later. But West Point Mamba, Federella, he was in the running for the MVP, right? So now that with this kind of performance from West Point Mamba, it's hard for Federellas to be still challenging for the MVP spot.
Since they're being eliminated quite early in the grand finals, you know, I kind of stopped looking at the chat for a bit. I mean, and somebody said, if GE chicken again, I'm done with this. Close enough. Close enough.
Close it. You're almost done with this, you know. But because
you're almost done.
Because maybe or PUBG Mobile, they sense your comment and then it's like, okay, we don't want you to leave the stream. We don't want GE to get the chicken today. Wow.
That's why Zai willingly sacrificed himself just now, just to leave Smile alone.
Yeah, it's okay.
Just for the sake of you guys, okay, in the comment.
But,
that was out of nowhere just now. But yeah, speaking back about the teams, right? Now, who else we didn't mention enough? We do know for a fact that West Point Mamba is a big question mark. I don't know what happened to the team because it feels like they are everywhere. It feels like some sort of internal issue they have to sort out because you can see that their communication didn't seem to be working as a unit. They are everywhere, but they're not there.
Yeah, I guess we need to ponder on that topic for a bit as we head on to a break, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll see you guys while you think about that. That's your homework, okay? See you later.
We are back in our last Miramar of the day. Surely that was such a good round and such a good ending for Miramar. We ended up our day with a bang. Let's go, guys. Cloud, can GE score 4th chicken dinner?
Oh man, if GE scores it, somebody will be done for today. Well, of course, because it's the last game. So, what moment? Able to score that chicken dinner, right? Let's go and see if GE can actually do it and the wildcard record.
Well, one thing for sure, we have a very interesting circle in the last one. Now, this might be a northern circle. If we ended up right on top of Oasis, it's going to be completing our day as perfect as it can be. Because the flight path coming out from around Monte Nuevo area down to Puerto Paraiso, more towards on the southern side. Now, if that's the case, usually the circle will contradict the flight path. So, hopefully it's going to be on the northern side this time.
Oasis, Oasis, Oasis. I want to see that Oasis. Come on, Oasis. This is your time to shine. You will shine if you can present Oasis. I'm still waiting for that moment. But also because of this flight path, is that I'm keeping my eye on the areas of power grid. Though. It looks kind of interesting. But
wow,
I'll take that. I like an Impala too.
But I just hope he didn't hard shift towards the left side.
No.
You know what? Of all the maps, right? It has to be Miramar that comprises a bit of water in it. But today has been a great day of a very awkward circle, but very awkward indeed for Smile here.
You know who has the curse now? That comment.
Stop it. Stop it. Yeah, it's not on us.
Yeah, it's not on us now, guys. Unless pull off something,
Man.
but Zai got away with murder, so that's fine.
But GE, Zai, at least giving a bit of impact to his Kai. Kai definitely don't want to hop down his vehicles, and now he's trying to find anything that he can work with. The rest of GE need to come in now. They lost one of their top fraggers, so which are going to be Smile, and they try to empty out all the shacks and all the compound there is in this particular vicinity. But instead of going in, they're going out instead. But Zai, on the other hand, have different plans compared to the other two.
Oh, okay, but I guess his plan and keep it for tomorrow now. He'll be taken out by Game Lab. And G, starting off with only 2 players. The only one that we're seeing is not Smile. It's going to be HWG.
That's kind of true. But at the same time, if you compare it with GE in the last map, they do play better in the duo. They lasted longer with the duo. And last time we seen them in league stage, they always ended up as the start with a duo. So I guess GE prefer to play as duo instead of a full squad. For sort of KE, Arami bro is a bit too far with those UMP to make it work.
Ooh.
But at least they got knock on one. It's going to be Davan taking out on Dale on his knees. But for last player of, not really last player, Few on the other hand. Too low to be sitting there, but Kaya taking him down on the other end.
Oh.
This is just Thanksgiving Day for Harami Bro. They're just slowly giving their position one by one for Harami Bro here.
Oh, M249 from that distance. Okay, MM showing some stuff there, testing it out. At the same time, West Point Mamba loses 1 player, but for the pros, they go rush. They know they have the advantage, but the window is small, so they have to do it quick.
But Mem, here it comes to cleaning up the job. But Top on there, they're not willing to give it away for free. Davan repositioned himself, but no health utilities and nothing, no gears, except for the vest he's wearing right now. Few being safe by range. Going straight into the compound of KE. This is gonna end really ugly for KE if things didn't work out for them. Davan is too low to give cover fire. That's gonna be it. At least still got 1 on him, Mem. And the top is still bleeding out. They left with only 2 players. Davan have to clutch this one out.
Yeah, and no first aids on his side, so he can't recover himself. But the knee will not land onto anyone. He's still going in despite only having like 10% of health. And that's Bros taking out Davan. KE at least not empty-handed.
Oh man, but is it going to be worth it for them? They might actually lose their placement here because PBE can easily overtake them in a spot. And I feel like Mark and I do have a lot of catching up to do to push down on KE, but PBE definitely will take the space on the top 10 here. QB for Enigma. We have a lot of early skirmishes this time.
Yeah, we're not done yet with the early skirmishes. Let's see here. Earlier on, there was also West Papua losing 1. So I wonder who's going to be next then. So West Papua now that they are down with 1, this gives the Bros. Actually, the Bros are already having the same amount of points as West Papua, if you gotta think about it. It's just 1 more, and they'll definitely be sure on top.
It's kind of true, but if both eliminated early on, they will have to place themselves in a tie there. Hopefully that's not the case. Hacienda de Patron, we do have a team of YG lurking around here. And the circle, well, you've ended up right on top of Impala. Another difficult circle to end their day with. But so far we haven't got a clue about the second stage just yet. You're going to have to wait and see. But YG having a very clear day. It seems like nobody's actually having the same navigation like how they did in Hacienda de Patron. So I think it's going to be okay for them. But the rest of them, I'm not sure. We have to go back and look at the map to see where are the placement for each of the team.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see where GE is at, and HWG of course, because these are our top 2 teams, and see how difficult it is with this kind of circle for them, since the circle is like on the right side on him. So I guess eyes will be on them. And also I want to see how Magna will this time around, and where are they at, and will they have opportunity to collect elimination points during the stage.
I don't know, I feel like Magna, they are more confident when it comes to Wrangle. Wrangle seems like more of their comfort map compared to Miramar, where we do see it's a bit messy when it comes to their organization, how they organize themselves on the map and how they want to push in. It feels like some miscoms happen here and there, and if their formation being break in between, that's where things get really dicey for them. But Magna, at least so far, we see them quite frequently in the top 6 or top 8 in Miramar map in the last one. So if only they can maintain themselves to survive in the top 5, I think they can actually make it up there.
Another surprise? Ooh, wow. But with the amount of games left, yeah, it's kind of tough. But I wouldn't mind a surprise though. If it's like, who knows, like maybe they're the ones to get like 5 chicken dinners or 6 chicken dinners tomorrow with a lot of elimination points, since they're on the rising trajectory now. It can still happen.
Realistically speaking, I think that's quite difficult. But yeah, I mean, like, why not? I'm waiting for Sin to actually make that happen, because Sin is one of the teams that do have the firepower and the potential to get a lot of chicken in a day. But so far today in Miramar, they are not doing very well, and a lot of teams struggling. Since the start here, we saw a lot of players being picked off one by one, missing their limb to limb. But for TGOA, on the other hand, feels like they are pretty much mirroring of how Sin plays. They're going a very late rotation, almost in the same path and direction where how Sin actually do. And on Sin side, like I mentioned, they're coming in very late. But the circle happened to be hard shifting on top of La Bandita. And look at how crowded it is on top of Impala right now.
Okay, HWG is in Impala, GE is just beside Junkyard, so they're nowhere close with each other. For Sin, they normally like to come in a little bit later, so they're still on the north side in LR. And now we got a couple of fights happening, a couple of gunshots that we heard. So I guess what happens if this kind of hardship, we'll see more of that soon.
Well, hopefully for the rest of remaining of GE, didn't get themselves sandwiched between Sin and the other teams from the inside of a circle. But surprisingly, a lot of teams love to play themselves in the blue zone for the longest time. Yes, it's the stage 2 is going to be 0.6 HP of percent reduced per second. But it's not going to be worth it if you don't have any first aids. But on the side of Harame Bro is really going wild here. G-Lab responded with a VSS. It's been a while we've seen a VSS. But now we're looking at back in action. Harame Bro going in for the crash to a side of G-Lab. But Mem just going to toss the nade for the safety reason, because Kai has been trying to giving this long fights and pressure from afar. But this leaving G-Lab out too much in the open. I think on the side of G-Lab, Kai left. I think it's best for him to go for disengagement and part ways from Harame Bro, but he's not willing to do so. He's still going out for the revenge.
Yeah, I mean, K-Lab really doesn't want to let go of the bros. At the same time, Yakan knocked down by Spooky. So Enigma now against HW. Ooh, this will be the fight that GE will be looking forward to if Enigma can actually win against. And the rest of HWG, they're bailing this. They're not interested to continue on the fight. Unfortunately, to leave Yaka behind and playing the rest of the round as a trio, but still making the position as they're being shot at from other teams.
There's like 4 teams, make it 5 now. They have to cross path. I'm surprised they're still alive for HWG at this point. Look at this. After they run away from that position, and there's going to be another team shooting from afar. Magna scoping out, make sure they cannot even climb up those high grounds. And Mewtwo managed to squeeze into the safe spot, but there's going to be West Point Mamba waiting on the other end. Where to run at this point? For HWG, they have to start as a trio and not very good at getting those utilities as well. Their looting phase didn't gain as much.
Yeah, it seems like quite bad for them. So let's see if they actually overcome the situation now. As for Mewtwo, down as well. Oh, okay. HWG Mewtwo taken out by Yura. Again, it's going to be... Now, Magda is now starting to be like that team that's annoying to other teams.
Whilst for HWG, it's a buffet for all the other teams out there. One by one being picked off while they're trying to migrate themselves inside of a crate of Labanita. At least they place themselves in a compound right now with nobody else around them. But on the side of APG and Enigma, they might actually have a little bit more than just a skirmish, because West Point Mamba and Magna is gatekeeping around the area. TGOA is there as well. Osja Esports seems like interested to take a fight against TGOA. In the meantime, Falcon, happy and peaceful.
Yeah, for HWG, not happy and peaceful. Now, they are on the same terms as GE. But oh, Enigma now onto APG. Enigma so far 2 elimination points to nade onto Cass, but Cass will be shot down by Marcus. And now QB is coming in for the other side. They're trying to surround APG, but one player for APG left the compound.
QB going back indoors, trying to regroup with the rest of the team. But one of the Enigma player cannot be saved anymore. It's going to be 2 knocked down, but
Spooky!
On the other end, flank. Spooky just spooked them out. And now APG will back on their knees as QB managed to clutch another one out. But Magna eliminated. Right now, Spooky trying to finish off Exit, the last player of APG. Barely survived. They wiped things out here. They were so close of losing it.
Oh, and Exit almost got away, but unfortunately that had just happened. And now it's going to be Falcon against another team, FOD. D2Y spots him out. D2Y goes in for the dance, and the DBS gameplay comes in. And well, the DBS, we all know, FOD went out.
So it's FOD versus Falcon for the entirety of Grand Finals, if you notice. I don't know why, but Jay just following each other's footsteps. Happened to be clashing quite early on. On the side of YG, spotted out the players of PBE. But the thing is, the PBE players are super smart. They're placing themselves on different levels of terrain. Make it so hard for YG to pick them out one by one. Monboy and Raimon is actually at the back line. G-Lab taking on few of Harami Bro. Now that's leaving them with only 3 more players. Loki got naded down with a Kobe by PBE side. Now how to save him?
Well, it's going to be hard because Loki now seems to be the bait. That's why they're like, okay, we're taking this cautious move. Loki, there's a reason why they're not eliminating him just yet. They want YG to show up. They want YG to come to them. And if YG gets eliminated, of course, GE will be happy with that.
But they needed Loki. It's one of the main fragger for the team. Definitely needed the save. Monboy trying to reposition himself around the corner. Well, Enigma taking on West Point Mamba. Again, West Point Mamba in the trouble. Oh, he wants to steal it away. Raimon. Oh, this is nasty. But back to the side of the circle we go. Minas Generalis will be the center of attention with PBE and YG taking the center. While Esport, TGOA and HWG will have a bit of a skirmish. And Harami Bro and G-Lab still going on for the fight. GE might try to stop Sin, the entirety of Sin, from the northern side. But Enigma, on the other hand, they will have a clear in into the circle. Same goes for West Point Mamba.
And Sin making the rotation pass by GE. So it looks like they're not going to clash for now. GE takes the left side instead. So right now putting focus onto Yangu Galactic and Playboy Esports. Still in the same compound. But Do they circle? Looks like they still do. So looks like it's gonna be a hold up with two teams for now.
PBE still trying to figure out how to shut down on YG. It's a very tricky compound here. So many corners to hug for the side of YG, taking covers. But GE start to breach in as well. So PBE, they're definitely not safe. While YG figure out, you know what, we don't want to stay here too long. They might actually want to just place themselves in a better compound or out of the outer circle. Just get into the center. Cooper. Pressured by May and Edward of TGOA. But where are the rest of Enigma? They are scattered about a bit. Wide angle, say Cloud. Didn't spot him out.
What's he gonna do? No, he didn't. Oh man. Kind of missed opportunity there, but maybe he doesn't want to expose himself, so that's okay. But if only he pulled the trigger, that will be a ripple effect.
At the same time, a lot of long shots are going on around the corner. Falcon spotted out Spooky just now. He just picked out at the wrong time. Trying to spot him out. That's going to be 14. Cloud going back indoors. Spooky slowly trying to pick out whenever he can. But D2Y definitely have two angles to cover with. Not just West Point Mumbai. It's going to be Enigma on the high elevations of mountains. Federale is still alive for the side of West Point Mumbai. It's been a while we've seen Federale in action.
Yeah, Federales, there were a lot of times where he got eliminated very early, especially in team fights. So not really showing his potential yet, like what we saw last season during the league. And even this season during the league as well, he's pretty good for West Point Mamba. But yeah, I guess it's a drop bomb for him this time. And that also affected West Point Mamba, dropping them to middle of the chart.
Speaking of dropping, I hope GE don't drop the ball here. But at least some consolation for them. HWG also left with 2 players. So the top 2 open up the space for YG, who still have a full squad, including Sin here, that can actually march up to the top 3 anytime now. G-Lab and Ozja having 2 different angles for all their players, but Ozja do have more men. But Kai, on the other hand, will be burnt out by the blue zone. They are not in the best position ever for G-Lab, since they barely make it into the circle, but at least they're still in there. Hopefully the next circle will favor them a bit more, not having too much of rotation that should be done. But inside of a crate, we do have HWG inside. The same goes for Enigma, but inside of G-Lab, good luck cutting across Ozja Esports.
Ooh, GE with a compound again, and not many teams around them. But for HWG, well, they have more company around them, so I guess it's going to be even more challenging for them. But there's also opportunity to get elimination points. Let's see how they perform this time. As Game Lab now to move in, cutting across Ozja Esports, a team that just came off a chicken. So Game Lab right now, plus they are spread out. Ozja Esports will be happy to points.
The only way for Scotty to get out of here is going to be going on all the way to his left side. But not so much for Kai though. There's nothing in between there. Just hoping the rock and the vegetations in between, the small structures, can take covers from, while slowly advancing forward. And Scotty definitely going off all the way to the left, but been discovered by Skynen. What a sharp set of sharp eyes. But YG having visitors indoors, and they definitely surprised by that. But lucky enough for Romeo Boy, still survived for another day. It's going to be Sin now rushing straight into it. Loki against once more on his knees.
Ooh, Sin coming as a trio, trying to take out the rest of YG. And now they have the ability to manage to even up the odds. Sin, they've landed themselves on the other side, surrounding YG. Romeo Boy knocked down. Sin has the advantage now. Kayla are low-key, and they want more.
Andrew tried to reset himself when Manette playing around the corner. Switch over to the DBS. Andrew trying to give extra help to his Manette, but he managed to almost knock one down at Sin. The firepower is just incredibly powerful, but never mind that. Avi and Andrew both trading 1-2-1 for YG and Sin. Kayla have to clutch it out for the entire team, but it feels like YG lost with the help of PBE from the backline.
Yeah, PBE had to come in from behind and became the party pooper. Maybe Austria Esports could be next. Esports, they're going towards GE, as Sin FB will be gunned down and P will eliminate them. Sin is out at number 10 with 2 elimination points. PBE now are the kings of the warehouse.
They are taking every fight they can for the side of PBE, being the housekeeping team, cleaning up the mess by everybody else. TGOA on the other hand just shutting down on Austria Esports. Left with only 2 players here for Austria, even though they got themselves the last chicken dinner here, but they're definitely having a tough run in this one. PBE now trying to sweep the floor clean on top of this warehouse, maybe try to shut down on Austria Esports at the same time.
Oh, TGOA. I wonder if they'll go on to where GE is at. GE right now, they're having a peaceful area and they would like to hold on to that for now since they're playing as a... But for HWG, okay, last we saw them, they were on the south side. I wonder how okay they are right now as PBE stopping the guys of Asia from moving further forward. But now the circle. Okay, GE at one end, HWG at one end. Now the circle, who will favor? Is this to GE or HWG? This is going to be big. GE has the circle, HWG needs to move.
Even PBE got the center here. Austria Esports Rangers still don't have to budge. TGOA on the other hand, to cross over and get inside is going to be a bit of a problem. HWG have to fight against Enigma just to be there. But look at how Spook flank all the way so far from the rest of the team. But they'll be spotted out by Falcon. But at least Falcon's still taking those low grounds. So they will be having some difficulties to shut down on Enigma, who do have at the edge of the crate. But Enigma spotted out TGOA, taking the fight head on with HWG spotted out QB from afar. Yahiko need to reload first before finish off QB.
If only he didn't need to reload. But anyway, his teammate would have gotten it, so that's good. That's why it still contributes to the team overall. First point for them this time. PBE getting for them. 5 elimination points now for PBE. The pros have 6. But Enigma 8, so Enigma has the most elimination points so far for now.
HWG trying to maintain the number 1 spot, but Enigma slowly closing up the gap. They definitely can place themselves in 5th place if they got themselves this chicken dinner. West on the other hand, GE left with only 1 player. Seems like a bit dim for them to get themselves the 4th chicken dinner here with 1 player left. It's going to be Master Ichi, the mastermind for the team to make the play. Spot out TGOA, trying to finish off Edward, just securing 1 more point. He knows he won't last long, but at least he wants some consolation out of this. Tossing out the nade, hoping it will land on anybody else, but it did not clip, as Edward already moved himself out of the place. And now they will try to reply with another nade on the side of TGOA. Master Ichi placed himself indoors, going way deep into the warehouse, where Atwood will be picked up by MH. We're waiting for the other teams to take action here, including the teams around them, which going to be, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be either PBE, just next to its side of GE and TGOA here.
Oh, Ichi, the last man, and he's sandwiched with the team, so not looking good for him. But HWG now caught on the outside as well. Yahiko being shot at, and Alpha will be knocked down. Now only down to Yahiko all alone. And let's make a pick him up. Ichi will be eliminated. That means HWG will still be at number 1 by the end of this round.
TGOA, can they finally land themselves a chicken by the end of the day? But PB still have a full squad. Same goes for the side of TGOA, but the rest of them having a trio and duos, even solo for HWG. And back to the side of Yahiko with the DBS running low on bullets as well. I'm not sure about his rifles though, but he's definitely running low when it comes to resources. He doesn't have anything to replenish himself. Any death boxes around, nowhere to be seen. Spooky giving the pressure. Same goes for Caps. Pushing out to a side of Yahiko, even tossing that Molly, but lucky enough that Rock will cover Yahiko for a bit much longer.
Ooh, Yahiko's still alive. Now is his chance to gain more points just to create a bigger gap between them and as well as GE. Yahiko by the edge of the circle, and Enigma knows exactly where he is, but because his teams, he's starting to collect placement points as well. But for how long? Because now it's going to be 1v2. Spooky will come. Spooky at the forefront. Spooky with the nade. They know he is behind that stone, but Popov is the one that takes out Yahiko, so it's going to be Pop stealing it away from the hands of Enigma.
But Enigma, they're taking a longer rotation just to cut across Minas Generalis right now, and they do have a gatekeeper waiting at the other end, but they pick up another team to fight against, which is going to be Falcon with a trio right now, not really entire full squad, but TGOA start to move against PBE. If these two happen to be clashing quite early on, it's going to be a huge advantage for the teams without the full squad right across them.
Oh, TGOA. I wonder if they can come up with a surprise this because they're still a full squad. And now they're coming into the other side. There's someone below them, but you managed to see. Okay, now they do. Okay, MH, high ground, shoots at the pop, gets down.
MH going for longer rotations, trying to find the flank side, the best position, can have a full view, but he's going in for the shack, just shutting down the entire team of Osha Esports in the hands of TGOA. Who would have thought? MH now going in, pushing with the rest of the team, but they're being ambushed from behind. PBE just shooting them from afar. MH have to reposition himself, but the vehicle smoke up. Might exploded. Raimon and the rest of PBE, they have 4 walls. They even got themselves a circle. Range on the ground. West Point Mamba nowhere to be seen. Out of the equation. We're left with top 5 teams. And TGOA, they might actually have to work with Trio as PBE taking the reign. Even the northern side of the circle and the compound to work with.
Well, the circle shifted down, so now the teams at the side will have a little bit more advantage. Enigma is in it. Enigma now with the long range. So MH and now TGOA with him down. It's going to be hard for TGOA as Enigma now needs to move as well. Spooky taking out the blue as he comes into the circle. He will join our teammate Cap.
TGOA in between in an open space range. And then AUG going in for the warehouse, taking the chance there, playing a very dangerous game as a solo player. Cool, H2 on Raimon still working as a trio. They heard the footsteps, but he's confused right now. Where is that guard? There's so many structures in between in this warehouse. Raimon tried to spot him out, but at the same time, kind of overthinking whether that nade he will toss on will injure his own teammate. Rage making such a hindrance on the side of PBE. Keep on jumping out and inside of the compound, but running low with the ammunition right now. He couldn't spray randomly, but range finally being finished off by Cole with a jumping shot.
Now the next challenge for PBE is to get across the road. Right now they are the only team on the north side. Now Enigma, nade from Spook. It will land onto the shack where TGOA is at, and they will knock down MW. This could be the open get the second knockdown as well. As Enigma, they're starting to move in. And here we go. Enigma, can they secure this elimination point? Spooky needs to reload, but Caps will do the...
Feels like high chance that PBE can get this chicken away, but 11 eliminations in the hands of Enigma for now. They want to end with a bang, and that's going to be the chicken alongside with that 11 eliminations. On the side of Falcon, they barely make it into the circle. They are in the blue zone still. They need to get out, but PBE spots out them first. Cool, being retaliated on the side of Falcon, but Falcon, they need to leave. There's no more time. Blue zone is burning them over alive. They need to make a run, but it's just an open space and an open crosshair to a side of Falcon. One by one been picked off by PBE. Raimon trying to shut them down, but have to revive. Momboy spotted out Enigma. Where is Enigma? There's gonna be one last player. Never mind, they've eliminated at 3rd place. Down to PBE to close off the deal.
Oh, here we go. PBE still with a full squad now. They're gonna finish it up the top. Falcon, Stay Cloud now picking up D2Y, but PBE is surrounding them. Momboy from behind, he has a high ground advantage. He sees them. Momo pulls the shot, and PBE with the chicken dinner. Here we go, PBE.
What a day it has been. We ended up with Cambodians and the Philippine teams finally stepping up in the last minute to gain their victory of this chicken dinner after such a long 2 days of grand finals. A PBE showing that they are back in the game and they're coming up very strong. Hopefully, they're going to start off the last day tomorrow as strong as they ended up in day number 2.
Well. I'm going to give a right now that PBE has the chicken dinner. Out of all the PBE members, Momboy is the loudest of all. So you can imagine like how is he celebrating back at his wherever they are right now. But the MVP, 8 eliminations, almost close to breaking the record, or at least having the same record, is cool. 499 damage, stealing away eliminations.
This guy has been very smart. Look at the damage, it's less than 500, but you got more out of that. I mean, like, this is incredible. How do you actually manage to secure 8 eliminations with 500 damage?
I know, right? I mean, he's the one that's been stealing other people's eliminations. Everyone's like, oh, I almost got it. Boop. You have cool.
What a start and what an end for today. And PBE finally showing up their true self. While TGOA, I have to say, today has been their greatest day, and Magna, even Harami bro stepping up in this last map here. But speaking of eliminations, you have to give it to Enigma. They scored themselves 11 the last time we saw them. I'm not sure how much PBE secures since only one person of Cool managed to eliminate 8. So I guess it's going to be a double digit for PBE as well.
I believe so. I think they got a good number of elimination points. It's like a lot of teams tried to take over their warehouse, and I mean, not only at the right timing, they defended their warehouse. So I think PBE definitely doubled elimination points. But for the bros, gotta give it to them as well. They only had a full score for 3 minutes 30 seconds, but they still managed to get this high of a finish.
Oh man, GE just having a rough start in this map. We were hoping, I mean, like, we're jinxing this team when we talked about them having 5 chickens in a day. That's a bit of a tall order since they've been targeted in the early games. But Enigma, this is what we've been waiting for. I mean, like, I didn't hit the jackpot with my prediction where I do have Enigma on the fray, but I love their performance. It just shows that they are willing to push forward with these eliminations. They don't care for those rankings anymore. They just aim for their objectives, which going to be getting more eliminations than what a chicken dinner can offer.
So this is either you reading that comment or that comment itself. Because I'm reading it's like, oh, okay, GE, okay, not getting it. But never mind about that. At least it's refreshing for us to see someone else getting the chicken dinner today.
Now, where do GE stand by the end of this game? I definitely feels like they're going to stay at number 2.
Yeah.
But did YG manage to overtake them with only 2 points? I don't think so, because last time we saw it's 9 points, right?
Yeah, it was a 9 points difference, so 2 points not enough for GE to catch up them. Magna this time, a slower ending points, but overall today was great for Magna. I'd like to see more of Magna like tomorrow as well, so hopefully they'll be able to land their chicken dinner for the grand finals. If I'm not mistaken, if they get a chicken dinner inside the finals, it will be the first time Singaporean team getting a chicken dinner in the finals.
That would be great. I mean, like, we want to see history be made. But HWG standing strong and solidifying their number 1 spot. It's still 9-point difference. It's still the same last time we saw them. Again, GE within a day from 8th place to 2nd, or maybe 7th place to 2nd. That's a huge leap of faith. YG maintaining at 3rd place. Enigma, the only team in the top 8, maybe in the top 7, without any chicken, and still maintain the top 5.
Yeah, no chicken, no problem. I mean, the gap is like 24 points without a chicken. If they can score one, then it's top 3 for them. But GE, because of their amazing league performance and also their amazing performance today, they are still the king, the stat kings.
You cannot deny this for today's performance. They almost score a 4th chicken dinner with 1 player left during last Miramar map. But we saw a lot of the same names here, including YG across all board, but West Point Mamba. Now, I start to question it. Are they doing what GE is doing? Were they just gonna push up tomorrow? Will it be a bit too late now? And we mentioned about Federales, supposed to be their season MVP race. He dropped across this chart this time.
Yeah, he's pushed out, and looks like West came up to his 2nd spot. I mean, West was amazing today. Ichi had a little bit of off day, but because West was amazing, so that's why overall GE, they functioned well today as well. So 2 GE players, number 1 in contention for the season MVP. Wow, GE.
Well, I just hope they can last up there too long, because we can see Skynet is closing up the gap, same goes for Manette, but we don't know how much a difference between the 4th and the 5th place, right? So you're gonna have to wait and see for that. But also tomorrow will be the last day in the grand finals. I'm still waiting for the big announcement, which I don't know what it is about, but I do know Cloud knows something about it.
I don't know.
You know, your face is red when you're lying, so you cannot play dumb. It doesn't work for you.
I guess it's about PMSL. Jing!
Wow. Wow, such
Very insightful,
insightful,
right?
mysterious note. Yeah. But tomorrow, what are your expectations, Cloud, really?
Okay, I think, wow, this is a big one. We'll go down to the last game where it matters who will be the champion, whether it's HWE, whether it's GE, or maybe some other team will bring us a surprise. I like a surprise, come on. We all like surprises, right?
Maybe Sin, maybe YG, who knows, right? And maybe, I mean, realistically speaking, I don't think Magna can actually catch up at this point, right? Like, I mean, like, if Magna actually did it, I mean, like, wow.
Yeah, it's just playing right now. But Pride is still on the line tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. And tomorrow, grand finale, you don't want to miss it. That will be all for today. My name is Sir Cloud, together with beautiful Choo Choo. We'll see you again tomorrow. Ta-da!